A rare dungeon gate just spawned. A group of thugs and a girl were fighting over who was gonna claim the dungeon. The girl must have thought she was Mikasa, ready to take on 5 guys at once. When she was about to bite the dust, some kid who looked just as wrecked as her shows up asking to enter the gate. One of the thugs went straight at him trying to land a punch, but the boy made a single drop of blood turn into molded blood and sent the guy flying face first into the ground. The others froze watching their boss get humiliated and decided to try their luck too, but the boy took them down one by one with a single punch each. The guys started questioning if this kid was really level 1. Their leader activated a skill that summoned a weapon and opened fire on the boy, but the molded blood shielded him just like Gaara's sand jutsu. The leader was so frozen in fear that the boy easily put him to sleep. The girl had no clue what was going on either. With the gate now clear, he swapped clothes with one of them and entered the dungeon. The girl, being no fool, followed right behind. The thugs waited outside planning their revenge. When the dungeon was cleared and the boy walked out without a single scratch, the guys were shocked he finished it in 15 minutes and simply bowed, begging for forgiveness. To them, the boy was as powerful as a god, but he wasn't always like this. Quite the opposite. He was always a loser who got beat up every single day. In this world, whoever conquers a magic gate gets stronger, gains abilities, and earns the right to enter dungeons. Gates come in 3 ranks: copper, silver, and gold. And beyond those, there's one so rare that almost nobody has ever conquered it. Our protagonist, Subaru, grew up dreaming of conquering a gate. When he was 15 years old, that dream was finally about to come true. A gold gate appeared right in front of him, shining like crazy. He reached out to open it, but his adoptive brother Taiga shoved him aside and walked in instead. In a matter of seconds, his entire future had been stolen.
What are you doing?
3 years later, Taiga became the youngest gold player in the country, and Subaru was left with nothing, treated like trash by the brother who stole everything from him. Later that day, on his way home, he starts thinking about his life and completely loses it, knowing he was going to spend his whole life being a nobody, all because his brother stole his gate. But just when you think things can't get any worse, they always find a way to pee. Some criminals show up and start chasing him. Subaru couldn't escape, took a slash from one of them and got kicked into an alley. They beat him down with punches and kicks until he could barely breathe. It really looked like game over for the kid. That's when a light appeared and turned into a gate, slicing one of the thugs clean in half. Everyone was in complete shock watching a gate spawn out of nowhere. The gate started as bronze, then turned silver, and then gold. Fate was giving him another shot at claiming his gold gate. But defying all logic, the gate turned rainbow. The 2 thugs were arguing over who was gonna go in, and Subaru had already grabbed the handle and ran inside. The guys fired a blast of fire at his back that blew his legs clean off, but he finally managed to enter the magic gate. The problem is he had to pass the legendary gate's trial. A creature with a sinister smile appears, walks over to him and heals all of Subaru's wounds with just a wave of its hand. When the kid woke up and saw the demon right in front of him, he backed away scared out of his mind. This is Vanquish, and for Subaru to pass the trial, he had to attack him to prove his worth. The problem was the creature's presence was absurdly overwhelming, and Subaru froze. He just stood there shaking, feeling all the pressure that Vanquish was pushing onto him through his aura alone. When the pressure became too much, the boy tried to open the gate and run. Vanquish called him an insect. That word was the trigger that made him flash back to all the times he had been called an insect throughout his entire life. All the rage built up from years of humiliation hit him all at once, and he went straight at Vanquish with zero fear of dying. When Subaru landed a punch right on his face, Thanos on crack stood up and got all hyped for having completely misjudged the kid. Then he bit the boy, making his blood nearly burst from all the power flooding through his veins. With the gate's trial complete, the boy was recognized as a level 1 player, received the vampire class, and unlocked the blood mold ability. Outside, the thugs were still waiting for him, but when the gate shattered, they figured the boy was dead and took off. But out of nowhere, the kid steps out of the dust at the last second, leaving the guys in complete shock that he actually made it. That shock turns into anger fast, and Sawatari accuses him of stealing the door's reward. Mad with rage, Sawatari rushes in and swings his sword. To everyone's surprise, Subaru slips past it with ease. It's like time slowed down for him. Sawatari keeps swinging, but the protagonist avoids every hit. Then the fight flips. MC catches Sawatari's hand in mid-swing and stops him cold. Sawatari snaps. He throws a punch straight at Subaru's face. He braces himself, but it barely hurts. A glowing screen pops up in front of him. It shows his HP, 155 out of 173, after the punch. The message says if his HP hits 0, he'll be unable to fight. The protagonist quickly gets it. He has to protect himself and fight smart. For the first time, the world looks like a game to him. The HP bar and menu feel strange, but also exciting. Subaru finally understands what being a player means. He's part of that world now. Sawatari and the other player notice it too. Realizing MC is now a real player only makes Sawatari angrier. Furious that he can't hurt someone he looked down on, he uses his strongest skill, Red Rose. Subaru braces as Sawatari comes at him again. this time with way more power. The hit is brutal. He blocks with his arms, but the impact still shakes him, and he thinks he's about to die. Instead, only part of his HP drops. The screen now shows 121 out of 173, and the protagonist starts to panic. If this keeps up, he'll hit 0 soon. But Sawatari is shocked too. Red Rose was strong enough to wreck a car, yet it barely cut MC's HP. That scares both of them, and Sawatari's companion tells him they need to run. He warns that the rainbow door might be even stronger than a gold door. Still, Sawatari won't back down. Pride and fear of what Subaru could become keep him fighting. He says they have to kill him now, while he's still level 1, before he gets even stronger. Hearing that, the protagonist decides to run. But before he can, Sawatari's friend traps him with an ash wire skill, locking him in metal-like wires he can't break. Stuck in place, Subaru watches Sawatari walk toward him with his sword ready. He's about to finish him off, and MC starts thinking fast. He knows he needs to use a skill to survive, but he has no idea how. Just as Sawatari lunges, something inside him reacts. 4 swords burst from his body and form a shield. They block the attack, shocking everyone, the protagonist included. That accidental move saves his life and proves the rainbow door gave him power far beyond what he expected. MC thinks about using blood mold on Sawatari, but he hesitates. Frustrated, he calls out to Vanquish. A moment later, Vanquish appears and warns him this is the last time he'll help. He explains that blood mold lets Subaru change the state of blood for 10 seconds. He also tells him the swords are made from his own blood. Then Vanquish tells him to figure out the rest himself and use his hatred as a weapon. Vanquish disappears, and the protagonist's swords vanish with him. Sawatari attacks again, but the protagonist barely dodges. Sawatari won't let up, yelling that MC stole their door and killed their friend. Subaru fires back that it all happened because they tried to kill him first. Sawatari bitterly says if he had just died, none of this would have happened, and their friend would still be alive. That sets something off in the protagonist, and his hatred hardens into resolve. Both of them charge. Sawatari attacks first, but MC answers with one heavy strike, smashing Sawatari's sword. Without stopping, Subaru throws another brutal blow with everything he has. The hit sends his opponent flying into the air before he crashes back down with a huge slam. Before Subaru can finish it, one of Sawatari's allies uses a wire to pull him away and escape. As they run, the friend realizes he wiped out all of Sawatari's HP in one hit. That confirms it. The rainbow door's power is way beyond a gold door's. And Subaru is still only level 1. The protagonist stands there, adrenaline still rushing, finally starting to understand how strong he's become. He beat a powerful enemy, and the win leaves him relieved, but even more determined. The next morning, police arrive at a terrible scene. A copper player has been cut clean in half in the middle of the street. The strike is so precise, some think a monster did it. Then Hirasaka arrives. After checking the area, he tells the officers he found no sign that an underworld creature was involved. The police thank him for the help. When they examine the body, they find the player's card. It's Kunisaki Shuderu, a copper player. Hirasaka grows grim. Cutting a copper player in half, that cleanly would take at least silver rank strength. That thought deeply troubles him, and one name comes to mind, though he can hardly believe it. Still, Hirasaka pushes the idea away. This isn't the time to get stuck on doubt. What matters now is finding the killer, and destroying as many doors as they can before the sky clock hits 0. Taiga goes to MC's cage-like room, but MC isn't there. It's nearly morning, and that feels wrong. Uneasy, Taiga pulls out his phone to see whether he read his last message. As he unlocks it, a news alert pops up. A copper player was killed by another player just 2 hours ago. Taiga stops cold, staring at the screen. Who could do something that brutal? Then he reads more, and the answer starts to form. The victim was one of the 3 people who used to bully Subaru. The truth hits Taiga hard. The protagonist did this. Anger rises fast. If Subaru has become a player, then he stepped into the world Taiga wanted to keep him away from. That thought only makes Taiga more upset. Meanwhile, MC arrives in Shinagawa City, standing in front of the headquarters of the Japan Players Federation. This group controls the gates in Japan and handles new player registration. For him, being here feels unreal. Seeing so many experienced players fills him with awe and excitement. At the new member desk, a cheerful receptionist welcomes the new players and tells them to register. She explains that in Japan, entering gates without being registered with the Federation is illegal. Players can only level up by entering gates and clearing them. So if you want to grow stronger, registration is the first step. Even in all that noise, Subaru keeps thinking about the murdered copper player. The case is already a major one, and by the rules, only another player can investigate it. Since it's so serious, a gold player will probably handle it. That makes the protagonist nervous. If Taiga learns the truth, he's in trouble. So he decides the only answer is to get stronger fast by clearing as many doors as he can. And if Taiga does find out, the protagonist plans to be ready. He needs enough power, not just to live, but to face Taiga himself. At the counter, the receptionist smiles and explains the basics, things MC already learned during late-night searches at an internet cafe. She says players level up by clearing gates. The stars show how hard a gate is, and cleared gates give stars that can be traded for money. That makes Subaru remember the star he picked up yesterday, the one Sawatari dropped while being carried away. Since he's broke, he nervously hands it over and asks if he can trade it for cash. He's embarrassed, but the receptionist's reaction is nothing like he expected. Her eyes go wide as she looks at the star, and she asks where he got it. Caught off guard, Subaru says he just became a player and cleared a gate. She tells him that's a serious mistake. Clearing a gate before becoming a registered player is illegal and can mean a 1 million yen fine or even 5 years in prison. The protagonist panics as the weight of that sinks in. Elsewhere, Taiga enters a busy police station. As one of Japan's 7 gold-ranked players, his presence immediately gets attention. The officer at the desk asks why he's there, and Taiga gets right to it. He's investigating yesterday's murder. With a serious look, he asks to see the evidence, because there's something he needs to confirm. Meanwhile, Subaru is still able to trade his star for money, because the receptionist decides to help him. She bends the rules this one time and sends him 1 million yen. MC also learns that 1 star is worth 100,000 yen, and 5 stars can bring in 10 million. Fired up by that, he decides to chase his goals and level up. With money in hand, Subaru gives himself a long overdue upgrade. He goes to a barber and gets rid of his messy old look for something much cleaner. After that, he buys brand name clothes and heads into a cozy cafe. He treats himself to a pricey caramel macchiato, relaxing in nice clothes for the first time. The warm, sweet taste almost makes him cry. It's been forever since he felt this comfort. As he enjoys it, old memories start rushing back. He thinks about all those years working like a servant for his parents and brother, with no room for his own dreams. But now he finally feels free. The rush almost pulls him in, but Subaru quickly steadies himself. He reminds himself this is only the start. He'll come back for another coffee, after he clears a gate and levels up. That goal drives him forward, but while he's thinking about the future, Taiga suddenly looms over him. His face is burning with rage. Before Subaru can move, Taiga grabs his collar, then he drags him outside. The pressure is crushing, but the protagonist doesn't back down. He activates blood mold, using his blood to make a thick rope. In one quick move, he ties up 3 nearby cars. He's about to throw them at Taiga as a last-ditch attack when he spots a terrified mother holding her child nearby. They're frozen in fear, and Subaru hesitates, waiting for them to get clear. Those few seconds cost him. The 10-second limit on blood mold runs out. The rope vanishes, leaving him helpless. Worse, Taiga now knows he's a player. Taiga's eyes blaze as he charges in. Subaru is only level 1, so he knows he stands no chance against one of the country's top gold-ranked players. Even so, something in him flares up, and he prepares to face his greatest fear. Their clash brings traffic to a stop. A woman in a car asks someone nearby what's happening. The man tells her a gold-ranked player has gone berserk, and tells her to leave the car and run. The brothers square off again. Subaru asks Taiga how he found him. Taiga answers with a punch instead. MC figures it out anyway. He must have tracked his phone, but that doesn't matter now. Taiga activates Golden Arm and tells him he's going to die. Subaru shuts his eyes for a second and tries to reach Vanquish. Blood mold burns through mana to control blood, so if he pushes too hard he'll run dry fast. Right now he doesn't care. All that matters is staying alive. Taiga suddenly fires his Golden Arm at him, but the protagonist barely dodges. He knows he has to figure out how to use blood mold better. Before he can even land, Taiga is already behind him with another strike. Subaru just manages to slip away. He knows one solid hit will kill him. Annoyed, Taiga mocks him for relying on a skill like that. In his mind, he just needs to pin MC down. Then Subaru suddenly covers himself in red smoke. He slips behind his brother, driven by all the hate he's built up. But his punch still isn't strong enough, and he ends up hurting his own wrist. This was the same blow that dropped Sawatari in one hit. Yet Taiga doesn't even flinch. While he is still reeling, Taiga lands a hit that almost wipes out his health. Still, he refuses to give in. He uses smoke to blind Taiga and strikes him with the hardest blood he can make. To the protagonist's shock, it does nothing. The gap between them is just too huge. Subaru realizes he can't beat his brother like this. Taiga knows he has to kill him now. If MC levels up, he could become a real threat later. So he throws everything into another hit, but it strangely does no damage to Subaru. Looking down, Taiga sees what seems like a blood airbag, but he actually turned his blood into a sticky substance. Taiga tries to tear it off his hands but can't. Blood mold only lasts 10 seconds, so the protagonist knows he has to go all out and forget about saving mana. He makes more sticky bubbles and fires them at Taiga. Taiga angrily asks if he really thinks he's won. Subaru says he's not trying to act tough, he's just trying to survive, and he plans to do exactly that. Using the last of his mana, he coats his whole body in sticky blood and uses a rope to escape. When the skill runs out, he throws up a smoke screen, so Taiga can't follow. Taiga is furious that Subaru got away and swears he'll hunt him down. Then he feels a huge presence nearby. The top 3 gold-ranked players are walking toward him. He says he has no time to explain, but before he can move, golden chains lock him down. Taiga can't believe those top players are targeting him. Hirasaka points his sword at him and says they're placing him under restraint. Meanwhile, Subaru is barely alive, down to 5 health and 2 mana. He couldn't land a real hit on Taiga, and he knows that if they meet again he's dead. His clothes are shredded, and the rest of them are still at the cafe. If he wants freedom, he has to keep fighting and get stronger. Elsewhere, a group of players argues with a girl over a reserved gate. She insists she booked it first, but they ignore her. When things start getting tense, she smiles like she's about to remind them who they're dealing with. She's a copper-ranked player named Sayaka. The men mock her and beat her down. When they ask her level, she says she's level 8. The guy who beat her is level 13, so she can't take him on by herself. Another tells her to hand over the gate. It's survival of the fittest. Sayaka doesn't budge. She says she knows that, and that's exactly why she can't lose here. Just as one of them moves to attack, a voice cuts in. Subaru steps up and asks if they're deciding who enters by survival of the fittest. As we already saw, the kid heads to the gate, wrecks the other players and enters the dungeon alongside the girl. Right away she locks the entrance, making it impossible to leave without beating the boss. Laughing, she says the guys outside won't be getting in even after they wake up. Subaru awkwardly says he won the door fair and square, but she argues that she reserved it first. Gates are posted online, and players can book them ahead of time. He apologizes and says it's his first time in a gate. He needs to level up and get out fast, so he asks to clear it with her. She agrees because he helped her, and because she understands what it's like to chase strength. They agree to split the reward 70-30. Subaru doesn't want to give his real name, since he's wanted for killing a player, so he introduces himself as Vanquish. As Sayaka gets excited to clear the gate, a stone suddenly flies at her. Subaru tries to warn her, but she blocks it in time. The gate's monsters have arrived. Sayaka grins and tells him to leave this to her. The doors give players stronger bodies and special skills to fight these underworld creatures. As she keeps taking monsters down, Subaru watches, impressed. After stunning them all, she turns and asks what he thinks. Proudly she explains her skill, Instant Void. It stuns anything she hits for 3 seconds. It's bad at long range, but great up close. Then all the monsters stand back up. Her skill only lasts 3 seconds, and she forgot to finish them during that window. She starts yelling for help, but Subaru had been following her lead. He realizes Instant Void has a time limit. Just like Blood Mold, he can't use blades with her in the way, so he switches tactics. MC activates Blood Mold and forms long, tough ropes. They coil around the monsters' necks and tighten until the creatures drop. As the last enemy falls, Subaru levels up to 4. Blood Mold now lasts 15 seconds, and all the damage from Taiga heals completely. His HP and MP are fully restored too. Sayaka, who only knows him as Vanquish, is stunned by how strong he is. Subaru praises her skill too, though she brushes it off. He tells her to use Instant Void every 3 seconds in one-on-one fights to keep full control. Sayaka quickly realizes that Trick could make her nearly unbeatable. Soon they spot more creatures hiding nearby. Sayaka steps forward. She tests Subaru's tip on one monster. With perfect timing, she beats it with no trouble. That gives her confidence, so she calls out the rest hiding nearby. Then she starts dropping them one at a time. While Sayaka deals with the weaker monsters, a huge enemy shows up, the boss. It's a level 17 Goblin Chief, with a level 12 large kobold beside it. Subaru tells Sayaka to keep handling the smaller enemies, while he takes the boss himself. Both enemies rush he with a level 2 skill called Forage. The hit is strong enough to kill him, but he stops it with a blood shield. Now that his skill is stronger, the shield holds, and he survives the blow, while Sayaka keeps clearing the lesser monsters. She doesn't even try to help him with the boss. To her, a level 8 fighter has no chance against a silver-class archer, and Subaru keeps struggling as the Goblin Chief attacks from long range, while the kobold darts in and out with quick strikes. That non-stop combo gives the protagonist no opening to hit back hard. Then the boss fires a skill called Perforation, a move strong enough to pierce even Subaru's blood shield. Caught in it, he braces for the worst. Then Sayaka jumps in and smashes the kobold right in the face. She activates Instant Void, which shocks MC since it should only work within a 3-level gap. Then he realizes, Sayaka already finished the other monsters and leveled up. Subaru takes the chance, using a blood rope to bind the kobold, then kill it on the spot. That win pushes him to level 6, and fully restores his HP and MP. With the kobold gone, Subaru turns fully to the Goblin Chief. He shapes a blood hand and slams it straight into the archer's face, killing the boss in one hit. When it drops, he levels up again, and Blood Mold now lasts 20 seconds with better control. Together, Subaru and Sayaka clear his first gate, with only 30 seconds left before it collapses. Outside, the bully players are waiting. After clearing the dungeon in 15 minutes without taking a single hit, the guys who wanted to jump him started kissing the ground he walked on. Instead of fighting, they praise Subaru's strength and leave. The protagonist is caught off guard, but Sayaka says they're probably scared of him now. As a reward, the duo gets 2 stars. MC tells Sayaka to cash them in under her name, which makes her wonder who he really is. Later, while they celebrate at a cafe, she asks if Vanquish is actually his real name. She also wants to know how a level 1 player could be that strong, but makes it clear she's not accusing him, just curious. Sayaka admits she's thankful Subaru saved her, and says she wants them to keep clearing gates together. He finally tells her his real name, and agrees to team up with her from now on. He explains what happened over the last 2 days, and Sayaka realizes his situation is even worse than she thought. She says the protagonist needs to get much stronger if he's going to face his stepbrother Taiga. Then she shares her side. She has 2 sisters who are silver-ranked players. They used to be on the same team, but they pushed her out for being weaker. Now she wants to get stronger and prove them wrong. Because they both have something to fight for, the 2 promise to help each other grow. Meanwhile, at headquarters, Hirasaka meets with the other gold-ranked players. Taiga has been restrained, which leaves them short on gold players for 5-star gates. Hirasaka suggests bringing in copper-ranked players to help with those missions. He tells them there are 7 5-star gates in Tokyo right now, and all need attention fast. One top-ranked player says Team Julieta, led by level 38, Hisaki Julieta, will take the gates in Meguro City. At headquarters, Subaru and Sayaka pass by the silver-ranked team. When MC wonders where they're going, Sayaka tells him to stay focused on turning in their stars and booking the next gate. By chance, they pick a gate in Meguro City, the same area Team Julieta is heading to. Their next target is a 2-star gate at the top of a staircase. Sayaka is in Subaru's lap, covered in blood, and badly hurt. He burns with rage, and swears to kill whoever did this to her. Then the story jumps back to when they were heading for that gate. The protagonist asks how it works, and Sayaka says they can go in and out freely, unless it's locked from the inside. At the entrance, a giant spiral staircase looks perfect for her style. She goes first, and Subaru locks the gate behind them to start the quest. The moment it begins, skeletons start pouring up from below. At the bottom, MC spots a strange light and figures it's the boss. Soon thousands of skeletons rush upward. The first one leaps at Saiga, but Subaru blocks it with his blood. She answers with one quick strike and destroys it. They realize every enemy is above level 10, and since the gate is locked, they have to wipe out all of them before they can leave. He takes defense and tells Sayaka to focus on picking them off one by one. He can already tell the boss is way stronger than their last one. Subaru suggests taking turns so they can rest, but Sayaka says leveling up refreshes her, so breaks aren't needed. She tells him to go all out until he levels 2. Fired up, the protagonist spends his MP and releases a blood tide, flooding the staircase and trapping huge numbers of skeletons at once. Sayaka jumps in, cuts down many of them, and reaches level 14. Once the swarm thins out, MC moves in to finish the rest. By the end of it, he reaches level 16. Sayaka praises him, but in that moment a skeleton slips up behind her, and Subaru takes it out right away. They decide that if they keep this pace they can reach the bottom while still leveling up, but as they descend, his bad feeling about the boss keeps growing. By the time they reach the ground floor, the protagonist is level 19, and Sayaka has made it to level 20. That's when they finally meet the boss, a level 29 skeleton called the late Empress Judith. Her ranged attacks and wild movement make her a scary opponent. Subaru knows he has to lead this fight. Judith attacks without stopping, but MC keeps blocking with his blood shield. It doesn't take long for both of them to see they can't get near her while that barrage keeps coming. Subaru notices Judith is burning MP to keep using those attacks and starts thinking blood mold might work on her. He gives up on Sayaka's instant void because the level gap is too big, and decides to rely on blood mold instead. Before he moves, he looks at Sayaka and remembers their promise to grow stronger together. If he beats Judith by himself, she won't get the experience they need to stay close in level, so he tells her he'll keep blocking the boss's attacks, and she'll be the one to strike. Using blood mold, Subaru locks Judith in place. That opening is enough. Sayaka rushes in and hammers Judith in the face again and again with sharp, fast blows, while she keeps attacking. The protagonist warns her the blood mold will end in 5 seconds. She pulls back right before it does, but Judith fires back at her. Subaru throws up his blood shield and saves her just in time. They use the same plan again, but then Judith suddenly speaks, leaving both of them stunned. The boss demands to know where Subaru learned that skill. Her voice is deep, creepy, and full of shock. She says his power belongs to someone named Vanquish, and flies into a rage. Burning all her MP, Judith changes into an even more monstrous form. She releases a huge blast of energy, and Subaru blocks it with his own MP, but it nearly breaks him. His MP starts draining fast, so he knows the fight has to end now. MC forms his blood into a spear, and charges straight in. The spear drives right through Judith, and she drops dead. He reaches level 21, and Sayaka gets a big share of experience too. Even after winning, Subaru can't stop thinking about what Judith said. If she knew Vanquish, then the gate bosses might be connected to the gate owners. He decides he'll learn the truth next time. Then they notice something is off. They never got the message saying the gate unlocked. Panic starts to build as they wonder if they're trapped. A rainbow-colored door appears in front of them. Subaru is startled, but Sayaka explains it's a trial door, a rare reward that can grant new skills after being cleared. She says the top gold-ranked player has cleared 7 of them and become almost unbeatable. Curious and hungry for more power, He opens the door, and the instant it does, something attacks. His arm gets slashed, and Sayaka is hit too, crashing hard to the floor. Shocked and furious, Subaru looks up and sees someone standing in the doorway. This isn't Vanquish. He runs to Sayaka and finds her bleeding badly. The figure only smirks, calls him an insect, and mocks him. Burning with anger, the protagonist swears to kill this new enemy. The attacker steps forward and introduces himself as the Ghoul King Carrion, one of Vanquish's subordinates. The fight is only getting started. As Subaru stands against a servant of Vanquish, he's stunned that an enemy like this is right in front of him. He quickly tries to reach Vanquish and warn him that his own subordinate is attacking them. But to his surprise, Vanquish disappears without answering, which only confuses him more. Then Carrion explains that the Vanquish inside him isn't real, it's just part of the blood mold technique. He adds that to clear this trial, Subaru has to wound his body. Before Carrion can finish, MC rushes him at once. But Carrion is far too fast, and dodges with ease. He says that if he beats the trial, he'll gain one of Lord Vanquish's greatest treasures, the Divine Chisel. The protagonist ignores him and lashes out wildly with his blood whip. Carrion admits the attack is strong, but he's sure Subaru will never touch him. He reveals that he and Lord Vanquish have been watching MC the whole time, and he already knows MC can adapt and copy his enemies' fighting styles. Trying to save his injured friend, he keeps pushing and calls Carrion out, telling him to stop dodging and fight him straight up. Carrion accepts and comes at him head-on. His blade tears through Subaru's blood armor like paper, then cuts across his face. The protagonist drops to his knees, blood running down his face. Carrion mocks him, saying the sword carries Lord Vanquish's essence, so nothing can stop it. But while Carrion is laughing at him, he suddenly feels a rush of blood hit him from below. He laughs when he figures out Subaru had stretched his blood whip under his feet. That only makes Carrion respect him more, and he admits MC has real talent. Still, he attacks right away, flashing in front of him and driving a heavy punch into his stomach. Then he uses his blood skill to throw him several meters away. As Subaru lies there, Carrion scolds him for treating the trial like some kind of joke. Even so, the protagonist gets back up, blood still dripping from his beaten face. Focused only on saving his friend, he makes another set of blood armor with his blood mold skill. Pouring all his hate into pure strength, he launches another attack. But even with all that willpower, Carrion is still too fast, and Subaru can't land a finishing hit. As the fight drags on, Carrion cleanly cuts off one of MC's arms, slicing through the armor like it was nothing. But he shocks him by reconnecting the severed arm with the enemy's own blood. The move catches Carrion off guard for a second, yet he keeps attacking and tears Subaru apart again and again. Every time, the protagonist sticks his limbs back on with blood mold. Even as the strain wrecks his body, Carrion realizes MC is forcing himself to the edge, burning through more mana each time he reconnects a limb. Instead of backing off, Carrion laughs, impressed that he is willing to destroy himself just to win. He remembers Lord Vanquish talking about the protagonist's stubbornness, how even in horrible pain and impossible odds, he still had the nerve to bite back. That memory makes Carrion laugh again, and respect Subaru even more. Back in the moment, Carrion grins and tells him he's actually starting to like him. Then he looks at MC's face and freezes in fear. He is almost out of control now, and with what little strength he has left, he forms a blood lance with blood mold. He rushes in without hesitation, trying to drive it straight through Carrion. By now, Subaru isn't aiming for a wound anymore. He wants to kill him in one strike. The protagonist cuts Carrion in half, but Carrion still doesn't die. He laughs and asks if MC really thought he could skip the trial by killing him. He glares and snaps at him to shut up and die already. He's desperate to get Sayaka to a hospital, and he can't do that until he leaves the gate. Carrion sighs and tells him to calm down, explaining that time moves differently inside and outside the gate. Then he asks how Subaru plans to keep going when his mana is almost gone. The protagonist says he had no other way to beat him. This was his only shot. He just wants to save Sayaka before he dies. Hearing that, Carrion looks annoyed and asks if MC is in love with her. Tears start falling as Subaru denies it. He says it isn't about love. They promised never to leave each other, and Sayaka is the first real friend he's ever had. Carrion goes quiet. The words hit him hard, and he remembers Vanquish saving him when he was young, along with the promise he made never to leave or betray him. Realizing he was wrong, Carrion apologizes. Then he gives him the Divine Chisel and grants him a special skill for skipping grades. Confused, the protagonist asks why Carrion would hand all this over if he's going to die anyway. Carrion reminds him that by defeating him, MC already cleared the gate. Subaru levels up and gets all his health and mana back. Carrion then reveals he's an underworld creature, the same kind as Lord Vanquish. He says he doesn't have much time left, but there is something he needs to know. If one of his friends ever dies, he should use a skill called Blood Usurper on them. Subaru just stands there, confused and not even sure what Blood Usurper is. Before vanishing, Carrion tells him not to forget those words. The quest ends, and the protagonist gets Sayaka out of the gate. He realizes he cleared a 2-star quest. At the same time, the sky clock starts counting down again, but MC ignores it. He pulls out his phone right away and calls an ambulance for Sayaka. Somewhere else, inside a 5-star gate, a group of heroes is barely holding off monsters. The team is led by Mr. Julieta, who watches in horror as his people die one after another. They're fighting a level 59 sky whale that blasts them with huge water shots. Julieta starts to panic. It isn't even the boss of the gate. One of the survivors asks what they should do next, pointing out they can't escape unless most of the party dies. Julieta glares at him, and without a second thought drives a blade into his head, deciding his own life matters more. A notice pops up saying that most of the players in the group have died. Julieta starts laughing, realizing he can leave now. The others yell at him, begging him not to run because the whale will break into the real world. He ignores them and orders them to hold it off while he runs for the exit. As Julieta gets out of the gate, he receives a message that the rest of his group has died. Before he can react, the whale hits him with a massive attack. He starts crying, realizing the others couldn't stop it, and now the giant creature is heading for the city. Back in the real world, doctors treat Sayaka while Subaru stays by her side. Then a notification appears. The 5-star quest has failed. It still had 5,837 hours left, but all that time is taken from the sky clock as punishment. Now only 49 days remain. As he tries to understand what that means, he hears Julieta screaming in the distance. Julieta rushes into the hospital, shouting for help. He demands a car and tries to force a doctor to drive him away. He yells at them to forget Sayaka, saying his life matters more because he's silver rank. Subaru steps in and puts a hand on Julieta's shoulder to stop him. Julieta spins around, furious, and asks what the protagonist thinks he's doing. At the same time, the giant whale gets closer. The Player Federation warns everyone in Meguro City that an underworld creature escaped the gate, and the danger is ranked 5 stars. They scramble to evacuate the whole city. Subaru leaves Sayaka with the doctors as they flee in an ambulance. That only makes Julieta angrier, and he threatens to kill MC. He instantly covers himself in blood armor and beats Julieta down without holding back. After pinning him down, Subaru asks if the whale is only chasing him. Shaken by the protagonist's strength, Julieta explains that underworld creatures only attack the place tied to the gate. MC understands at once if Julieta stays alive, the whale will keep attacking this area. Ready to end it now, he asks what the whale can do. Julieta says it can control water and fire laser beams. As the whale prepares another attack, Subaru raises a blood shield and blocks the laser. Even Julieta is stunned, because that attack can break through silver-class shields. With the whale still floating above, the protagonist realizes he can finally fight at full power. He jumps into the air and slams the whale with a blood fist, but it barely hurts it. The whale roars so loudly that nearby windows burst. Subaru lands and realizes this underworld monster is way stronger than he thought. Still, he draws his divine sword and pours a third of his mana into one huge strike. When the whale fires a storm of water missiles, MC cuts through them and destroys the whole attack. But the creature is still alive. The whale starts charging another laser, and Subaru knows he has to stop it. If that beam fires, the whole city could be wiped out. So he spends another third of his mana and unleashes one more crushing attack, finally killing the whale. The creature crashes down and all the water it made falls as rain. People stare back in shock, realizing someone actually killed the underworld monster. Julieta can only watch in disbelief, wondering if he is the new gold rank player. He gets no levels from the kill though, because it happened outside the gate. Even so, he's relieved the city is safe. Then he thinks of Sayaka, and runs off to check on her. Nearby, an old man films everything the protagonist just did. At the hospital, the doctors are operating on Sayaka. She's in critical condition, and Subaru waits in panic, trying to reach her. A tear rolls from her eye, and then the scene jumps to the morgue, where MC looks at his friend one last time. Sayaka, broken by grief, he falls to his knees and blames himself for her death. He was the one who brought her into that deadly quest, and now the guilt crushes him. Anger starts rising, but through all the pain, he remembers Carrion telling him to use Blood Usurper if one of his friends ever died. Desperate, Subaru hurriedly opens the system menu and searches for the skill. At level 26, he unlocks Pervara, a skill that can bring someone back as his kindred if it's used within 1 hour of death. The explanation is unclear, but it's all he has. Without wasting a second, he activates the skill. Sayaka's body starts to change, and a countdown appears, ticking lower and lower. If it reaches 0, his chance to save her is gone forever. Subaru watches in terror as the numbers fall. When the timer hits 0, nothing happens. He panics and wonders if the skill failed. Right then, 2 girls rush into the room. They run to Sayaka's body, crying and calling her their sister. Subaru stares in shock, realizing they must be her older and younger sisters. One of them notices him and storms over, demanding to know who he is. Still crying, he says he was Sayaka's friend. Her eyes blaze with anger as she slams him against the wall. She accuses him of dragging Sayaka into all of this, and blames him for her death. She raises her hand to hit him, but before she can, Sayaka suddenly sits up. A dark aura pours off her as she rises. She's completely changed, even down to her clothes, and her eyes look unnatural. Then Sayaka calls to her sister, and tells her to let Subaru go. Then she suddenly goes on the attack. The protagonist catches her arm right away, but her strength shocks him. This isn't the Sayaka he knew. She drops to her knees and apologizes, leaving her sisters even more confused. She says Subaru brought her back as a kindred with Paravara, and her old memories are gone. Now she lives only to follow his orders. Her sisters stare at her in horror, then turn that fear into anger and rush MC again. Sayaka steps in and says she'll kill them in 10 seconds if she has to. Panicked, he stops her before she can move. He traps the sisters with blood mold, grabs Sayaka, and runs. As he escapes, his head is spinning. Sayaka acts nothing like before. Her memories are gone, and even her personality feels different. She asks if he wants to spare her sisters, but Subaru needs answers. First, he has to learn what a kindred really is. Once outside, the protagonist notices a huge screen showing the news. Most of the report is footage of his fight with the whale, and now his face is all over the city. The whole thing has blown up online. Before he can take that in, two players appear in front of him. One is Udo, the third-ranked gold player, and the other is Shikishima, ranked second. Just being near them feels heavy, and Subaru can tell someone even stronger is close. Then they call out to someone off-screen, Hirosaka, who steps in. A moment later, with a calm smile, Hirosaka walks up to MC. He says Subaru was suspected of destroying a commercial building near Shinagawa City and killing another player, one of his classmates. Still smiling, Hirosaka says he only wants to talk. He's also the strongest player in Japan, and he has always admired him most. Hirosaka tells him to relax, because those suspicions are already cleared. Once they're seated in the car, he explains that this rainbow door is the first one like it in the world. Subaru has already beaten 2 trials and even brought his friend back. The protagonist confirms it and asks why they suspected him before. One of them tosses him a tablet, and it shows his fight with the whale. The video proves the whole mall incident was recorded, and Subaru was just a victim Taiga attacked. As for Kunizaki's death, they explain that a door appeared, turned people into players, and split him in half. 2 other players there also gave statements, so Subaru has been cleared completely. He's not just free from suspicion now, he's also become a hero. Word spread fast that he beat a 5-star underworld creature. Shikishima says that after hearing MC's story, Taiga's strange actions finally make sense. Taiga only has golden arm because he stole a door from another player, which stopped a second one from showing up. That exposed what he was really after. He stayed close to Subaru so he could steal his door too if it appeared again. The group heads deeper into headquarters and reaches basement level 6, where Taiga is being held in a prison made for rogue players. Taiga snarls the second he sees Subaru. Shikishima slams the bars and says they have his testimony, so the investigation can move ahead. That sends Taiga into a rage, and he swears he'll kill the protagonist. Sayaka moves to step in, but MC stops her. Weirdly, Taiga's hate doesn't shake him at all. Even as they walk away, Taiga keeps screaming after them. Udo asks Hirosaka if letting him go is really smart, but Hirosaka says they plan to give him special privileges. While looking over a report about a 6-star gate, he thinks about how much stronger the protagonist still needs to become. Later, MC goes to trade in the 2 stars he earned. The receptionist says he'll get 300,000 yen for them, plus a 20 million yen bonus for killing the 5-star underworld creature. She also gives him a card from the Federation that lets him use some convenience stores and hotels for free. As Subaru tries to process all that, he hears players talking behind him. They recognize him from the viral video and start guessing his rank. The receptionist smiles and says she already told everyone about what he did. Then she asks what he's going to do next. With power, fame, and money in his hands, Subaru starts wondering what he actually wants. Back at the prison, Taiga starts causing trouble. Then a girl shows up and locks him down with golden chains. It's Kinokawa, a gold rank player, the same receptionist he met earlier. Her skill pins Taiga easily. Taiga is stunned. He realizes the protagonist has become insanely strong, and bitterly admits he underestimated him. His frustration keeps building, and soon he starts blaming the whole world. As his anger hits its peak, a dark door forms behind him. When the purple door appears, Kinokawa nervously asks what he just did, but Taiga looks just as shocked. A voice from the door tells him the world will never choose him. Then a hand reaches out from inside, inviting him in. Even though he's still bound, more hands stretch from the gate and start dragging him inside. Kinokawa tries to stop it with another golden chain, but the power pouring from the gate snaps her chains apart. Then her body slowly starts breaking apart. The thing inside keeps tempting Taiga, offering power and telling him to destroy the world. At the same time, in a nearby hotel, Subaru lies on the floor, lost in thought. Sayaka asks what he's thinking about. He's still stuck on that earlier question. What does he do now? Looking at her, he asks what he should call her, since using her old name feels strange. She tells him to just call her Saya. Then he asks if there's any way to bring back the person she used to be. Saya asks to see his skill window. When she sees the next unlock is at level 35, she says another door will probably open then, and the beings beyond it might know how to bring his friend back. Thankful for the idea, Subaru decides to focus on leveling up. The two of them get ready to enter a gate and find a 3-star one near a store entrance. The shop owner thanks MC and calls him Savior. As he looks back, Subaru asks if Saya is coming. She says she's his kindred and will stay with him for life. Then he checks her status window. She's level 21 and can use blood mold, but instead of her own mana, she draws from his. Inside the gate, they run into several demons. Saya asks permission to use his mana, and the protagonist agrees because he wants to see what she can do. She activates blood mold and forms a blood round, wiping out every enemy at once. Subaru sees right away how useful that is, though Saya warns it's not as good against stronger enemies. Soon they reach the boss. MC tells Saya to stay back, then quickly kills it with the divine sword. They finish the 3-star quest in just 10 minutes and 49 seconds. The clear gives Subaru 2 more levels. Since that gate was too easy, they decide to try a 4-star one next. Then they hear Shikishima's voice praising how fast they cleared it. He asks why he's there, and Shikishima tells him Taiga escaped from prison. He also says Sakura, the 4th-ranked gold player, was crushed while trying to hold him with golden chains. Shikishima adds that Sakura was also working as a receptionist, which surprises Subaru. He never guessed she was a player. As they ride off, Shikishima says that because of everything happening, gold players now have to team up to clear gates. He offers to partner with Subaru, while warning him not to slow him down. Shikishima is sure Taiga will come after the protagonist first. Confident in their strength, he takes MC to the first gate, certain they'll clear it easily. He thought Shikishima's golden parade just let him fire invisible bullets of flame from his fingers, but when he actually uses it, Subaru is stunned to see meteors crash down on the enemies. The underworld creatures aren't weak at all, but Shikishima wipes them out in one move like they're only 1-star monsters. After that, Shikishima explains that gold players have strict limits outside gates. They're not allowed to use skills past the first one, because higher skills could destroy too much in the real world. Once the enemies are gone, he tells Subaru to keep moving. He also explains that the top gold players are called the 7 Knights, a title given by the owners of their doors. The one behind Shikishima's power is an incarnation of Dragoon. The move he used is called Barrage of Dead Flames. As they head to the next gate, Shikishima tells the protagonist to start scouting future ones. Then Shikishima destroys the boss with one attack, clearing the gate in only 52 minutes. Subaru is blown away by how powerful a gold player really is. Shikishima apologizes for doing the whole gate himself, and says the next one will be MC's fight. Their next stop is a 4-star gate with a glass waterfall stage. The floor is covered in ice, making it hard to move, and places like this don't have weak monsters, just one boss. That boss is a level 42 class spirit shaped like a cat, and it jumps Subaru right away. He blocks it with the divine sword, but when he gets ready to strike again, he sees the boss is already healing. The divine sword uses too much mana to end this fast, so he hesitates. Saya offers to help, but Shikishima stops her. He wants Subaru to handle this alone, and says he'll step in only if the protagonist is about to lose. As the fight goes on, MC realizes blood mold doesn't work well on this icy ground. Out of options, he uses it to cover the cat's eyes, but the boss still tracks him. Watching the battle, Shikishima starts thinking Subaru may be too green to beat something this rare and dangerous. But Saya tells him not to count him out. She says he's already figured out a way to fight back. The protagonist makes a blood rope and loops it around the cat. Since the boss has no joints or normal senses, he decides not to waste the divine sword on it. Instead, he goes for pure force. Subaru combines the corpse fist spell he got from Vanquish with blood mold and pounds the boss again and again. He keeps attacking until the boss runs out of mana and can no longer heal. Shikishima is surprised by how fast Subaru read the boss and built a plan. He's even more impressed that MC mixed 2 skills together so well. Saya smiles, happy that Shikishima finally sees his talent. As the protagonist keeps fighting the boss, Shikishima realizes both of them are wearing out. Seeing that, he calls to MC and says he'll make an opening so Subaru can finish it. He takes that chance and brings the boss down, leveling up on the spot. Then he easily wipes out the cat spirit and clears the gate in only 48 minutes. Later, they stop by a sushi place where Subaru stares at the food with shining eyes. Shikishima asks what caught his attention, and the protagonist innocently says this is the first time he's ever seen sushi. Meanwhile, Saya plays with the cat spirit MC got from beating the boss. That spirit lets him recreate the boss by spending his own mana whenever he needs to. Shikishima says it's like Hirosaka's earrings that add 150 mana, or a coat that cuts damage by 50. He adds that his divine sword was also a reward from defeating Carrion. Subaru asks what the cat spirit can actually do, and Shikishima says an underwater summon like that is rare. He also suggests the protagonist give it a name. After a short pause, MC picks sushi. While they're eating, a loud noise suddenly comes from outside. An underworld monster, a level 54 griffin, has come out of a gate. Subaru and Shikishima rush out at once. The griffin grabs a little girl, but Shikishima and Saya stop it before it can escape. He attacks right away, making the griffin drop the girl safely into his arms. He gently sets her down. A man runs over in panic, shouting the girl's name. Subaru realizes it's one of the guys who used to bully him when he was weak. That man, Savatari, is the girl's older brother. Shikishima steps in and asks if he's really the same guy who bullied the protagonist, then tells him to thank the protagonist for saving his sister. but Savatari refuses to thank someone like Subaru. The girl ignores her brother and thanks MC and the others herself. Savatari snaps at her for that, then turns to him and calls him an insect. He sneers, asking why the protagonist looks so happy and whether he's planning revenge. MC stays calm, answering with only a quiet smile. That makes Savatari even madder, and he grabs Subaru by the shirt, saying he wishes he'd been chosen by a stronger door. He doesn't react. He just says he heard Savatari's testimony and knows he's not a murderer. Then he thanks him and walks away. Savatari is left stunned. Watching him, Shikishima thinks he'll understand someday just how different the protagonist really is. The three head back to the sushi shop and keep eating. Meanwhile, the girl asks Savatari what's wrong with him, and he clutches his head, crushed by how useless he feels. The next day, Subaru comes back to the sushi shop and finds it closed. At the same time, Savatari deletes an old video on his phone of himself bullying MC. One friend asks if he really erased it, and Savatari says yes. He says it isn't because he's scared he will get revenge, but he doesn't explain more. Then his friend notices a stir on the school grounds and points it out. Subaru gets a call from Shikishima, who tells him Taiga has shown up at his school. Savatari gets a message from his sister Kana, saying she wants pork cutlet for dinner. He pauses for a second before replying. Then his friend suddenly yanks him away from his phone and points toward the stadium. The two look out the classroom window in fear. Outside, Taiga is walking out of a purple door, wrapped in a terrifying aura. A strange dark door appears near Savatari and his friend by the ring in the gym. And it's not just there. Those doors are showing up everywhere, and someone looks ready to open one. Taiga tells the whole school these doors can give them new power, enough to rival a gold rank. Everyone is confused by what he's saying as he invites them to enter the gates and stand with him. At the same time, Shikishima shows Subaru a photo of the newly changed Taiga and says he's already inside the school. He's even more annoyed that Taiga copied his hairstyle. As they hurry to the school, the protagonist asks about the door behind Taiga in the photo. Shikishima says he doesn't know much about it, only that it feels dangerous. Then they take the fastest route to the school. Back at school, Savatari stares at the door while his friend wonders if they should enter it. Then Taiga walks into the classroom and asks what they're so worried about. He asks if they're really okay staying weak while others got stronger by beating the same trial. Savatari just stands there, lost in his memories. He remembers Kana crying in their messy room, asking why their parents weren't there. She blames herself, thinking they don't love her. He smiles and comforts her, saying she still has him and begging her not to cry. Later, he digs through trash in the street while workers kick him away. Freezing and starving, he stops outside a house where a family is celebrating their son's birthday. When the mother notices him watching, she shuts the curtains right away. Heartbroken, he wonders what will happen to Kana after he's gone. Just as he's ready to give up, a 5-star bronze door appears before him. Back in the present, Savatari asks Taiga why he's doing this when he's one of the chosen two. Taiga laughs and says MC was the real chosen one. He just stole MC's door. They've been told the doors pick people based on how pure their souls are, and Taiga refuses to believe his soul could be worse than his. The fact that he got a rainbow door makes him furious. He says the protagonist should have stayed beneath him forever, and declares he'll change the world with the back door that chose him. Then Taiga asks Savatari to join him, since they both want revenge on Subaru. Savatari doesn't feel that way, but he's too scared to refuse and get killed. He has to stay alive for his sister. As he walks toward the door with his friend, his phone goes off. It's a message from Kana, thanking him and saying he's kind for agreeing to pork cutlet. That sends him back to the past. When the bronze door appeared before him, he saw it as a way to take care of Kana. At school, Savatari built a bully group to get back at people who had looked down on them. Then the group hears Taiga transferred into their school, and that his brother goes there too. They find Subaru in a classroom, nervous and wearing glasses. Savatari picks on him, throwing stones and smearing him with a filthy mop. Even after Kana called him kind, he now sees the truth. He isn't kind at all. He's just a weak coward who hurt someone even weaker. Standing in front of the door with his phone, he doesn't know what to do. Then he suddenly asks his friend Itoshima to make pork cutlet for his sister tonight. The friend is confused but agrees. Savatari smiles at him and asks him to apologize to his sister for him too. After that, he turns to Taiga and gets ready to fight with his powers. Taiga asks why. Savatari says Subaru saved his sister yesterday. He remembers how MC didn't blame him at all. He thanked him instead. That made Savatari feel even smaller. He thinks back to lying on the ground, exhausted, worrying about Kana and what would happen to her if he died. He also remembers him risking himself to kill the griffin and save his sister. No matter how awful the world got, Subaru somehow made it feel like things could still be okay. Hearing that, Taiga jumps down and asks if he's really trying to get close to the guy he used to bully. Savatari says none of that matters now because he knows the protagonist has a huge heart and will forgive him. Meanwhile, MC and the gold ranks are almost at the school. Taiga looks shocked for a moment, but when he's called pathetic, he snaps and grabs Savatari by the head. Even at the end, Savatari only thinks about his sister. He just wants her to live happily. Subaru finally reaches the classroom and instantly charges at Taiga, yelling in rage. Taiga looks glad to see him, but he freezes when he spots Savatari lying in a pool of blood. Blinded by anger, the protagonist punches Taiga so hard he smashes through the classroom wall. Taiga barely seems bothered and smirks at the idea of fighting Subaru again. Both of them crash down with the rubble. MC doesn't suddenly care about Savatari, but he still can't understand why Taiga killed him. As they land, he roars in fury, and Taiga only grins. He wants to see MC's real strength. Then his blood gauntlet suddenly starts crumbling into dust. He stares at his hand in confusion. Taiga laughs at his expression and says it may be early, but it's more than enough to kill him. A gunshot pulls Taiga's attention away. He turns and sees the 3 gold ranks in the distance. Taiga laughs, saying this is the second time they've surrounded him. He mocks them, asking if they were really so shocked that he beat the girl. In the middle of his speech, Hirasaka cleanly cuts off his arm. Taiga is in terrible pain, but he still laughs and says it's the first time he's seen that kind of expression on Hirasaka's face. Hirasaka admits he's angry, and even he finds that surprising. Subaru can only stare at the top gold rank's power. Hirasaka asks if he's alright, and the protagonist nods. That sends Taiga into a rage, and he strikes back. A giant arm comes down, trying to crush Hirasaka. Hirasaka raises his sword to block, but it shatters. Still trying to process everything, Subaru shouts to him, but before he can do anything, Udo seals Taiga inside a golden wall. MC jumps back from the forming barrier, while Udo pours all his strength into keeping Taiga trapped. Since it's his second skill, using it outside a gate means Udo has broken the rules. While Taiga is locked in, Shikishima and Saya launch a joint attack, but Taiga shuts it down with ease. The golden wall starts to crack, and Taiga's laughter rings out as it finally breaks apart. Even Udo is shocked by how strong Taiga is. His power is way beyond what anyone expected. The group already knows Taiga's smoke has some kind of special effect. Udo asks Hirasaka if he can use his other skills, but Hirasaka says that would only put more people in danger. That's exactly what Taiga wants. Shikishima keeps thinking about the hidden effect of Taiga's skill, remembering how Kinokawa's hands and feet crumbled and aged away in an instant after fighting him. If Shikishima is right, Taiga's special power speeds up time. Right then, Subaru rushes him out of nowhere. Shikishima tries to hold him back, warning that the smoke ages anything it touches, but he charges in anyway. He breaks through and lands a hit on Taiga, his face covered in blood. He kept using blood mold to make fresh blood around his body, and that shielded him from the smoke. Taiga stares in confusion, and Subaru tells him he's done being scared. Then he powers up with a spell called Immortal Inverness. The protagonist's words only make Taiga angrier. A bunch of doors suddenly appear around them, close to the players. Subaru notices purple doors leaking smoke, so everyone moves to the center. Even Hirasaka is surprised. He's never seen a skill that summons doors before. Taiga says if MC can block the smoke, then he'll just kill his friends instead. He shuts his eyes and remembers Sayaka dying because of him. Now the whole group is boxed in by thick smoke with no way out. Seeing that, Hirasaka lets Shikishima and Udo use their second-level skills without holding back. The tension inside the protagonist snaps, and he demands to know how Taiga dared to touch his friends. He's completely consumed by rage, and that hatred triggers his conditional skill, giving him a 30% boost as long as the hate stays strong. Before, that buff barely mattered because the gap was too big. Now Subaru is stronger than Taiga, and the two charge straight at each other. Smoke wraps around Taiga while MC comes down from above. Taiga blocks the kick, but he can barely hold on to the impact, and his arm breaks from the force. Subaru follows with blood whips that coil around Taiga's injured arm. Even with Taiga screaming, he doesn't let up and smashes him away with a brutal punch, sending blood everywhere. With Immortal Inverness, he boosts his nervous system and takes control of the tentacles coming out of his armor. He doesn't need to guide them by hand anymore, and once they catch someone, getting away is almost impossible. Taiga crashes down, badly hurt. Then a voice comes from the black door, saying Subaru's blood control comes from Vanquish, so Taiga has no chance like this. Shikishima yells for the protagonist to stop because they still need answers from Taiga. That pulls him out of his rage. The rainbow in his eyes fades, and he asks how they're supposed to deal with the smoke. Shikishima says Saya might be able to clear it. Blood spreads across the ground near the door, and the group gets uneasy from the sharp iron smell. Shikishima explains the smoke is caused by a chemical reaction, and it fades when it touches the fog particles. Then he faces the door and asks if he's right. A giant yellow eye suddenly appears from the black door, and the voice praises them for figuring out its power so fast. When Shikishima asks what it wants, the thing says it plans to destroy the sky clock. Subaru and the others are stunned. It also brings up a prophecy about Hirasaka, Shikishima, and Udo, saying Taiga will kill them soon. MC rejects that at once. He says he'll never let it happen. The creature laughs, calling him the most watchful one in the whole group. Subaru demands its name, and it answers that it is Kokugaiji, the Black Amniotic King. Nearby, some students talk by a fence about Taiga losing. Elsewhere, 3 people meet on the school roof, and one of them asks Kei what they should do. Then they spot a dark presence on a nearby rooftop. Taiga stays quiet, thinking hard. Back at the battle, Kokugaiji says it wants to destroy the whole world. Subaru tries to attack in fury, but the door vanishes and pulls Taiga inside. All three gold ranks strike at the door to stop the creature from getting away, but they can't break it before it disappears. Afterward, Saya mocks them for letting it escape, and Shikishima says he couldn't move because something restrained him. During the fight, 2 more enemies had appeared on the rooftop, and he says they're even stronger than Taiga. That makes Subaru realize the enemy is already ahead of them. Inside the door, Kokugaiji scolds Taiga for being weak and losing to the gold ranks. Still, it offers to make him stronger, and welcomes every player who chose to enter the doors. One player says they'll betray Kokugaiji right away if they don't get stronger. Kei is among them, along with a man in a black suit. Kei tells him he only entered because he saw him there. Kokugaiji sounds pleased, and tells them to get ready for the plan. Later, Sawatari's funeral is held outside the gate. His sister clutches his picture and stares blankly at the ground. Itashima is there too, and he tells Subaru that Sawatari apologized to him with his last words. Later on, he sits with Shikishima and tells him about the black door. After the incident, 5 students were found at the school, and more people have gone missing from the city. The protagonist says he wants to get stronger, and asks about Sayaka before entering the next door. Shikishima tells him he'd be better off training with Hirasaka. The next day, Subaru goes to meet Hirasaka with Saya. Shikishima figured he couldn't teach MC much himself, since their fighting styles were too different, so he decided the top rank was the better choice. He is thrilled to learn from him. On the way to their gate, they run into the Happy Yamada Club, a silver team led by Yamada. They say they've already claimed that gate, but Hirasaka checks his book and apologizes. His door is in Narima City. It's a 4-star gate called the Mysterious Jungle. As they enter, Hirasaka warns Subaru that a gate's rating is only a rough guess. A second later, the protagonist yells when he realizes Hirasaka is standing in a swamp. Hirasaka doesn't move and sinks all the way under. MC remembers Shikishima, warning him to be careful around Hirasaka, since raw strength is basically his whole thing. He thinks about using blood mold to help, but a giant iron ant suddenly appears. Hirasaka instantly uses Titan's blade, cuts down the ant, and gets out of the swamp in the same move. Subaru can't help feeling lucky that this guy became a player. Meanwhile, Hirasaka thinks he almost died. Growing up, Hirasaka never had any special talent. His parents hoped he'd be smart, but instead of giving up on him, they kept loving and supporting him. In 4th grade, he once saved a friend from being bullied, but the very next day, that same friend joined the bullies and beat him up. That betrayal hit Hirasaka hard, and he learned people often betray others because of their own weakness. From then on, he swore he'd never betray anyone, believing that one day it would lead him to a real friend. Back in the gate, he gets stuck in the swamp again, asks him for help, and he pulls him out. Hirasaka says the enemy seemed to have good instincts, so he was testing it out. A moment later, a huge swamp creature bursts out and tries to eat him. Now the protagonist gets it. Hirasaka always goes first against unknown enemies, so his friends won't be the ones in danger. After they beat the swamp monster, Subaru hands him a towel. Hirasaka laughs and says he came prepared. MC explains, Shikishima gave him all that stuff. He said they'd need those items for the raid. That makes Hirasaka laugh even harder, saying Shikishima has the roughest time dealing with him out of all their teammates. While he and Hirasaka are inside the gate, Shikishima is stuck doing paperwork. Udo tells him to slow down and make Hirasaka help too, but Shikishima just gets madder and says that's pointless because Hirasaka is terrible at desk work. They're already short on people, since Kinakawa is still in the hospital. Hirasaka explains that he's been with the other 3 gold ranks since the Players' Federation was founded. They've fought together for 8 years. That's why he couldn't stay calm when he learned what Taiga did to Kinakawa. He tells Subaru he has no choice now. He has to defeat his brother. The protagonist hates Taiga, too, so he says he's ready for whatever comes. Soon they reach a cliff. Even without seeing clearly, Hirasaka says the boss is about 20 kilometers away. One of his skills lets him zoom his vision up to 100 times. The boss is a giant tree with glowing eyes called the gun turret spirit tree. The moment it spots them, it attacks. Hirasaka notices it once and throws up his golden sword to shield them. The attacks cause huge explosions across the area around them. Hirasaka says this is exactly why gate ratings are only estimates. Even though this is supposed to be a 4-star gate, that boss is clearly at low 5-star level. Subaru starts panicking, realizing they'd probably be dead if Hirasaka hadn't blocked the attack. He uses his blood ability to fly high into the air, but it burns mana fast, so he can't stay up for long. Hirasaka tells him he did enough, because the boss is already dead. While they were airborne, he used Warp Edge, a spell that lets him warp his slash anywhere he can see. It costs a lot of mana, but if he aims it right, even top-level enemies can go down. After beating the boss, the 3 leave the gate. Hirasaka apologizes for taking out the boss by himself and asks Subaru not to tell Shikishima, but it's already too late. MC already sent in the report. As Shikishima angrily drags Hirasaka inside, he says goodbye to him, tells the protagonist to get ready for tomorrow because he's booking a 5-star gate. That catches MC off guard since he's never entered a 5-star gate before. Sitting on his bed, he tells himself he needs to understand how Hirasaka fights, but even after thinking it over for a long time, he still learns nothing. At the same time, the man in the black suit tells one of his men it's time to start their plan. In Shinagawa City, a player group called Grax runs into KB and his friend right after they come out of a purple gate. Something similar happens in Bunkyo City, where Giulietta is suddenly attacked by a player trying to kill him. The man in the black suit is behind it all, and as he adjusts his glasses, he declares that the hunt has started. Back at headquarters, Giulietta calls Shikishima and reports that he killed someone. Angry, Shikishima reminds him he should still be confined until his punishment is decided. Giulietta says he was attacked first and only fought back to survive. When Shikishima asks who the attacker was, Giulietta checks the player card and says it was Kishikawa, a copper rank player. He adds that even if Kishikawa wasn't that strong, his insect control skill was strange. It seemed tied to the black faction Shikishima had already warned them about. Shikishima searches the records and realizes Kishikawa's spell matches nothing on file. That makes him think the Black Door may be handing out new abilities to these players. And Giulietta wasn't the only target. The whole Grax team was beaten by the black faction. During the fight, Giulietta felt that Kishikawa's system worked differently from normal players, a lot like Subaru's Rainbow Door powers. Elsewhere, a man calls Kei to say everything is moving as planned. Even though one of their people lost to Giulietta, the boss says he already wiped out the top silver rank team, and that the gold ranks are next. The story moves to another city, where Subaru, Hirasaka, and Kusaka from reconnaissance stand before a 5-star gate. Kaizuka goes over how they study and clear the gate. He notices the ring on her finger and asks if she's married. She says yes, and explains that after marrying, she left frontline work because being a player is too dangerous. Then Shikishima brought her into reconnaissance. She adds that her family was in the city when the whale attacked. Kusaka thanks the protagonist for saving them. The gate they're entering is called the Seat of Storm and Thunder. It has 2 sections, a garden and a palace, with 2 thrones at the top. Hirasaka asks if that's where the boss stays, and Kusaka says the boss could be sitting on either throne. Subaru is stunned to hear there are 2 bosses. He remembers fighting a 2-boss pair in a 2-star gate, but never thought his first 5-star gate would have the same setup. Hirasaka reassures him and helps settle his nerves before they head inside. As the 3 go in, Kei, who was waiting outside, makes his move against them. He calls someone and orders them to open the black door in 10 minutes. On the other side of that call, Taiga appears in a transformed form. Inside the 5-star gate, the team reaches a huge palace, and Hirasaka instantly feels that something is off. He tells Saya to seal the door. She does it, and the moment it closes, dark clouds roll in, violent winds rise, and a crushing pressure fills the area. Then the 2 bosses show themselves, Storm Delta, level 89, and Thunder Killam, level 93. Both of them recognize the Shining Knight in the group, and immediately dislike the presence of Subaru and Saya. Once the fight starts, Knight soldiers rush in, each one stronger than the whale MC fought before. He yells for Saya to spend whatever mana she needs, and she starts firing off one spell after another. Seeing how bad things are, Subaru knows he has to go all out right away. He instantly uses Immortal Inverness and charges forward. Hirasaka lifts 2 fingers and golden light wraps around the guards. Then a giant blade bursts from the ground and tears several of them apart. Even that isn't enough, and half the guards stay on their feet. In the middle of the fight, Hirasaka notices the protagonist aiming for one guard's leg, but the guard catches Subaru by the leg, whips him over and slams him down hard. Dazed, MC takes a punch to the chest that breaks his suit. The hit is stronger than anything he's taken before, even from Sushi or Carrion. The guard goes in again, but Hirasaka shouts to Subaru. With rainbow eyes blazing, he kicks the guard and drives in an elbow, finally breaking through its defense. Shaken but stubborn, he says he didn't come here just to slow Hirasaka down. He traps the guard with a blood whip, twists its body, then crushes it with a drill attack. The level 54 Thunderstorm Knight goes down, but Subaru is rattled when he barely gets anything for it. No level up, only a few points. He's still level 31, with a third of his health left and half his mana spent just to beat one guard, and now 4 more close in. The protagonist pulls out his Divine Chisel, but hesitates to waste a costly move. Then the knights activate Vajra sword skill, creating weapons out of nowhere. That's when Subaru realizes what 5th level difficulty really means. As he braces himself, Thushaka watches the knights surround him. MC's face goes cold, and a small smile appears. The night before, alone in his hotel room, he had been thinking about the raid. No matter how much he respects Hirasaka, he knows he can't become him, and he doesn't have to. Shikishima didn't send him there to copy Hirasaka. He sent him to fight beside him with everything he had. Covered in blood, Subaru decides to get stronger, not just in level, but in focus, preparedness, and the will to live. Memories of Sayaka's death, Sawatari's suffering, and Kana's loss harden his resolve. When the guards attack again, Subaru leaps straight at them. He blocks their blades with the chisel, but nearly collapses. Then one of them slices through his blood armor from behind. That sends the protagonist into a rage. Using blood tentacles, he grabs the guard's arm, cuts it off, and takes its head next. The others freeze in shock as he drops the level 59 enemy. Badly wounded, Subaru finally levels up, and his health and mana recover. When the guards rush him again, MC disappears and reappears in the sky. He swings his chisel and kills 2 more knights, levels 53 and 63. He levels up again. In the rain, Subaru's rainbow eyes lock onto the last terrified guards. Something in him has changed. Earlier, Shikishima had told Hirasaka not to save him until the very end, and not to give him advice. When Hirasaka asked why, Shikishima said the protagonist had the talent to reach their level. He just needed real combat and pressure to force out his full power. Shikishima admitted he wasn't good at teaching, so he asked Hirasaka to inspire Subaru by showing him true strength. After calling Hirasaka the strongest, Shikishima left him to think about that. Now standing in the rain, Hirasaka smiles at the memory. As the guards charge, he cuts them down with 2 quick swings. Watching MC, Hirasaka wonders if he could one day become a light for others. He remembers the report about a 6-star gate appearing. 8 years have passed since the first gate, and even the top players are starting to feel hopeless. When gates first appeared, 3 stars was the highest level. 3 years later, 4-star gates showed up, then 5-star gates after that. Each extra star made things 10 times harder. The association believes a 6-star gate will appear soon, and Shikishima thinks a 7-star gate could come in 4 years. During a talk at headquarters, Shikishima asks Hirasaka if they're 10 times stronger than they were 2 years ago. Hirasaka admits they aren't. To clear a 6-star gate, they'd need the whole gold rank team. Frustrated, Shikishima says players may soon fall behind gates that keep growing harder. He wonders who could survive something 10 times worse than a 5-star gate. Then he realizes the sky clock would fail after just one mistake, because the time limit on 5-star gates is already at its edge. He starts thinking humanity may have to accept defeat. Hirasaka feels the same weight, especially when he thinks about the friends he could lose. Then Shikishima gets a call from Kinokawa. She's at the hospital with Udo, helping question suspects in a murder case, and she shares something strange. A rainbow door has appeared, and that instantly grabs both Shikishima and Hirasaka's attention. Back in the fight, Subaru throws everything he has at another knight. Using his heaven sword, he clashes with the guard, every move sharp and exact. Hirasaka watches, impressed that he is now relying only on sword skill. During the exchange, the protagonist steps onto the guard's arm and unleashes Divine Chisel, cutting straight through it. He brings down the level 56 Wind and Thunder guard with fierce focus. Subaru starts to understand his weapon better. By aiming with the tip, he can pierce tougher defenses while using less mana. Hirasaka sees that MC is improving, not from lessons, but from learning in battle. Above them, Saya uses Killing Field, spreading blood drops that explode on impact. Even so, she realizes her attacks aren't enough to beat guards at that level, so she shifts to thinning them out for Subaru and Hirasaka, while also trying to recover Sayaka's body. Just when a golden sword is about to strike her, he cuts in and splits it apart. He tells Saya to stay safe and watch herself, then turns back to his fight and joins Hirasaka again. He admits how frustrating it is that leveling up has become this hard. Hirasaka says the palace may be a bonus stage, like the cat boss stage Subaru saw before, where only bosses appeared. The protagonist realizes the guards are being summoned by a skill, which is why they give almost no experience. That means there are only 2 real bosses here, Thunder and Storm on their thrones. Storm comments on how focused the players are, and Thunder grins, asking whether they'll send someone stronger or finally fight themselves. Lightning tears across the sky. Subaru decides to keep farming knights to level up, but Hirasaka feels they're wasting energy. He thinks the bosses are trying to force them to reveal their best moves. Then Thunder and Storm step out of the palace. Hirasaka's eyes widen when he sees them move in. He thinks about using Warp Edge, a sword skill that burns 80% of his mana and can split the ground itself. But before he can act, the rain suddenly stops, and the storm clouds disappear. The bosses appear behind them and warn them not to try anything clever. They want a fair fight and are ready to face the players directly. Facing the 2 bosses, they're both stunned to realize these monsters can speak. Subaru remembers meeting a talking boss before in the soldier dumping ground. Most bosses act like beasts, attacking any intruder on sight. But these 2 are different. They can control the weather and think ahead. Before the battle starts, Hirasaka asks if they have time to talk. The bosses are surprised and ask what he wants to say. Tightening his fist, Hirasaka asks about the doors, what they are, and why they keep showing up in this world. The 2 bosses look stunned and ask if Ludwig never told him anything. The owner of the gate who gave him that power. That makes Hirasaka wonder if they're tied to the one behind the doors. They admit they've been stuck here for a very long time and say they'll tell them what they can. Subaru and Hirasaka are stunned that they might learn the world's secrets this easily. Not trusting his memory, Hirasaka quickly pulls out his phone to record everything. But the moment the bosses start talking, their words break apart into glitchy nonsense. Annoyed, they apologize and explain that some kind of seal stops them from saying it. Subaru asks if that means there are limits on what they can reveal. Still not giving up, Hirasaka asks if they can write it down instead. He knows Shikishima will be furious if he comes back with nothing. The bosses shut that down too. It can't be done. Instead, they offer a deal. Beat them, and they'll get closer to the truth. Then they decide who fights who with a few rounds of rock, paper, scissors. Storm wins and picks Hirasaka. He rushes in without warning, and Hirasaka barely blocks in time. As they trade blows, Storm praises his power and says Ludwig picked the right possessor. That's when Hirasaka realizes this thing is stronger than anything he's faced before. At the same time, Subaru ends up across from the Thunder boss. The pressure makes him step back. Thunder clicks his tongue, annoyed that he has to deal with the hated immortal possessor. MC nervously asks what that means, but Thunder only says it isn't his fault, and leaves it there. Even with that terrifying pressure, he feels strangely calm. The way the boss talks so casually throws him off and makes him forget how dangerous this is. Thunder says he'll enjoy himself before killing him. Then he fires lightning before Subaru can react. The protagonist misjudges the attack and takes it head-on, burning his body so badly it's almost unrecognizable. The Thunder boss calls him weaker than a crushed bug. While he mocks MC, Hirasaka looks back for a split second, and Storm uses that opening to land a brutal hit that destroys one of Hirasaka's eyes. Meanwhile, Thunder picks up Subaru's divine sword and notices it survived the lightning untouched. From that he figures out the sword is what makes him so dangerous, and that he must be the possessor of the immortal god Vanquish. As Thunder thinks about what to do next, Saya cries out. He warns her not to interfere unless she wants the same end as Subaru. Through tears she remembers the protagonist telling her to stay safe. Instead, she screams for him to get up. Thunder brushes it off, saying MC's legs are gone and he can't fight anymore. Then his voice cuts through the noise. He tells Saya to stay back. Like he did against Taiga, he covered himself in a half-hardened layer of blood. Even without his hands and feet, he's still alive, with just 117 GP left. And instead of despairing, Subaru sees a chance. If he survives this, he'll come out much stronger. The Thunder boss stares at him and asks if he really blocked lightning with blood. Then he mocks the protagonist's mangled body and calls him a disgusting, hated immortal. Storm, on the other hand, is having way too much fun, laughing while he attacks Hirasaka. He says he respects him. Losing his right eye still hasn't slowed him down enough. Hirasaka answers that his one remaining eye shines brighter now, so his strikes will hit even sharper. His next blow catches the boss off guard and sends him flying back. Storm laughs again, but Hirasaka reminds him that not everyone starts out strong. When they were weak, they still fought through moments just like this. He decides that beating Storm will make him stronger still, then activates his fifth skill, Imperial Radiance. It boosts all his stats and skill effects by 130%, at the cost of mana. Storm asks if this is Hirasaka's trump card, and says he's impressive, just as expected. Then he charges in with a punch. Meanwhile, Subaru's fight with Thunder looks completely one-sided. He tries to run, but dodging lightning moving at insane speed is nearly impossible. The only way to live is to predict Thunder's next move and keep moving without pause. One mistake means instant death. As the boss keeps pressuring him, Subaru starts to panic. If this keeps up, all the soldiers around him will be wiped out, and with his current HP, one more bolt will kill him. So he gambles on leveling up to heal. At last, a soldier crosses his path, and MC smashes its head off. Thunder watches in surprise as Subaru levels up, restoring his health and raising his stats too. His HP fills back up, and even his missing body parts grow back. Thunder is a little impressed but still sure he can't win. The protagonist fires a compressed blood attack, and Thunder blocks it with one fist. He says the power-up changes nothing. Subaru leaps into the air and attacks again. Annoyed, Thunder says he finally gets why MC was chosen as the hated immortal possessor. He sneers at that stubborn will. He refuses to give up, clings to life, and keeps doing things he sees as pointless. A blast of thunder erupts into the air, knocking the protagonist's strike away. The protagonist realizes that at this rate, he won't even land one clean hit before the boss overwhelms him. Thunder tells him tricks don't matter against real power. Even if MC finds an opening, he still won't do any damage. Then Sushi suddenly grabs the divine sword and starts walking toward him. Thunder instantly blasts Sushi with lightning, but instead of dying, Sushi revives by using mana, which throws the boss off. Even Subaru had forgotten Sushi could regenerate. He starts to think Sushi understood his plan and is trying to help. The protagonist calls out and tells Sushi to bring him the sword. Sushi throws it toward him, but right after that, Thunder appears in front of Subaru to snatch it first. Just as he reaches for the blade, MC laughs, and a giant Sushi appears behind him. Thunder reacts fast and destroys Sushi with one kick. In that moment, he realizes Sushi is a familiar link to his soul. While Thunder is distracted, the protagonist pours power into his divine sword. He dumps all his mana into one attack and wipes out every soldier on the ground. That pushes him to level 35. Thunder immediately moves to strike again, furious, demanding to know why Subaru clings to life so hard, and why he'd go this far just to keep living. Hearing that, MC remembers the life where everyone treated him like an insect. Then he thinks of the people who stood by him. He tells Thunder he just wants to see his friend again, Sayaka. Their time together was short, but hunting beside her mattered to him. He wants to meet her again and thank her. He wants to apologize too and grow stronger with her. Thunder looks confused, so Subaru explains that this is why he bet everything on his plan. He believed unlocking his second skill at level 35 had a high chance of opening a third door, and he was right. The rainbow door appears. When the Thunder Boss is pulled into the door, he sees Vanquish, who tells him to get ready to pay for hurting his possessor. Vanquish praises Subaru, saying he did well and won. Using blood, he grabs him and tells Thunder the kid will return stronger, but Thunder isn't finished with Vanquish. He still remembers being killed by him before. Roaring, he charges up another thunder attack and swears he won't let him leave. As he attacks, he walks right through the door. Vanquish sets the protagonist down and asks if he really likes showing up half dead in front of him. The protagonist still can't believe this is really Vanquish. Then Vanquish heals him with a spell, letting him stand again. MC looks over and realizes the Thunder Boss is completely enraged. Vanquish tells him to leave, since this is his gate. Thunder yells back that Vanquish is the one who interfered in a one-on-one fight. He says he'll deal with Vanquish after he kills the boy. Vanquish, annoyed, tells him not to use a warrior's rules on a king. Thunder was the one who entered the human world without permission and forced these fights in the first place. Even so, Vanquish accepts and merges with Subaru to take control of his body. He says he'll show him how blood mold is really used. Vanquish is mildly impressed that he reached level 35. The Thunder Boss can't believe he plans to beat him with that body. Vanquish just smirks and says it's more than enough for someone who's already burned through his strength. Before Thunder can answer, Vanquish casually slaps him and blows his head apart. He tells him he's never leaving this gate alive. Inside, Subaru is stunned that his own body just did that. The boss regenerates, but Vanquish instantly blasts him with Bloodshot. Then he fuses the blood together, layers a curse over it, and makes it spin into a vortex, turning Thunder into a mess of flying flesh. Still, the boss refuses to lose so easily. He strikes back and actually surprises Vanquish. As the fight keeps going, the boss gets hit by another burst of blood. Shocked, Subaru asks if Vanquish was always this strong. Vanquish gets offended and tells him to quit looking down on him. The protagonist asks how he can hurt an enemy this strong when it keeps regenerating. He remembers the cat boss had a similar skill and only took real damage after its MP ran out. Vanquish explains that he puts a curse on his blood before firing it. That makes the attack hit the enemy's soul, not the body, so it's perfect against monsters with strong healing. The Thunder Boss gets even angrier. Subaru asks why the boss hates Vanquish so much. Vanquish says he killed him in the underworld and sealed him behind the gate. Then he turns back to the boss and says he's done playing around. Once they clash again, it's obvious who's winning. The Thunder Boss gets pounded by compressed blood and complains he isn't at full power. Vanquish says that's exactly his problem. He's always depended on raw power. That's why warriors like him never reach their peak. If he'd finished the MC right away, he wouldn't be dealing with this now. The fight was over. The second Subaru opened the door, MC was ready to push past his limits to win. Before the boss can answer, Vanquish blows him apart again. Then he looks at him and says he needs to start taking this seriously. Subaru can only stare, completely stunned. Beside him, Vanquish calmly folds his arms into his sleeves and watches with a confident smile. The protagonist glances at him, amazed by how easily he crushed the Thunder Boss. For the first time, he really wonders who Vanquish is in this strange world. Then the system window changes. The boss defeat message disappears, and a new alert says the boss has revived. MC's shock turns into panic. He throws his arms out and calls to Vanquish, but Vanquish just smiles and tells him not to freak out. He says this is only Thunderkillem's leftover power. The boss used Storm Perusia level 5, a weather god skill that revives him with 5% HP, but it only works once every 240 days. Covered in crackling lightning, the Thunder Boss leans forward and screams in rage. Vanquish doesn't move. With one flick of his fingers, he slams the boss to the ground, forcing him down. The boss lifts his head, growling with anger, and Subaru is stunned. He didn't even know a revival skill like this existed. Vanquish explains that bosses like this have strong souls, but after reviving, they often lose their senses. A chill runs through him. He realizes Thunderkillem is only manageable because Vanquish is here. Without him, even this weakened boss would be impossible to face. That makes him think of Hirosaka, who may be fighting something just as terrifying. Cutting into his thoughts, Vanquish reminds him about the trial. Raising one finger, he declares that Subaru's test is to beat the revived Thunderkillem. The protagonist stares in disbelief. Vanquish warns that if he fails, he's useless. He also says he won't step in, even if MC is about to die. Instead, he tells him to light his hatred. Confused, Subaru says he has no reason to hate the Thunder Boss. Vanquish explains that anyone chasing something has something they hate, and for most people it's themselves. He still doesn't get it. Vanquish says it may come from being treated like an insect by others. Deep down, the protagonist hated himself for being weak. That's also why he can throw his life away for other people so easily. Vanquish tells him that way of thinking is wrong. He shouldn't hate himself for being weak. He should hate the weakness itself. Hatred isn't meant to trap him in the past, but to make him stronger and push him forward. Those words hit hard, and tears start running down Subaru's face. He grips his divine chisel and walks toward the boss. Vanquish tells him that if he can awaken that hatred and grow stronger, then one day he may finally love himself and be truly happy. After leveling up, Subaru got a new skill called Cursed Blood. It uses mana to curse blood mold, letting it damage the enemy's soul instead of the body. With a cold look, MC walks toward the boss and apologizes for the wait. As Thunderkillum laughs arrogantly, he charges his blade and gets ready to finish it. Meanwhile, the Storm boss is struggling against Hirosaka. When the boss tries to escape, the top rank traps him with his second spell and locks him in place. He's been using Imperial Radiance, which burns through mana fast. He has only 48 seconds left to end this fight, so he goes for Flying Dragon Slash. The strike is so strong it cuts the boss in half. The Storm boss realizes the player is getting stronger and stronger. As it regenerates, Hirosaka uses Giant Beast Breaker and slices it in half again. He keeps pressing the attack until the Storm boss can't heal fast enough. His 7th skill lets him use techniques from famous commanders trained under Ludwig. After beating the boss, Hirosaka drops to the ground from exhaustion. He nearly burned through all his mana and health. While searching for Subaru, he spots the rainbow door in the distance. Then a notification says the boss has revived, and he realizes he let his guard down. The boss rushes him at full speed while Hirosaka is still on the ground. Before it can hit him, the protagonist appears with a rainbow glow around him. He lands a curse blow and completely destroys the boss. He has reached level 45. Since Vanquish beat the earlier boss while using MC's body, the kill counted for MC. He doesn't get XP for this second boss because he only landed the finishing hit. Hirosaka lifts a hand to his left eye, which darkens for a moment as a notice appears. His level rises from 84 to 85, and then his eye returns to normal. Subaru gives a small smile as they stand there after the battle. Hirosaka thanks him, and admits the fight was dangerous. With his eyes closed, he smiles and says he's grateful he saved him. Then Hirosaka notices the protagonist's level didn't go up. The protagonist awkwardly explains it's because he only did the last 5% of the damage, and gate rules give no XP if you deal less than 20. Renji wonders how he never knew that. MC loudly calls for Saya and Sushi. Hearing him, she peeks out from the palace. Saya and Sushi pop out from the roof. Surprised, she smiles, and the cat on her shoulder yawns as she says she's relieved Subaru is safe. He thanks her and says it's finally over. At last, the group decides to leave the gate. They enter a room together and find 3 people waiting. One is Udo, and another is Japan's #1 healer, Hoshizaki Ryuji. Udo reveals that Subaru set a new record by clearing a 5-star gate in 22 minutes. The healer thanks Hirosaka for his work. He's also revealed to be Kusaka's younger brother, and because of the attack, the whole recon department has been pulled back. Hirosaka notices another man in the room, with his face badly bruised, and asks who he is. Udo says it's Ki, a former bronze rank now tied to Taiga. Kemifel angrily denies serving anyone, and demands a fight. Udo says he got an anonymous tip, and when he approached Kemi, the guy attacked him and got arrested. He waves his book, making Kemi even madder, then mentions questioning him about the Black Faction. After that, Udo turns to him and asks about the 5-star gate. Subaru smiles shyly, but Hirosaka answers first, and admits he thought they were dead for sure. Udo lifts Kemi up like a little kid and gets ready to load him into the car. He tells them to write everything in the report and take the next day off. Hirosaka tries to sneak away with a grin, ready to enjoy the break, but someone grabs his collar. Udo drags him to the car and says Shikishima needs him. As they part, Hirosaka says they'll meet again. The protagonist and Saya wave goodbye, and even the cat lifts a paw. Then Saya calls out to Subaru, but he stares off to the side and says he's figured out how to meet Sayaka. MC and Saya sit on a rooftop, looking at the system screen in front of them. The description says a soul can be replaced, but only if the original soul is restored to a living state. Saya touches her chest and wonders if Sayaka's soul is still inside her body. He smiles and says it looks that way. She thinks about how her body has slowly been recovering, and Subaru assures her it's only a matter of time before Sayaka returns. Saya agrees with a bright smile. Suddenly the protagonist cheers and throws up his fists in excitement. Startled, the vampire looks at him. He jumps into the air, celebrating while the cat hangs onto his back. Saya joins him, flapping her wings. She claps and gives him a small bow to congratulate him. Then Subaru and the cat land on a big red inflatable cushion on the roof that he made with the impact, bounce up, and drop back onto the roof. Saya asks what reward he got for clearing the 5-star mission, and MC says he almost forgot. He says he got 2 items as the reward. One of them also came from the other boss. Through Hirosaka, he now has 2 earrings. One is a red thunder earring that adds electric shock to attacks, and the other is a blue storm earring that boosts movement with wind. To Saya's surprise, Subaru hands both earrings to her. She just stares at them, then loudly protests. He calmly says she needs protection, because he still isn't strong enough to keep her safe. Flustered, Saya thanks him, and slowly puts the earrings on. While fastening them, she shyly asks how she looks. Subaru smiles, and says they look perfect on her. Overcome with embarrassment, she blushes hard and suddenly shoots up into the air, Caught off guard, the protagonist calls after her and wonders how high she's going. The cat on his shoulder says nothing, then suddenly slaps him across the face with its paw, snapping his head to the side. Subaru stares in shock and asks what that was for, but the cat just turns away and strolls off. Typical cat. Elsewhere, MC's father, who is also Taiga's stepfather, lounges around with a glass of champagne, wondering where his idiot sons are. Nearby, a woman on her phone tells him not to stand by the big window wearing only a robe. This is Keiko, Taiga's real mother, and his stepmom, and she's busy ordering necklaces. As he opens the fridge, the dad thinks it's surprising. The protagonist ended up becoming both a player and a guardian. Still, he figures it runs in the family, and smugly looks forward to making even more money. Then the front door opens with a loud sound, cutting him off. Taiga is standing there. Annoyed, the dad demands to know who let him in, and how he got a key. Taiga reaches out with a clawed hand and kills him on the spot, calling him disgusting. Without even looking up, Keiko asks her husband to pour her some champagne, since the maid is gone. When she finally turns around, she sees Taiga holding a wine glass in that clawed hand. She goes completely still. At first she's confused, but once she realizes it's Taiga, she casually looks back at her phone. Meeting her eyes, Taiga calmly says he's home. He's even a little surprised she recognized him like this. She says she's his mother, so of course she did, then asks what happened to him. Before he can answer, she cuts him off, smiles at her phone and shows off a necklace set she bought. 5 pieces for 20 million. Dark smoke starts to rise around Taiga. He says that proves she really is his mother. She doesn't care at all, even after seeing how much he's changed. Now she's starting to get scared as he sarcastically thanks her for making him come back. Then he says he never should have been born. He lets the glass fall, watches it shatter, and says the world and he himself are worthless. As the darkness thickens, Taiga says that's exactly why all of them need to disappear together. The next day, the news confirms the couple is dead. Officials say the building collapsed, and their bodies were badly mangled. Watching the report, Subaru is stunned when he realizes one of them is his father. 2 bodies are found near the wreckage as investigators check the area. MC just stares at the rubble, frozen. Hirasaka is there too, and he asks Udo about the victims. Looking at a photo on his tablet, he says the injuries match the ones from Kinakawa. To him, this was probably Taiga's doing. Even so, he can barely believe Taiga really killed both his parents. Hirasaka then looks over at Subaru, who hasn't moved a bit. Shikishima gently asks if he's alright. Without looking back, he says he doesn't feel grief for his father. He's sad, but he can't mourn him. He kneels by the sign and wonders what Taiga is thinking now, and where his brother has gone. At the same time, Taiga arrives outside the Players Federation building. He heads up the stairs while people whisper about him, some even calling him the Demon King. A receptionist greets him with a smile, but dark smoke curls around his body. It quickly spreads through the room, and panic breaks out. Screams fill the building as Taiga silently takes over the whole place. Elsewhere, a magician is putting on a show in a public square, turning a cane into a bouquet, and sending doves into the air, to the crowd's delight. He announces the next trick, making the stick vanish. He finishes with a grin and spreads his arms as everyone cheers. Then a dark force tears apart the association building behind him. He spins toward the noise as the crowd gasps, and debris starts crashing down. Through the destruction, Taiga rises from the wreckage, wrapped in darkness as glass and stone rain around him. He's gained huge power, wisdom, and even beauty, but inside he feels empty. Looking down, he wonders what life is even for, and whether his brother has found a reason to keep living. Meanwhile, a white limousine races down the road. Inside are the gold ranks, heading to the scene. Udo sits with his arms crossed, glaring, while Hirasaka hangs his head in silence, faintly glowing. Tense and urgent, Shikishima barks orders over the phone. Protect the celestial clock, and don't stay in one place too long. Udo says Taiga played them well, using his parents' deaths to distract everyone, before hitting headquarters. He asks Shikishima how bad the damage is, and the answer is awful. At least 150 players are dead, with countless more injured. Shikishima curses under his breath, hit by how serious this has become. Then his phone rings. He hesitates but answers. An unfamiliar voice introduces himself as Kiryu Aize of the Dark Faction, and casually asks what they think of this declaration of war. Flames flare around Hirasaka, as anger fills the car. Shikishima demands to know what they want, and Kiryu says 6 more places are about to be attacked. He adds that Taiga is at one of them, then wishes them luck finding him. Furious, Hirasaka steps out of the limo with his sword drawn. He's clearly ready to cut down whatever gets in his way. Udo objects, but in the end he lets him go, because they can't risk losing more people. Shikishima stops Kiryu, and asks if he's the same guy who was spying on them at the school. When Kiryu confirms it, Shikishima promises to fill him with holes when they meet. Kiryu just says he'll be waiting for that, and hangs up. The call ends, and the gold players rush to figure out the 6 targets. Shikishima pieces it together. The enemy is after the celestial clock. He remembers Kokugaiji talking about breaking the sky clock. Since Taiga can accelerate time, they're probably planning to speed up the gates. If that pushes a door's time to 0, the sky clock gets penalized, as if the gate was failed. The best targets would be 5-star gates with lots of time left, and Shikishima says the celestial clock currently has 870 days 6 hours, 22 minutes, and 17 seconds remaining. If they destroy just 3 of those doors, the Dark Faction could turn the whole war around. Frowning, Shikishima decides they need defenders at all 5 doors. He orders everyone to alert the top ranks the moment they spot an enemy. Only the strongest are cleared to fight, with the gold players assigned to face Taiga himself. Just like that, the war begins. At the top of Shibuya 106, a gray-haired Dark Faction member drinks coffee while on the phone. Beside him, Himeno Yumino wonders why they don't just hit all 6 places at once. On the other end, Araya Kuhei says that would be boring. Yumino asks about Yatsurugi and whether he got crushed with headquarters, but Araya says he seems to have escaped. He also heard Yatsurugi is now going after Subaru, following Kiryu's orders. On a rooftop, the protagonist sits with Sushi when 3 Black Faction men approach him. He frowns as Kuroki Taichi blows a bubble with his gum, while Kaga Shingo glares with clear anger. The third man draws his blade and says he has nothing personal against Subaru, but he still has to die. MC stands and covers himself in blood armor. He says Shikishima already told him everything, so he can't let them run free. He doesn't hate them either, but he'll still beat them and make them tell him where Taiga is. The men mock him, and one asks if it's fine for all 3 of them to attack at once. He stays calm, keeping his eyes on them. The buzzcut guy talks big and says he'll humiliate him. Burning with quiet fury, Shingo yells that the protagonist can't even beat one of them, let alone all 3. Then a strange monster like a Halloween pumpkin appears in front of Subaru, and comments that his armor looks a lot like its own power. It jumps at him, shouting for him to get ready. MC stomps the ground, sending out a burst of red energy that slams into the monster. The hit blows apart Shingo's purple armor from the inside. Pieces scatter everywhere, and blood sprays from Shingo's mouth as he screams. He can't understand how he overpowered him. He forced blood into the armor's cracks and destroyed it from within, and as Shingo falls, he's left wondering what just happened. Tien watches with caution, realizing how exact and deadly that attack was. He knows the protagonist has gotten stronger, and with a dark smile, he challenges him. Tien lunges forward, while MC stays low in a guarded stance. As the twin swords swing, each slash sends out energy that tears deep cracks through the rooftop. Subaru studies the damage and realizes it's not normal. Ken must have mixed black smoke into his blades, which means taking a direct hit would be dangerous. Off to the side, Taichi watches the fight with a smirk. He says they should just stay out of it, and Kenmuff tells him to sit back and watch because he's got this. He asks why Kenmuff is so obsessed with fighting one-on-one, and what they really want. Kenmuff ignores that, leaps up and attacks again. Subaru raises a shield and blocks, knocking aside the strike as its energy bursts into the air. Kenmuff explains, they've known each other since childhood. He's the leader, Shingo is his underling, and Taichi has always watched from the sidelines. In other words, this is normal for them. As Kamba's Ken comes down with another strike, the protagonist barely dodges and keeps pressing him for answers, asking about the Black Faction and their plan to destroy the celestial clock. Still smirking, Kamba says there's no grand reason behind it. All he wants is to get stronger. He says everything he does is for one goal, beating the strongest players, even if that means siding with villains. Subaru can't make sense of that, and Kei acts like he's some manga delinquent. That mindset is too much for MC. He asks if that dream was really worth hurting innocent people like Miss Kusaka. Kei looks confused, like he doesn't even know who that is, so he clarifies. He means the 3 people they met in front of the 5-star gate. Kaiheng says those people brought it on themselves. If they left the front lines, it was because they were too weak. That cold answer sets Subaru off, and he drives a punch straight into Kei's face, sending him flying. When Kei gets back up, he's stunned. The protagonist is even faster now than he was against Shingo. MC glares at him and calls him out for hurting people who risk their lives to protect others. He says Kei's selfish dream is disgusting, and no dream is worth innocent lives. Then a status screen appears, showing his condition-based skill. His hatred is pushing his power way up. Kei is clearly rattled by this, but he still lifts his sword and refuses to back down. He yells at Subaru to stop getting in the way of his dream. The protagonist tightens his fist and casts a curse for the next strike, but before either side moves, Taichi steps in. Still in slippers, he casually walks up and kicks Kei in the back, cutting the fight short. Kei loses balance and drops to the ground. Taichi tells him to take the loss, and says the 3 of them can do better next time. Subaru turns to him and asks if he's next, but Taichi shocks him by saying he won't fight. He says he grew up with them, but that's not his only role. He's also one of Shikishima's subordinates. Taichi reveals he was sent into the Black Faction as a spy, and he's here to tell MC where the 6 gates are. As he lists the gates, he warns that the battle has already started. At the same time, Shikishima runs into Taiga at one of the gates. He had wanted to find the glasses guy, but this was even better. Taiga finally turns around and says Shikishima will be the first to die. Hearing that, Shikishima asks if he's talking about the door owner's prophecy, the one who said he'd kill every top gold ranker. Shikishima tells him not to look down on him. He activates his 5H skill and brings down Sulfur Rain. Taiga isn't phased. He coldly says the boss fight is only starting. While dodging the attacks, he remembers 3 years ago, when Shikishima already suspected him. He said Taiga was leveling way too slowly. The door owner Taiga stole from Subaru was Galea the battering ram, but Galea wouldn't work with him. Even after passing level 20, when a second door usually appears, nothing happened. At a meeting, the gold rankers guessed his next door might come at level 25, like it had for some others. But Shikishima still suspected Taiga had stolen a door. Taiga heard all of that while sitting outside the meeting room. Since they had no proof, he stayed quiet. Just when he thought he was safe, Shikishima said he knew someone with a skill that could expose lies. That sent Taiga into a panic. He cursed Shikishima for ruining his safety, and decided he'd kill him someday. Now in the present, Taiga stands before him, with a whole new body and power. He knows that old grudge was childish, but he still wants to finish it. By now, he's already drawn out Gallia's power with the skill he got from Kokugaiji. Taiga wraps himself in thick purple smoke, and rushes in with a heavy punch. Shikishima knows he's fast, but he can still track him. As Taiga closes in, Shikishima tells him not to underestimate him, and activates his third skill. Blue light surrounds him, and an explosion erupts around his body. Taiga reacts fast and escapes by using teleportation. Shikishima figures out he can only teleport inside the smoke's range. He tells Taiga his power is around that of a level 50 gold rank player, but Shikishima is level 82, so Taiga shouldn't stand a chance. Taiga lets out a long sigh as massive explosions start shaking the city. Shikishima looks back, confused, and Taiga explains they knew the gold rankers would head for the 5-star gates, so he pushed all the 4-star gates forward to the final minute. That released about 200 underworld creatures into the city. Because of that attack, they've already lost a huge number of players. As destruction spreads around them, Taiga asks how Shikishima plans to stop it. Shikishima can barely believe it, and asks if the one in front of him is really Taiga. Taiga says his soul and mind now share space with Taiga's, but the real Taiga is dead. Everything he used to want means nothing now. Only one wish is left in his head: revenge on a world that never loved him. When Shikishima used to look at Taiga, he could feel pride, envy, and a need to be noticed, but none of that is left in the person before him. That makes Shikishima wonder if he really has a way to wipe out the gold ranks. He thinks Taiga may have hated himself so much that he chose to become someone else. Whatever the reason, Shikishima can't let this continue. He gets ready to end it with his 6th skill, Moth to a Flame. Bropia. Sounds like he's been listening to The Weeknd. They charge at each other. Taiga wrapped in purple smoke, Shikishima glowing blue. Elsewhere, Kiryu notices that blue light and realizes Shikishima is probably fighting Taiga. He turns to Hirasaka and says he'll be his opponent. Hirasaka answers with a deadly glare and tells him to surrender while he's still being polite. Kiryu adjusts his glasses and says he has his own reasons, so he's going to fight. An hour earlier, Kiryu had been speaking with his child. He told the boy he was heading out and to listen to his mother. The boy's mother asked him to come back soon, and Kiryu promised he'd be home for dinner. After he left, a purple door opened, and both his wife and child started to break apart. They were only illusions made by Kokugaiji. Kokugaiji ordered Kiryu to kill anyone who stood in their way. And then the story returns to the fight. Kiryu knows 3 gold rank players, including Hirasaka, are active right now, while the others are tied up somewhere else. To him, this is the perfect chance to challenge Hirasaka. The top gold ranker wastes no time and rushes straight at him. Kiryu stays calm with his weapon ready and says Hirasaka is the easiest prey for him to handle. As Hirasaka closes in, Kiryu uses a skill that splits space itself and ignores physical defense. After taking the hit, Hirasaka realizes this enemy is strong. He doesn't fully get the skill, but it feels similar to his own warp edge, so he decides he needs to strike faster than Kiryu can swing, though strategy isn't really Hirasaka's strong point. He rushes in again but triggers a spell that makes him freeze in place. Shocked, he realizes Kiryu is using a marking skill, an invisible trap that goes off on contact. That's one of Kiryu's abilities, and he's spread those traps all over the area. Even knowing that, Hirasaka charges in again and gets marked a second time, dropping to the ground. Kiryu knows Hirasaka trusts his own power too much, and will keep trying to break through head-on. His attacks aren't doing major damage, but that's not the point. He just needs to hold Hirasaka down until backup comes, and for now that's enough. If he gets the chance, he can also cut into him while he's frozen. Hirasaka quickly tries to use Cord Edge, but the hidden marks shut down every move. Even so, Kiryu can still feel how overwhelming Hirasaka's power is, even when those attacks can't reach him. Hirasaka snaps and asks why someone with skills like his chose to hurt people instead of helping save the world. Kiryu catches him off guard by asking the same thing back. Why is Hirasaka protecting the world? What's really making him angry? And is Kiryu even the right target for that anger? Kiryu shouts that he already lost something precious, so this world's value means nothing to him anymore. Then he screams, asking if he's the crazy one. Before Hirasaka can reply, Kiryu gets slashed by his hammer. He blocks it with his sword, but doesn't step back. Kiryu asks if Hirasaka really thinks he can talk him down. Hirasaka pities him after learning he lost his wife and child. The man who killed them was a player and a minor, which made a conviction hard to get. At his lowest point, Kokugaiji appeared and offered him a way out. In exchange for help, he promised to bring Kiryu's family back, so Kiryu accepted and joined him. As he keeps striking at Hirasaka, he asks if he plans to just stand there and get cut apart. Kiryu screams that he'll kill Hirasaka and all his comrades. The gold ranker starts crying as he thinks about his friends, then cuts Kiryu down with Warp Edge. Even after landing the hit, Hirasaka can't shake the bad feeling. Kiryu laughs and reveals he finally used his sixth skill, one that burns 80% of his mana. Smirking, he says he's satisfied. He managed to drain both Hirasaka's health and mana. Covered in blood, Kiryu says he completed his mission. In a fading voice, he asks Hirasaka why he's crying. Hirasaka admits he isn't fully sure, but when he fights someone, their emotions start to flow into him. He says he's crying because every blow from Kiryu carried crushing sadness. Hirasaka tells him that, like he said before, he isn't fighting for the world, he fights for his friends, and to stay beside them as long as he can. He tells Kiryu he's not crazy, and that everyone has their own reason for fighting. But that's exactly why Hirasaka can't give up. Hearing that, Kiryu laughs and finally accepts his loss. As he dies, he thinks about how he couldn't resist Kokugaiji's offer. All he wanted was his family back, no matter the price. Furious, Hirasaka blames Kokugaiji for using people's pain and twisting them. When Kokugaiji hears that Kiryu is dead, he just laughs. He says it doesn't matter. Hirasaka is already out of mana. Then he destroys the fake family he made for Kiryu, and says they serve their purpose. Meanwhile, the Black faction spreads out 19 members, including Tiger, to hunt gold rank players in different places. Somewhere else, Taiichi fills Subaru in on what's happening. In front of them is a girl who can turn into a powerful beast. She shifts into a huge cat and gets ready to pounce. But before she can move, Sushi drops her with a clean, precise attack. Once that's over, Subaru calls Saya and checks if she's safe. Saya says her enemy is already finished, and the south side of Shibuya is almost cleared out. Her job is to wipe out the underworld creatures in the city, and he tells her to come meet him right away. The call ends, and a moment later, Saya feels something strange in her chest. At the same time, in another area, Sayaka's sisters are fighting a level 54 silver rank Black faction player. The older sister, Hizuki, uses Strength of a Dragon, a skill that lets her draw on a Dragon King's power. It gives her attack power, a 500-point boost for a short time. Even so, her blows keep missing, even when Yumono should be right there. At the same time, the younger sister Mizuho goes after her with Grim Reaper, a move that cuts the target's health by 50% if it lands. Just before the sickle reaches her, Yumono uses Blink, which lets her vanish from the world for a few seconds. If she spends mana, she can still cast spells or attack while blinking. That makes it easy for her to dodge both sisters and hit back at the same time. As Hizuki takes the hit, she figures out Yumono's vanish time isn't fixed, and she can attack the second she reappears. That means Yumono can dodge and strike at once. No matter what Hizuki tries, she can't keep up and gets slammed to the ground. Yumono laughs and asks if they're the Sayaka sisters. She mocks them, saying the older sister has better style, while the younger one is cuter. Both sisters are strong and popular online, with tons of followers. Yumono is thrilled because she finally got to crush the girls she envied. She doesn't care who gets hurt, as long as she gets to feel that rush. Hearing that, the sisters realize she's rotten all the way through. Earlier, Subaru told them he had found a way to bring Sayaka back. It would take time, but he promised she'd return. Both sisters glare at Yumono as they swear they won't let anyone destroy the world. Their sister is coming back too. At Sayaka's name, Yumono sneers that she heard the third sister was a failure. While she's busy trash-talking Sayaka, Sayaka appears behind her. With an icy look, she speaks to Sayaka and lets her switch souls for 3 minutes. When the swap happens, all the experience Saya gained is added to Sayaka's level. Back in control, Sayaka instantly slams Yumono with Corpse Fist. It doesn't take long for her to start beating Yumono down. Her two sisters call out to her, full of emotion. She smiles and tells them to leave this to her. She's trained for it. Sayaka is happy to finally stand on the ground again and protect the people she loves. But when she sees their bruised faces, her anger at Yumono flares right back up. One punch is enough to send Yumono's teeth flying. When Yumono tries to scream, another hit shuts her up. Getting ready for the next blow, Sayaka says she'll show her what all that training was for. She's linked to Subaru by a chain of souls. Yumono can't even defend herself as Sayaka keeps pounding her, and these aren't normal punches. Every hit sends an electric jolt and a heavy shock through her body. Yumono realizes she'll die if she doesn't get away right now. She tries to use Blink, but a system message pops up saying the area has too many impurities, so the skill won't activate. Sayaka used her blood to make a red smoke that shuts Blink down. Trapped, Yumono tries to fight back, but one more savage punch drops her again. The sisters stare in shock. Sayaka's martial arts are even better than theirs. It feels like they're seeing their big sister all over again. Back when Sayaka was only level 19, one of her sisters told her to stop doing quests for a while. They felt her low level was holding them back. That made Sayaka furious, and she said she'd get stronger on her own and never come back, even if they begged. After she left, one sister heard a rumor that a boss had drained her level down to 8. Both sisters felt awful, but they knew Sayaka wasn't the type to quit. They believed she'd return once she got stronger. Hazuki turns to her younger sister and admits she was right. She asks her to support Sayaka together. Hearing both sisters cheer for her, Sayaka smiles, even more fired up to crush Yumeno. Yumeno hates seeing this. She can't stand how different their bond is from the one she had with her own sister. Then she starts ranting about her past, which really comes down to being jealous because her sister got more likes on social media. That's why she went through the purple door and killed her sister. After that, she kept killing anyone she thought was above her, but now reality catches up to her as Sayaka beats her into the dirt. During the barrage, Sayaka accidentally knocks her out of the fog. Yumeno sees her chance, uses blink, and goes straight for the younger sister. Before the attack lands, Sayaka shields her with blood. Yumeno starts crying, wondering why the world won't just go her way. She throws herself into one last attack with all the rage she has left, but it ends fast. Sayaka puts her down without much trouble. Sayaka tells her she didn't even listen to all that talking, but she's not letting anyone touch her family. Then she finishes it with one final blow, and Yumeno goes down in an explosion. When the smoke from the blast clears, Sayaka is standing there completely unharmed. She even protected her sisters with blood shields. Hazuki remembers Sayaka saying she'd get stronger on her own and prove she could be useful. She starts crying when she realizes it all came true. Sayaka happily calls out to them and says she won, but then she suddenly coughs up blood. Sayaka tells her their time is almost up, and they need to switch souls back. Sayaka is sad, but she knows she has to. She apologizes to her sisters and says she has to sleep a little longer. As they say goodbye and the switch is about to happen, Subaru races toward her as fast as he can. He wants to see her even for a moment, to thank her and apologize for dragging her into the quest. He also wants them to grow stronger together. Sayaka starts crying, feeling like she should be the one thanking him and saying sorry for dying during that quest. She promises they'll both get stronger, no matter where they are. Then she thanks Sayaka for taking care of her body and asks one more favor. The souls switch back, and Saya wakes up in the girl's body again. Subaru asks about Sayaka, and Saya tells him she switched back so the wound wouldn't get worse. She only came out for a short time to help her family, and she left him a message too. Sayaka says she'll be waiting for him at the red table. She opens the red door and is met by the ghoul king Carrion, who says he saw everything. She asks how she did, and he gives her 13 points, which only makes her mad. The Thunder and Storm bosses hear this too, and they tease Carrion for being too harsh. They judge her by their own standards, but she's still not happy with it. Carrion then tells her to keep training, and they head for the red table. Meanwhile, Subaru has no clue what the red table means, and Saya looks just as lost. Then he notices Hazuki walking toward him with a scary look. He tenses up for a second, but when she gets close, she bursts into tears. She thanks him for letting them see their sister again. That gets to Subaru, and he ends up crying with them. The younger sister says they're going to wipe out the underworld creatures in the city, and asks him to blast them all away. The protagonist pauses, remembering what Vanquish told him. He still didn't know what really made him happy, and the world kept getting worse. Still, he knows that if he ever finds real happiness, he'll want to stay with his friends. Saya smiles at that and says she'll go with him anywhere, as long as her soul stays in this body. She has leveled up and can now use Sayaka's mana for her powers. MC looks up and tells her they should keep moving. Elsewhere, Shikishima and Taiga are still fighting. The gold rank player fires a blast, but Taiga teleports behind him and tries to strike. Taiga can jump anywhere inside his smoke, but against Shikishima, that won't help. The second he appears behind him, he gets hit by a moth. It's Shikishima's 6th spell, a flame moth that tracks its target. Once it makes contact, it explodes and blows away Taiga's smoke too. Now Taiga finally understands why Shikishima is the number 2 gold rank player. With no better option, he starts thinking about using his last trump card. While he's deciding, he hears Hirosaka activate Imperial Radiance. Only 15 minutes have passed since their fight started, and the top gold rank player is already here. Hirosaka first met Shikishima 8 years ago, back when both of them had just become gold rank players. He came asking Shikishima for help because his laptop kept catching fire every time he touched it. That was the day Shikishima learned the top-ranked player wasn't exactly smart. Back in the present, Hirosaka appears right in front of Taiga. Taiga is shocked he beat Kiryu so fast and still made it here. Even against 2 of the strongest gold ranks, Taiga still thinks he can kill them both. Then he chants Porta Negra, opening a black gate in front of Shikishima. Shikishima tries to escape, but arms shoot out of the door and drag him in. As they pull him closer, he realizes his skills won't work. The second Hirosaka sees that, he knows this is bad. Taiga understands how gold ranks fight. When their powers are too strong, going all out can get their allies caught too. That leaves Hirosaka with a brutal choice. In one instant, he has to decide everyone's fate. He can kill Taiga and finish this, or save his friend instead. Without hesitating, Hirosaka uses his 7th skill and charges in to rescue Shikishima. He cuts through the arms and frees him, but before he can follow up, Taiga's attack slices him in half. Still smiling, Hirosaka starts to fall. At least he saved his friend. Shikishima cries out for Hirosaka, but it's already too late. He remembers a time right after they cleared a 3-star quest. Shikishima was hurt and exhausted, so Hirosaka helped him back up. He asked if Shikishima was the one who beat the boss. Hirosaka said strength was all he really had, and he couldn't have done it without him. As they leveled up, their wounds faded, but Shikishima was frustrated, because that 3-star gate had been way stronger than expected. Hirosaka told him not to worry, they'd get stronger over time. Still, mapping every part of a gate before clearing quests was too dangerous, so Shikishima spoke with 15-year-old Kinokawa and said he wanted a special team to map gates first, so fewer players would die to traps. He wanted to protect everyone fighting beside him. He even said that when this was all over, he wanted them all to laugh about it and finally disband. But now one of those friends was dead in his arms. As Taiga walks closer, he says humans really can throw their lives away for what they love. Then he adds that Hirosaka truly saw Shikishima as a real friend. Shikishima is shaking with rage, and every part of him wants to kill Taiga on the spot. He's still stunned that Hirosaka gave up his life to save him. While he's frozen in shock, Taiga moves in for the finish. Then he notices an attack coming at him and instantly teleports to a rooftop. The one who attacked was Subaru. Even after seeing Hirosaka like this, he stays calm. He tells Shikishima not to worry. He'll return Hirosaka to this world with Paravara. The moment the protagonist activates it, Hirosaka's body rises and glows green. Shikishima understands what that means. He remembers talking in the car about the rainbow door, the first one ever seen. They also knew Subaru had revived a friend after gaining a power from that door. Now Shikishima wonders if this is that power. Paravara changes a player's soul. It turns that person into one of MC's kindred. Since Subaru is level 35, he can use it on 2 people at once. He apologizes, saying he can't fully bring Hirosaka back yet, but this will keep his body safe until he can return. Hearing that, Shikishima breaks down and thanks him. Hirosaka's body is restored, but the one inside has gone completely wild. He bursts out laughing and flies up, saying it feels great to be back in the human world. From that laugh alone, Subaru realizes the soul in Hirosaka's body is carrion. After the change, he barely looks like the same person. He introduces himself as the Ghoul King, and says he'll serve as his kindred now. After forcing the protagonist through the door of trials before, Carrion had regained some of his old form as the protagonist grew stronger. Still, he's not as strong now as he was during the trial. Taiga glares at him and opens several doors around him. Carrion doesn't look worried at all. He recognizes those hands as belonging to the withered old woman. Using blood mold, Carrion forms a spiral of emerald blood around himself and sends it crashing down on the reaching arms. Next, he uses a divine to find the real door. The second he spots it, he pulls out a giant pair of scissors and cuts the creature from outside. The underworld creature is split in 2 by the force of the blow. Subaru praises him for handling it, and Carrion starts getting a little full of himself. Then they see Taiga coming toward them. He stares at Carrion and says he's next. Annoyed, Carrion snaps that his real enemy has been right in front of him the whole time. Subaru is standing there, yet Taiga still hasn't faced him once. That makes Taiga wonder if he's been avoiding MC on purpose. He tries to deny it, but the moment he looks into his eyes, he can't escape the truth. It feels like their first meeting as kids. He still remembers the fear from that day. Furious, Taiga challenges the protagonist to fight inside the door. Even with Shikishima warning him, the protagonist accepts and follows. As he steps inside, he remembers when Tien asked what Taiga had done to him before. Subaru wants to end this now, so he can finally move past it. Kokugaiji praises Taiga for taking out Hirosaka and dragging the holder of Vanquish into the door. To him, that's a win for the Black Faction. But when he looks at MC, he's shocked by how calm he is. Taiga calls to Kokugaiji and tells him not to interfere. Kokugaiji agrees. That was part of their contract. He tells Taiga to go settle things with Subaru. He doesn't care whether Taiga kills him or not, because he believes he can do it himself afterward. Once the main body dies, all of his kindred should disappear too. So far, everything is moving just the way Kokugaiji planned, and he thinks this will let him take the human world. But right when things seem to be going his way, a familiar face appears. Outside the gate, Carrion carries Shikishima away from the fight. Shikishima hates leaving. He wants to help Subaru beat Taiga. Carrion tells him the protagonist will be fine because he already has a plan. That gets Shikishima's attention, but before he can ask more, a red alert appears, warning that a 5-star gate has run out of time. While everyone else was distracted, Hajimeori of the Black Faction had been targeting gates. The penalty cuts 81 hours from the sky clock. Now the timer is down to 2 days and 16 hours. Then the sky starts cracking, and the system begins to glitch. With less than 100 hours left, the system can barely hold itself together. Nothing like this has ever happened before. If even one more gate hits 0, the whole world ends. Shikishima starts panicking as he searches for a solution, but Carrion chops him on the head and tells him to calm down. He says Shikishima needs to protect what Hirosaka cared about. Even more irritated, Shikishima tells him to take him to the hospital. When they arrive, Kinikawa's bed is empty. Shikishima panics and wonders where she went. At the same time, Udo is fighting Araya Kohei, another Black Faction member. Araya is getting overwhelmed by the gold rank. He can't believe a shield user hits this hard. Udo uses his shields like weapons instead of armor. After beating him, Udo gets a call from Shikishima, asking where he is. Shikishima also asks if he's seen Kinukawa. Udo looks up and spots a girl battling a huge dragon with golden arms and legs. He tells Shikishima she's right in front of him. She couldn't just sit still while the sky was breaking apart. Shikishima asks what they should do next. Udo says they only have one option. If they want to save the world, they have to rush gates and win back the lost time. So they alert every player and order them to hit doors at random. After that, Shikishima turns to Carrion and asks if Subaru will really be okay. The Ghoul King laughs and says if MC can't fix this, then nobody can. Meanwhile, Kokugaiji is stunned when he sees Vanquish inside the door. Vanquish laughs, saying he got excited after hearing there was a baby with even Taiga is thrown off. Subaru calls to him and tells him to look his way. He says Taiga's smoke and his blood skill cancel each other out, so they should fight straight up without tricks. This will be their first and last fight as brothers. Kokugaiji stares at Vanquish in shock and demands to know how he got inside the door. Vanquish ignores the question, turns to him and praises him for giving the exact location. Still confused, Kokugaiji looks at the protagonist and asks if he caused this. Subaru says nothing, his face still cold. Kokugaiji finally snaps and orders MC to look at him. Vanquish cuts in and tells Kokugaiji he's the one who should be paying attention. Then Vanquish uses cursed blood to bind Kokugaiji and mocks him, calling him a hopeless idiot who thinks too much. Kokugaiji gets even angrier and demands to know if Vanquish really thinks he's already won. Eyes wide with fury, Kokugaiji declares that no immortal god, not even Vanquish, can beat him in his own world. He casts a spell, and smoke swallows Vanquish. That smoke speeds up time for anything it touches. Off to the side, Taiga watches Kokugaiji shake with fear and impatience. He still can't believe Subaru caused all of this. His older brother used to be the one afraid of him. Now the two stand face to face. Taiga asks if he really means to fight with no skills at all. To him, that doesn't feel right for a battle this big. Subaru tears up and says the size of the fight doesn't matter. Taiga is still his little brother. He says they should have settled this long ago. When the protagonist first met Taiga, he held back. Now he knows that was a mistake. As the older brother, he should have called Taiga out sooner. Looking down, Taiga reminds him they aren't blood related, so he shouldn't act like family. He wants nothing to do with him. Then Taiga lunges at him. Subaru slips past the attack and asks if he really thinks he can escape him. Taiga is stunned. For the first time, his so-called weak big brother smashes him in the face. Taiga tries using smoke, but MC blows it away with his blood mold skill. Then he really turns it on, chaining together flashy moves. After taking a kick to the head, Taiga finally lands his first hit. Their fight heats up as both brothers keep trading punches without stopping. Before long, both of them start to wear down, but the fight keeps going. Subaru lands a kick on Taiga. Taiga catches his leg and fires back, only to get punched right after. Neither one is holding anything back. At the same time, Kokugaiji is battling Vanquish too. Even covered in smoke, Vanquish just laughs at Kokugaiji. The underworld baby can't believe his smoke did nothing. By now it should have aged Vanquish by thousands of years. Furious, he uses another power that also pushes time forward. He's seriously trying to age an immortal god. This move can skip time by millions of years. It still does nothing, and Vanquish answers by freezing him with frostbite. He tells Kokugaiji time powers are useless against someone immortal. Then Vanquish looks at him in disappointment and says a smarter person would have made a better plan. He says Kokugaiji left traces everywhere when he used those doors. That let him narrow down where he was hiding. On top of that, Carrion used to be his kindred, so their souls were linked. When Carrion moved his soul into Hirosaka's body, he told Subaru the plan and how he meant to crush Kokugaiji in one blow. In the end, the protagonist was the one who gave Vanquish the exact location, and thanks to the contract's rules, he can stay alive even in this place full of amniotic fluid. Hearing all that, Kokugaiji realizes he was completely set up. Subaru knew he couldn't kill him alone, so he brought Vanquish. By using Taiga's hatred and impatience, MC turned everything in his favor. Vanquish then asks the Black Amniotic King, who gave him this job, did that being promise him the human world if he broke the sky clock? Either way, Vanquish says he won't let him off after messing with his possessor. Then he uses Rift Cleaver and carves the baby with clean, sharp slashes. Writhing in pain, Kokugaiji cries out for Miss Safina. He screams that Vanquish is going to kill him and begs her to save his life. Then a golden light appears inside the gate. A golden bell slowly descends. Vanquish recognizes Safina right away and asks if she's the one behind all of this. Kokugaiji relaxes when he sees the bell, but Safina doesn't save him. She crushes him between the Bell's hands. She calls him a traitor and says he tried to outplay them and keep the human world for himself. Then she says he'll be sent to the lowest gate. Kokogaiji breaks down, begging her not to send him there. It doesn't matter. She throws him into the gate without a second thought. The evil baby disappears into a 1-star gate. After that, Safina greets Vanquish and says it's been a long time. Vanquish laughs and says she looks well. He slices the Bell in half and says he'll fight her himself once he appears. Safina says she'll be waiting for that. After that, Vanquish looks over at his possessor and wonders how Subaru will finish this fight. He knows players can touch each other's souls if their senses are sharp enough. So while he and Taiga trade blows, they're also feeling each other's hearts. This is the protagonist's trial, and if he overcomes it, he'll truly be worthy to be Vanquish's possessor. For now, the two brothers seem evenly matched in hand-to-hand combat. Then Taiga looks into Subaru's eyes, and memories rush back. He remembers his mother hitting him for eating the pudding in the fridge. She slapped him for taking it without permission, and told him he was just like his father. She had left him home alone for 3 days, and that one pudding was all he had. Later, Child Guidance found out about the abuse, but she kept dodging them. She wouldn't even let them into the house. After they left, she went back to Taiga and asked why he was even born. Later, she married Subaru's dad, who was just as bad. Taiga found out that man already had a son, and he got furious at the thought of having an older brother like that. He was sure MC would be just as miserable as him. But when they met, MC's eyes still had light in them. Taiga couldn't understand how he wasn't broken too. All his life, Taiga blamed other people for the way he acted. But then he saw someone living through the same pain without giving up, and he couldn't stand it. That's when he realized the real bug was himself. The brothers once watched an interview where Hirasaka said doors appear to people with pure souls. Taiga mocked Subaru, saying he'd never get one. Then a gold-ranked door appeared right in front of him. He couldn't accept that, so he shoved him away. He was scared of the protagonist becoming happy, so he kept him close and made sure he'd never feel satisfied. He knew that if MC found happiness, the gap between them would never stay the same. That's why he wanted Subaru under him forever. After another hit, he is shocked. Taiga still has this much strength left. With every punch, he can feel Taiga's emotions. Now he understands why his brother became so warped and scared. Taiga throws a kick so hard it shatters the whole bridge. As they both start falling, Subaru flies at him and drives a powerful kick into him. As he attacks, the protagonist wonders why they couldn't stop this sooner. Taiga can feel MC's soul too, as the blows keep coming. A bright light appears before him, and he wonders if this is his brother's heart. Subaru had lived through the same life he did, but when he heard he was getting a little brother, he reacted nothing like Taiga. He even tried to stop their mother from hitting him. But Taiga never accepted him as a brother, and kept pushing him away. Then he sees that old moment again, the one where he stole his door. He wonders what the protagonist felt then, and learns the truth. The protagonist wanted to become a player so he could protect his little brother. Even though Taiga looks shocked, deep down he had known for a long time. The one person who truly loved him was Subaru. He remembers another day when MC's dad was beating him over something he was hiding. Taiga was surprised to see him defy him. He called him an idiot, and wondered what he was trying to protect. When their dad finally saw it, he stopped hitting Subaru, and let him go. Then the protagonist walked over to Taiga and said he had hidden pudding for him because he liked it. That left Taiga stunned, and he couldn't understand MC at all. No matter what he did, he could never beat his brother. As golden light wraps around his body, Taiga regrets never living the life he wanted. Vanquish knows this is the end. Taiga's body has hit its limit, just like other underworld creatures. Now his soul is bound to drift through the void forever, since Kokugaiji's blessing is gone too. Taiga looks at Subaru and tells him not to look at him like that. He wasn't the one in the wrong. Even so, he feared him, and admired him at the same time. As he fades, his final memory is the pudding they once shared. He says he'd like to eat that pudding again someday. He couldn't thank the protagonist back then, but it made him happy. Hearing that, the protagonist starts to cry, and he sees his little brother right in front of him. MC reaches for him, but Taiga disappears into the void. He breaks down, realizing Taiga remembered that moment too. He couldn't save his brother, and now the regret hits all at once. Vanquish walks over and says Taiga's greatest tragedy was knowing his sins and still doing nothing to stop himself. He hated himself for everything he did, and that pain only kept building. The moment he stole Subaru's door, this ending was set in motion. He asks if there was any other way. Vanquish tells him that's something he'll have to spend the rest of his life figuring out. He says the protagonist should carry these memories to his deathbed and never forget them. Then Vanquish tells him to take all the time he needs. He'll wait. After beating Taiga, Subaru levels up and gets new loot, including the golden arm. 3 hours have passed since the sky clock cracked. Thanks to all the players, 195 gates were cleared in that time. That pushed the clock back to 417 days and shut off emergency mode. Shikishima thanks everyone and says the crisis is over for now. Now the only thing left is for MC to finish his battle. The 3 gold players and Subaru's kindred wait for him to come back. Carrion tells them Tian is fine, because if something happened, they would know. Saya can tell he is hurt, and wants to see him right away. Then they hear Vanquish yelling from inside the door. The protagonist fell asleep crying. He finally comes out on Sushi's back, still passed out, and everyone is relieved to see him safe. Even in his sleep, Subaru is smiling, dreaming about eating pudding with his brother. Then a system message pops up about a program update. This update officially adds 6-star gates. Elsewhere, 2 members of the Black Faction talk about Kokugaiji's death. The girl says she got cut off, and the kill Kokugaiji gave her vanish too. The guy asks if the rumored rainbow possessor caused all this, but she isn't sure. Since Kokugaiji was still a king, she thinks Vanquish probably killed him. That means the 3 kings may be ready to move. Still, she tells him not to panic, and points out that the sky clock just got updated. For now, she wants to stay put, and watch what happens next. Meanwhile, someone apologizes to Ishizaki for making him come all this way to treat him, but Ishizaki brushes it off. If he drops now, they're all done. He heals him, though he admits he can't restore Kinokawa's. Shikishima tells him that's fine, they'll handle the rest. What worries him more is Subaru. Carrion says MC is just trying to recover his worn-out soul. He reminds them how drained they were after going through the door the first time. Shikishima says he couldn't sleep for 5 days after that. Hirasaka could still move, but ended up stuck in bed for the next 3 days. Carrion explains that the stronger the being you contract with, the longer your soul needs to adjust. If a normal person bonded with Vanquish, their soul would die, or they'd stay in a coma for decades. But Subaru kept moving without rest for a whole month, which shows just how strong his soul really is. Carrion is sure he will wake up, so they shouldn't worry too much. Even so, Saya stares out the window, still worried about him. At the same time, the protagonist is floating through space, wondering if this is a dream. Then a voice behind him says, "This is the galaxy of universal unconsciousness, the place where every soul begins, and where every soul returns." The voice tells him he's in soul sleep, which is why they can meet now, for the first and last time. Subaru turns to see who it is, but can't figure out the stranger's identity. The stranger points up and tells him to get ready for war. Confused, MC asks what kind of war. The stranger says a king from another world has already broken into the human world, and the possessor of Vanquish him is now known everywhere. Soon, nations of copper, silver, gold, and more will invade this world. A huge storm is coming, one that will make the Black Faction look small. No one can stop it, not even a gold rank or Vanquish. The only one who can save everyone is Subaru. Stunned, the protagonist asks how he's supposed to stop something even Vanquish can't. Instead of giving a straight answer, the stranger brings up the red table, the Twilight Half, and the Apostle of Aurora. Then he says MC will one day become a king, which Subaru can hardly believe. The stranger says he already failed, and now only exists to return to the Sea of Unconsciousness. Still, he's glad they got to meet one last time. He asks what he means by failed and by last. That's when the stranger reveals he is the protagonist's future self, the King of Aurora, the strongest man in the world, who still lost and failed to save it. He can't tell Subaru everything, but he does share a few truths and begs him not to lose his friends or the world. MC then receives a new item, the Afterglow of the Midnight Sun, a bracelet that lets him see the memories of the dead. Future he tells him to wake up, the first calamity is coming. After wishing him luck, he says goodbye. Subaru wakes up in a hospital. Saya, sitting beside him, asks what happened. In front of them are 3 doors, copper, silver, and gold, but the protagonist is still stuck on what his future self told him. Then Safina, the King of Gold, steps out of the golden door and introduces herself. The King of Silver, Ruin, and the King of Red Copper, Vorden, appear next, saying they've come to greet the king of the new generation. MC realizes this is the start of one of the 8 calamities, so that meeting in his sleep wasn't a dream after all. When he woke up, he still had the bracelet from his future self, and the memories that came with it. Now he knows who the door owners are and why they came. If those memories are right, he'll lose all his friends over the next few days and the next 3 months. He sees flashes of their deaths, each one trusting the future to him. One after another, their ends play out before him, and every one of them is taken from him in a different way. Subaru realizes all of his friends die, leaving the fate of the world on his shoulders. In one vision, he fights a man who calls him the King of Aurora and mocks him for trying to win without Vanquish. That man finishes him off with a blood mold attack. As Future, the protagonist, falls, he thinks in despair that he has lost. The world is over, and he couldn't save anyone. In tears, Future Subaru apologizes to his friends for failing to protect the hopes they left with him. He regrets one choice he made long ago and wishes he could go back to that day. Using the last of his power from the infinite galaxy of universal unconsciousness, he sends a warning to his past self. Back in the present, MC decides he won't let his world end the same way. He'll protect everyone from the 8 calamities. The door owners reveal themselves as kings of the underworld, the biggest and strongest faction there. Safina, the Queen of Twilight, Ruin, the divine beast of order who rules all beasts as the Silver Nine Tails, and Vorden, the Bronze King who leads the nature spirits and demi-humans on Earth. Subaru is stunned that beings this powerful came to meet him in person. The kings say he is the right candidate to become the next king, and they invite him to the Golden Country. Safina reaches out and asks if he'll accept. His friends are shocked that he might go to the underworld. Then Ruin says the protagonist should end his contract with Vanquish and make a new one with one of them instead. He explains that Subaru's soul vessel is special, and joining with them could make him the strongest person alive. Each of the three kings is stronger than Vanquish, and they claim they want the same thing MC does, saving the world from the Calamity Gates. Ruin says he could save more people with a better partner. Carrion can't stand hearing that, and threatens to kill Ruin. Ruin doesn't even look at him. He crushes Carrion with pressure on his soul, and as a human, Carrion can't fight back. Then Ruin turns to Subaru and says they aren't forcing him, just offering special terms to someone special. Safina offers the spear that pierces all things, and command of the Golden Knights, if the protagonist becomes her possessor. Ruin offers the bow of endless light, and 100 high-ranking dragons. Vorden offers the axe of absolute destruction, and 20 forests filled with great spirits. They tell Subaru to choose a door, because these deals are once in a lifetime, but Carrion warns him not to decide. He says the kings are scared MC and Vanquish together will become too powerful. He is moved by Carrion's loyalty, but he also feels Ruin's killing intent, so he shuts Carrion down and tells him to stop. Deep down, the protagonist already knows his answer. Once he chooses, there's no going back, and he plans to stay with Vanquish. Still, his future self's warning keeps weighing on him. He knows these offers alone won't be enough to save everyone. Ruin asks if Carrion really thinks they're trying to trick MC. As things calm down a little, MC thinks it over. But Carrion yells again, making Ruin consider shutting him up for good. Before that happens, he speaks. He says he's willing to switch sides if the deal is fair and matches his goals. That shocks both Carrion and Saya. Subaru then challenges the kings. If they're so sure of themselves, they need to make him believe in them more. They ask if he wants proof of their power, but the protagonist says he's more interested in the terms. If his soul really is that rare, then other kings should want him too. So MC demands a meeting with all the underworld kings before he chooses the best offer. Ruin immediately asks how he even knows about meetings like that, and starts suspecting Carrion. Told him. At the same time, Carrion wonders if Vanquish was the one who told the protagonist, but MC keeps the truth to himself. He plans to use his knowledge of the future as a weapon to change what's coming. While the three kings stand before Subaru, Vanquish watches from the underworld. They moved sooner than expected, but what really catches his attention is his behavior. Thinking back on Subaru's talk with the kings, Vanquish can't figure out how he knows any of this. Knowledge about the underworld is tightly guarded, so the protagonist shouldn't know about that meeting at all. Then Vanquish spots the afterglow of the midnight sun. That makes him suspect Aurora is involved. Sayaka and Hirosaki run up asking if MC is awake. Vanquish tells them they should be training, but they casually say they're just on a break. He explains that the kings of gold, silver, and copper came to him to make him leave Vanquish and join one of them instead. But instead of panicking, Sayaka and Hirosaki feel proud of Subaru. Vanquish makes it clear, if the protagonist picks another king, their bond ends. That would also kill the spirits tied to him. The two cheer, hoping MC won't fall for the offers. But Vanquish warns that even if he says no, the three kings will still strike back. He says the Gold Queen stole a dangerous item from the treasure world called Victim. If it's used, it can wipe out everything in a 70-kilometer area and kill up to 10 million people. That sends Sayaka into a rage. How can the door owners, who are supposed to be allies, do something like that? Hirosaki says, Subaru can't put their lives above everyone else's. Vanquish is caught off guard by how selfless they are. They'd rather save strangers than themselves. When Sayaka asks if he will be okay, Vanquish admits he doesn't know, but the protagonist seems to have found unexpected help. This is MC's first calamity. The three doors refuse the kings and he'll be punished hard. Except, and the future loses all hope. If he gets past this, he can deal with the second disaster. The system lays out both outcomes: defy the kings or betray Vanquish, and either choice risks everyone's future. After hearing Subaru's demand, the Bronze King turns serious and asks how a human dares speak to them as an equal. He answers that anyone who wants him can make their case at the meeting. His real plan is to stall. He won't choose now. He's buying time until the meeting. The protagonist knows he can't beat the three kings or stop them by force, and the calamity will start the moment he chooses. So his best move is to avoid the first disaster as much as he can, and face the second with fewer drawbacks. Still, even stalling could set the three kings off. The Silver King loses patience, and tells Safina to use Victim. It's basically a bomb. The more soul power its owner pours into it, the bigger the blast. If Safina really uses it, Subaru knows the future from his memories will happen again. But Safina surprises him. She speaks to him directly and praises his courage. She says Victim is like a nuclear bomb from his world, then warns that if he refuses, they'll use it right away. Even so, she respects that he tried to negotiate, and says they might consider holding the meeting after all. The other two kings stare in shock while Safina smiles and asks if Subaru really thinks he can survive the second calamity without their power. Before he can answer, the sky clock update hits 100. A huge bolt of red lightning slams into the ground, showing the update is complete. Then the system drops a penalty, a 6-star gate. Platinum Carnificus appears in the world. Safina smirks and asks what MC will do now that this happened, way sooner than expected. Players around the world are stunned by the gate. He saw it in his memories, but never thought it would show up during the king's meeting. He knows this gate is 100 times harder than the 5-star gate he cleared with Hirosaki. Players get 7 days to enter, only 3 tries, and no more than 10 people can join. Safina says clearing it in a week is impossible, especially with the king's meeting still 2 weeks away. Then she offers their power to help him clear it. Now, if he accepts their deal. Again she asks if he really plans to attend the meeting without signing a contract. Now that they understand her plan, the other 2 kings start mocking Subaru, sure he'll break under the pressure. Instead, the protagonist smiles and says he won't need their power this time. That claim stuns all 3 kings. MC says his team will clear the gate without losing anyone, and invites the kings to watch. Safina laughs, clearly interested by his confidence. She says she wants to see how he plans to clear it, and agrees to his terms, letting him attend the meeting without a contract. Before leaving, she warns that if he fails, she'll use victim without hesitation. The kings say their goodbyes and disappear into their doors. Once they're gone, Subaru finally lets out a long breath. Saya still doubts them. If a 5-star gate was that hard, how can they beat a 6-star one without losses? He just laughs and tells her it'll work out. With a confident smile, he says he knows a player who can clear it. After 6 p.m., the biggest gate ever appears at the Itabashi intersection in Tokyo. A huge crowd gathers behind the safety tape, watching the chaos around it. Izaki, director of the Japanese Players Federation, announces that this is Japan's first level 6 gate. He says he'll gather the top-ranked players and clear it within a week. Subaru stands between Saya and Carrion, and asks them to read his mind. Carrion says it's possible. Relatives and their master can share thoughts through their soul link if they allow it. Saya apologizes, then she and Carrion close their eyes. The moment they look inside, pieces of the protagonist's life make both of them sick. When Carrion opens his eyes, he yells at MC, shaken by the fact that his master faced death even in the future. In that moment, Carrion finally understands how Subaru knew about the meeting with the 3 kings. When he asks where his future self met him, Carrion answers right away. It was in the sea of universal unconsciousness, a place where egos fade and souls return. Carrion says it's where souls from every world eventually end up. So the protagonist must have fallen into it when his soul was close to breaking apart, then somehow returned to normal. When MC asks about the Aurora King, Carrion says he's the ruler of a very small country, but the system blocks him from saying more. Subaru guesses the Aurora King may be an ally, since he had that king's power in the future. Then he gives 2 reasons for wanting to attend the king's meeting. First, to stop the 3 kings from using victim, and second, to meet the Aurora King and try to win him over. He smiles for a second, then turns serious, and apologizes for showing them such a terrible future. Sias and Carrion say nothing, as he thinks about how he failed to save Taiga. He remembers Taiga taking the door from him, and how that ending felt unavoidable. Falling to his knees, Subaru remembers Lord Vanquish, and wonders if the choices he made were ever right. He hears Vanquish's words again, telling him to spend his life finding that answer. Refusing to repeat the past, the protagonist turns to his friends and asks for their help. Sakura drops to her knees at once and vows to stay with him as long as her soul remains. She wants to help him stop this calamity, and save the world so everyone can be happy. Carrion says he was about to say the same thing. Subaru smiles and thanks them both. Then his face hardens, and he declares it's time to clear the 6-star gate without losing anyone. Saikor and Carrion back him up. As MC pulls out his phone to call Shikishima and explain things, he sees a pile of missed calls. Carrion grabs the phone and tells him not to contact anyone. He says the gold-ranked players won't be helping them in this fight. At the same time, Shikishima wonders if he is still asleep, since he won't answer. Meanwhile, the group flies on, and he stays lost in thought. He remembers Carrion saying door owners can sense everything their followers do and say. That means they can't talk about the plan out loud. The Golden Knights could pass it straight to Safina, and if she learns what they're doing, the city could be blown apart. The same goes for those tied to the copper and silver doors. It's a bitter thought. Their plans and Subaru's future memories can only stay between the 3 of them. Saya adds that Sayaka and that clumsy guy also know the underworld can hear them all the time. The protagonist pauses, then starts yelling for Vanquish. He says they need to talk the next time he goes to the underworld. Carrion gets annoyed and snaps at him for shouting, saying the underworld can hear him just fine without it, and that he probably just blew Hirosaki's eardrums. Shaya asks if they're really heading to the 6-star gate because all she sees ahead are mountains. Subaru doesn't answer. He just laughs as they reach the sea near Hitachi City. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Shayaka tears through guards during training. Her recent growth lets her handle several knights at once with no trouble. The 2 bosses watch and note how much stronger she's become. The Thunder boss jokes that they taught her better than Carrion ever did. Then he tells her to rest, because after that they'll have a duel to the death. Sayaka is sure she can beat him this time. She asks about Hadarosaki, and the boss says he's with the prisoner. Elsewhere, Vanquish stands with Hadarase, in front of the captured criminal Ludwig. The knight commander tells them to kill her, but Hatarase refuses. He wants Ludwig to become his swordmaster. He kneels and says he wants to be useful to his friends in the battle ahead. Then he asks her again to train him. So the Knight Commander was actually a cute anime girl. System notices appear with the rules for 6-star gates. Players must clear the gate within a week. If they win, they'll gain a new ally, learn more about the world, and expand the red table. If they fail, everyone inside dies and the monsters spill into the human world. Even clearing it with losses will still trigger the Three Kings' wrath. At dawn in Hitachi City, a masked man stands calmly on the water. His name is Ginga, a level 67 silver rank player. He's just checking his skills, part of his normal routine. Then Subaru suddenly appears and greets him. The guy nearly jumps out of his skin. He's not used to seeing anyone there. MC introduces himself as a player and asks Ginga what he's doing. Ginga says it's part of his daily routine. He was just making sure his powers still work. Even after all these years, it still feels unreal. That makes Subaru remember the future visions he saw. He says it'd be nice if all of this were just a dream. Then he gets to the point he wants Ginga's help with the 6-star gate. Ginga asks if he wants support or scouting. Instead, the protagonist says he wants him as the main damage dealer, the one who will take down one of the 3 bosses. That completely throws Ginga off. He asks what MC is even trying to do, and says there's no way that can work. At the same time, Saya and Carrion watch from above and talk about this so-called main attacker. Carrion isn't convinced. To him, Ginga doesn't look strong enough to clear the gate. Ginga keeps going, insisting there's no way he can handle a job like that. Subaru tells him to relax and says plainly that he can. He admits it sounds impossible right now. But once Ginga hits level 70 and gets his next door, he'll gain a skill that works well against the 6-star gate bosses. Ginga doesn't buy it at all and says he is hiding something. He even doubts the protagonist is really a player. The protagonist points out that Ginga is literally standing on water with a skill, so that should be proof enough. Still, Ginga asks how he knows about skills and gates that haven't shown up yet. Menshi just smiles and asks him to come clear the nearby 5-star gate first. Once Ginga reaches level 70, he can decide for himself whether he was lying. Still wary, Ginga says the protagonist knows way too much, especially the gate's time and place. While they argue, an alert announces a gate in Hitachi City, proving MC was right. He grins and asks if he believes him now. Ginga wonders if Subaru can see the future, because he somehow knows everything ahead of time. Annoyed, he demands the protagonist's player registration and ID to check whether he's with the Federation. MC looks exhausted, but Ginga says if he shows the ID, he'll go with him to the 5-star gate. That makes Subaru perk up right away and celebrate in his own odd way. Ginga still doubts him, but he can tell he is desperate. Before leaving, Ginga warns that he'll be watching him the whole time. The protagonist only smiles and says once Ginga starts trusting him, he'll even follow him into hell. That leaves Ginga a little unsettled. He points at MC and asks why he's acting so familiar when they just met. Subaru realizes he slipped and got too comfortable with him. That's because in the future, Ginga was the last ally still standing beside him. Right now, he's just a 19-year-old player active in Ibaraki. But later, people will know him as the man who arrived too late. Meanwhile, Saya and Carrion keep watching him from above. As they near Hitachi City, they head toward the flower park by the gate. Saya is thrilled by how beautiful the place is. Ginga excitedly says this park is one of the prettiest in the prefecture, especially when the roses bloom in autumn and the lights come on at night. While Ginga and Saya chat, the group reaches the gate. Subaru smiles and says he made a reservation, so they can go in right away. He checks if everyone's ready, and Ginga says yes. Ginga says he won't let underworld monsters ruin this garden. Then they enter the Tower of Thorns, as the system announces the gate. Inside, Ginga notices the roses growing everywhere. One of them catches his eye for all the wrong reasons. A flower monster bursts from the ground and attacks him. Ginga stays calm and freezes the area with his ice spear. As the monster starts icing over, he follows up with Hoarfrost. The skill raises a huge wall of ice between him and the monster. With a confident smile, he sets up his next move. He tosses away his bag, revealing his face. Behind the mask, his blue eyes glow as he activates his third skill. Ice forms under his legs like skates, and he dashes straight at the monster. In moments, every nearby monster is frozen solid. After the kill, the system announces his level went up. Ginga looks at the protagonist and asks if the whole point is getting him to level 70. The protagonist says yes. Since his next door also appears at level 50, MC decides to stop holding back. He draws the divine chisel in one hand and the black katana Ignis in the other. Saya and Carrion both look impressed by what the silver rank player can do. They watch Ginga standing proudly on the ice. Subaru notes that Ginga uses his skills smartly. Unlike gold rank fighters who rely on instant kills, he's looking at a real veteran with 5 years of battle experience. Now it's his turn to show what he can do. He calls to Saya and Carrion, then moves in. As more flower monsters rush them, Subaru jumps forward and cuts into the plant with both swords. The creature screams as it's split in two. The system confirms the level 53 flower beast is dead. Seeing the protagonist hold the black katana, Saya realizes it carries Taiga's soul. The black katana channels Kukugaiji through Taiga's soul. Anything it cuts suffers time decay, and it also lets the user teleport a short distance. Saya decides to help, and steps in with Blood Brute. The skill summons a vampire-like servant under her control to fight for her. She orders it to devour anything standing against Subaru. Carrion smiles as he sees how much stronger she's become. Then he decides to join in too. With Blood Fist, he wipes out the plant monsters. Seeing all that, Jinga wonders why Subaru even needs him. Then a knight suddenly appears in front of him and tries to cut him in half. Jinga barely gets Ice Shield up in time and slips away. He instantly realizes this is the gate boss, and probably stronger than him. Jinga fires a Frost Javelin, but the knight blocks it with ease. The boss counters right away, smashing him to the ground with his shield. When Jinga looks up, the knight is already coming in to finish him. He escapes with an ice skill, but the knight keeps chasing. Jinga knows he's dealing with a serious enemy. The knight points his sword at him and demands a one-on-one duel. Jinga accepts, but a subordinate sneaks up behind him the next second, and he had already seen that coming. He never expected the knight to fight honestly, so he kills the subordinate. Then he tells the knight to face him without any cheap tricks. As the knight charges, Jinga notices Subaru moving in from the side. The knight still reacts fast enough to block, but MC uses the black katana to rot the shield away and goes for the kill. The knight holds his own, smiling as he asks them to fight him properly. That's when Jinga freezes him in place. Subaru says fair fights are banned at his school. Then the two team up and finish off the frozen knight with their skills. The win pushes him to level 51, and Jinga to level 70. Now both of them can access their doors. When the trial door appears, Jinga looks back and asks how much the protagonist really knows. The protagonist even knows about his death, but he stays silent. He doesn't want the Silver King learning anything. All he says is that he can't explain it yet. Elsewhere in the gate, Saya looks at the door before Jinga and realizes the world's fate may depend on the skill he gets from it. Before Jinga goes in, Subaru calls out and tells him he's counting on him. Jinga says he'll only go to the 6-star gate if this trial gives him the skill he needs. MC answers with total confidence. He'll get it. As Jinga steps toward his rainbow door, Saya notices he looks nervous. Then he enters and finds himself under a blue sky. He hears Sayaka's voice. Smiling, she says she's been waiting for him. He had wanted to meet her and apologize for so long, but now that she's right in front of him, he can't get the words out. When she asks why he's so quiet, he quickly changes the subject to Vanquish. Sayaka says he left after deciding the two of them should have some private time. Vanquish also said she'd be the one giving this trial. Sayaka immediately gets serious and tells him to come at her, trying to kill because she'll do the same. Subaru accepts, but her speed catches him off guard. He dodges with the katana, then she spins back and strikes with a thunderbolt, which he blocks using his cursed blood spell. Sayaka gets annoyed that he keeps stopping her attacks, but he doesn't let up. While they clash, he pulls out the divine chisel. Before he can strike, he sees her use the golden arm, and finally understands just how much stronger she's become. From a distance, Vanquish and the Thunder Boss watch the fight. The Thunder Boss brings up how Subaru talked about getting stronger with that girl when he pierced his own heart. Now that he's trained her, he sees she's talented and driven. The trial finally ends with the protagonist beating Sayaka. As they both lie on the ground, he tries to ask something, but she cuts him off and says she'll help him stop the calamity. She reminds him she already made him a promise, and she'll never betray him. Subaru thinks back to when they first met, and how she started fighting by his side. Tears start falling, and he thanks her for never leaving him. At Jinga's gate, he comes face to face with the Arcane of Ice Wings, the one tied to his trial. He clears it at last and gets a new skill, but he still wonders if it'll be enough for the 6-star gate. That new skill is called Ice 9. Once the trial ends, Vanquish appears and asks Subaru if he's finished. Sayaka asks about Killiam, and MC says he already left. Vanquish feels his power sinking with him, and says it won't be long before he gets even stronger. Even so, the protagonist still remembers seeing Vanquish die in the future. Vanquish tells him to explain everything, so they can make a plan. When Subaru comes out, the whole gate is frozen over. He looks back and sees Carrion and Saya completely unharmed. They gesture toward Jinga, standing behind MC with a serious look. Jinga asks why he took so long, even though time moves slower inside the trial. He already beat the 5-star gate boss alone and admits the protagonist was right. His new skill could work on the 6-star boss if the setup is right. After clearing the gate in 19 minutes, Jinga reaches level 74. At the same time, Shikishima has gathered a raid team outside the 6-star gate. The group includes 4 silver rank players, one of them a healer, plus 4 gold rank players. Shikishima calls out 2 of the gold ranks and thanks them for coming all this way. One of them, Akira, says he can't stand the air in this city. Mei quickly tells him to cut it out. Akira says he doesn't care about protecting this place, now that Hirasaka is gone, and pushes Shikishima to hurry so he can leave. Shikishima explains they can't seal the gate, so people can move in and out freely, but that also means the monsters are already roaming inside. Because of that, they can't send scouts ahead, they'll be entering blind. On top of that, This gate is 10 times harder than a 5-star one, with only 7 days to clear it. Akira keeps running his mouth until Kanakawa arrives and shuts that down. Her arms and legs are back to normal, thanks to a healer May brought over from America. That healer is staying outside the gate, ready to treat anyone from the raid team. Her name is Mia Hart, a gold rank healer from the USA. She only came to Japan to shop for figures, but her timing was terrible. The US had already sent gold rank players into a 6-star gate, and half of them didn't make it back. Then Subaru arrives with his team. Shikishima yells at him for ignoring his calls. He asks if MC will join the raid, but MC doesn't reply right away. Instead, he asks if he and his comrades can handle the gate by themselves. He explains that even all of them together still wouldn't be enough. That instantly sets some of the players off. They think he's insulting them. Akira steps up and asks if Subaru really thinks he's stronger than all of them put together. He tries to explain, but Carrion cuts in and starts mocking the gold rank player. That only makes things worse, and Akira completely loses it. He gets ready to use his skill on the protagonist, but before he can, Subaru drops him with one punch. MC has seen the future, and Akira is one of the first to die in this raid. He doesn't want that to happen, so he knocks him out first. Then he faces the others and says he can't afford to lose them, so they shouldn't come. Jinga stares at him, shocked, wondering what he is trying to do. Now Shikishima is angry too, and the whole group starts turning on the protagonist. Saya gets fired up when everyone draws their weapons, but Subaru stops her. He says Akira was about to activate his skill in the middle of the city, so he had to stop him. Talking wouldn't have worked, so knocking him out was the only choice. Shikishima isn't fully convinced, and asks if MC came prepared with that answer, since he seems to know a lot about Akira. Then he points to Ginga, and says bringing him here must mean Subaru has some kind of plan. He figures he knows something about the gate, and he admits it. Shikishima trusts him enough to guess the truth. If the protagonist can't say more, then the underworld must be involved. He asks one more time if there's really no way they can help. MC tells him they get 3 chances to clear the gate, and only this first run has to be done by his team alone. After that, everyone can join together. Hearing that, Shikishima orders everyone to lower their weapons. He puts his faith in Subaru and leaves it in his hands. The others follow Shikishima's lead and nobody objects except Akira, who somehow gets back up. He starts shouting, asking if they've all gone insane for believing him. Shikishima says he trusts the protagonist because he's always willing to risk his life for his friends. Then he tells Akira to stay down, especially after trying to use his skill in the city. With that settled, Subaru turns to his team, and they get ready to enter. The moment the gate opens, a blast of hot wind pours out. MC glances back at Akira, who's still glaring at him. He apologizes for the punch and says they'll talk when he gets back. Mia loses it when she hears only 4 people are going in. She shouts that the gate is basically hell. Inside, the stage is split into 3 zones. The first is the Flame Garden. After that comes the open space, and then the chamber. Each section has its own boss. The first area is like an oven, always burning, with heat over 290 degrees Celsius. The boss causing all that fire is called Fiery Lambda. The second area's boss is the Hero Devourer, a monster that fires light waves. Those bosses are so overwhelming that other underworld creatures can't even live there. In Subaru's future memories, the raid team could barely breathe or stand because of the heat. Udo leaves the call to Shikishima and tells him to decide what to do. Shikishima calls out to him, and the protagonist forms a blood sphere around the group. It eases the heat and lets them breathe, but keeping it up burns through his mana, so he can only maintain it for about an hour if he's not fighting the boss directly. Shikishima tells the healer to focus on recovery for now. Then the temperature spikes even higher, and something starts coming toward them. Akira notices his whole body shaking. When everyone looks up, they see the first boss. It's Fiery Lambda, the brother of Thunder Killium and Storm Delta. Shikishima realizes the monster itself is raising the temperature just by getting closer. The players nearly black out from the heat before it even attacks. Without Subaru's skill, they wouldn't survive at all. Shikishima sees they can't fight or defend against this thing, so he makes the only move he can. He uses Sulfur Rain on the boss and orders everyone to retreat. He knows they can't do anything if MC gets trapped there alone. Subaru stays behind last because he has to keep the sphere active, but the first player to run is erased in one hit. Fiery Lambda mocks their weakness and then moves right in front of Mei after burning one of her teammates alive. Even with Shikishima yelling at her to stop, Mei still tries to fight. She gets crushed in a single strike too, and when Udo and Kinokawa attack next, nothing they do works. Shikishima screams for them to stop, but they won't back off. Udo says someone has to hold the boss back since it's chasing them. Then Akira uses his golden arms to drag everyone out of the gate, one after another. He says they can't lose those veterans before the real fight ahead, and before Subaru can object, he throws him out too. Akira tells him, this is what Hirasaka would have done. That's why he's the one staying behind. He combines his skill with his armory, and summons 8 golden arms. Fiery Lambda is impressed by his nerve, and gives him a proper introduction. He says he'll fight seriously to honor that courage. In his last moments, Akira calls to Subaru and tells him to beat the boss for him. In that future, 3 players die trying to bring down Fiery Lambda. They finally beat it on their second attempt, but only after losing 2 more. Back in the present, he enters the gate again, this time wearing a special suit made from his own skill. As Fiery Lambda rushes at him, excited for a fight, Subaru gets ready to end it in one shot and save all his comrades. Fiery Lambda isn't just deadly on offense, his defense is absurd too, resisting nearly every kind of attack and skill. After being stuck in the gate for so long, he got bored, so he spends his time fighting the Dragon of Light. During one of those fights, the Dragon of Light notices intruders in the gate. They stop fighting, and Fiery Lambda heads off to deal with them. The dragon secretly hopes the intruders kill Fiery Lambda, just to make things interesting. On his way out, Fiery Lambda tells him that if he's really bored, he should go challenge the first boss. That comment alone scares the Dragon of Light, because even he knows he stands no chance against that monster. The first area's boss is Illa Ginga, the former commander of the Golden Knights. Even in this insane heat, he barely feels it thanks to the heat-proof armor Subaru made. The protagonist designed that armor using what he remembered from the last raid, and it keeps their body temperature stable the whole time. The problem is mana. These suits burn through it fast, so if they don't win within 10 minutes, the armor will explode and kill them. Karian says they won't even get 10 minutes if they can't win in 3, they're done. Subaru knows this enemy is far stronger than they are, and with only one real shot, they have to end it right away. As the boss comes closer, the heat inside their suits starts climbing. A minute is already gone, and MC knows it's time to step in. He tells Jinga to keep using mana until he gives the word. Even from here, Jinga can feel the pressure pouring off the boss. Karian also understands he can't beat this boss with the body he's using now. That's why they came in with a plan. The Fiery Lambda watches them with surprise, then gets excited and tells them to show what they've got. But instead of attacking, they break down crying and beg him not to hurt them. That throws him off, and he just stares in silence. They start feeding him a lie, saying they're from the underworld. Then they claim they brought important news about his siblings. The second his brothers come up, the fire boss perks up and asks where they are. The day before, Subaru met with Karian and Saya, and told them about the future memories he had. Karian immediately pressed him on what that meant. He noticed that neither he nor Saya showed up in those memories. From that he figured out he probably didn't bring them into the first battle, because he was worried the bodies of Hirosaka and Sayaka, the vessels they were using, might get damaged. Subaru stayed quiet, which basically proved it, and Karian nearly rushed him for that. Karian made it clear that family isn't meant to be coddled or left sitting on the sidelines. That went for Hirosaka and Sayaka too. He told the protagonist to trust them more because they were his allies. The protagonist apologized and promised he wouldn't do that again. Karian accepted it, then said MC had to be part of the plan since he'd fought that cursed Lambda before, and no matter what it took, Karian intended to kill him. Then Lambda suddenly showed up, rushing straight at them and asking if what he heard was true. Were his siblings really alive? Karian knew the bait had worked. Then Carcinos apologized to Lambda, but warned that with heat like his, their bodies would just melt. At the same time, Subaru started yelling that he was dying and couldn't handle it anymore. With a cruel grin, Lambda said he'd lower the temperature so they wouldn't die. And he really did, turning that hellish place into something bearable. He, relieved, thought this was way better, and even called the guy merciful. Right after that, Lambda pushed again, demanding news about his siblings and asking if they were safe. The protagonist realized the first step had worked, so now Karian had to move the plan forward. He answered that yes, Delta and Keelan were perfectly fine. Then he pointed at Jinga and said he was the one carrying the message from Lambda's 12 siblings. Karian added that Jinga couldn't fight, but he had a special skill that could pass on memories, so if Lambda let Jinga touch him, he could receive the message directly. Lambda found that suspicious and asked if they were seriously telling him to let someone touch him with a skill. Then they explained Ice 9, a skill Tunamori Jinga had gained, though it only worked under very strict conditions. Its range was just 5, it ate 100% of the user's mana, and it was a forbidden skill that could kill anything it touched. Ginga tried to calm Lambda down, saying there was nothing to fear. If he allowed it, he could touch him right now. Then the story shifted to what happened inside Ginga's Judgment Gate, when he got this new power. At that time, he wondered if this skill could really work on a 6-star boss, so he asked the Arcane what this power actually was. The Arcane of the Gate of Frozen Wings took the chance to explain, not just the skill, but where it came from. He said that thousands of years ago by human time, a major disaster hit the underworld. The ruler of the vast land of steel was killed by a single revolutionary. While hearing all this, Jinga wondered if the story was going to take forever, but the Arcane kept going, saying that Revolutionary joined forces with others, and together they wiped out great nations on their own. That man became a king, and an instant threat to every other nation. His name was Vanquish, the Rainbow King, the one meant to create a new era, a being who surpassed life and death. Vanquish and the 6 kings allied with him were so destructive that they threw the balance of power among the rulers into chaos. Jinga got curious about the rainbow part for a second, then focused again and asked what any of this had to do with the skill he received. The Arcane explained that Ice 9 was an ultimate skill made under the Silver King's orders for one purpose: to stop Vanquish. In fact, the version in Jinga's hands was his masterpiece, a power so deadly it could erase even Vanquish, the one who had conquered death. That's when Jinga understood he could never use it outside a portal, because the whole world might be destroyed. Even knowing all that, Jinga decided he would still use the skill at least once, and he'd use it on the monster right in front of him, a 6-star boss. He wanted to know if the Arcane's masterpiece would really work, so he moved in, ready to touch Lambda. Everyone else watched in tense silence, but Lambda suddenly raised his heat again, and told them to wait. He said if his siblings had already spoken through Ginga, then why use a skill at all? Carrion answered that Ginga had a full map in his head, and it would be faster if Lambda saw it directly instead of hearing every detail out loud. Lambda stepped closer and pointed a finger right at Carrion, saying the hesitation in his voice was starting to annoy him. Then he revealed he recognized Carrion as one of the people slaughtered in the underworld. Back then he said they were weak, but later they gained absurd power. Now he remembered exactly who Carrion was. According to Lambda, they had been underestimated, and that let them fall into the schemes of those filthy demons, leaving nearly all of them dead. In the end they were beaten by Vanquish and his allies. Lambda had really recognized Carrion. Carrion was annoyed by how sharp his memory was, but more than that, he knew this could ruin the whole plan. So he looked straight at the one they called the paper bag Jinga, and told him they'd only get one opening, so he could not miss. At that same moment, Subaru, already using Ignis, warped behind Lambda. Lambda was caught off guard, unsure whether MC was that fast or had used teleportation. He thought the whole thing was ridiculous. Instead of running, they were choosing close combat with him, pure stupidity in his eyes. One more burst of his heat mass should have ended everything. The heat was so intense it even blew apart the blood armor protecting Carrion. But even with all his battle sense, Lambda slipped up. Surrounded on all sides, he chose to finish Carrion with one strike. When that failed and Subaru couldn't be dropped in one hit either, he was already behind. His attack had been lined up perfectly and landed cleanly. Then Lambda made another mistake. He underestimated a presence that never should have been there. That enemy was someone who had once beaten him in the underworld, Carrion. At the same time, Subaru activated Blood Mold. Then both of them used Cadaveric Fist together and slammed Lambda right in the chest. That blow triggered Empty Burial, Curse, and Impact, the deadly high-level skills of superior assassins. Shocked, Lambda started to suspect they were from the feared Rainbow Nation. He realized they had wrecked their own bodies just to land that hit. Now both of them were burning from the cost of the technique. Even so, it was impressive that they managed to lock Lambda down for a moment, but their power still wasn't enough. That attack could never kill him. Now it was his turn, and he planned to burn them until nothing remained. But at that exact moment, Jinga's hand was already on Lambda's chest. This was the opening everyone had risked their lives to create, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. So Jinga used Ice 9 without hesitating. He pressed the tiny ice sphere onto Lambda's chest, even as his own fingers burned away. For a few seconds, everyone thought the plan had worked. Lambda looked at it and wondered if this was really their ace. He dismissed it at once. He had total resistance to freezing, so there was no way a skill like this could beat him. To him, the whole plan was pathetic. Then something changed. His body was freezing. That's when it was revealed that this kind of pride had ruined many before him, because Ice 9 wasn't really a freezing skill at all. Half of Lambda's body was already gone. He couldn't understand it by all logic. A skill like this shouldn't have worked on him. He tried to regenerate the missing half, but every time it came back, it froze and vanished again. He truly had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, Jinga's body was already reaching its limit and close to breaking apart, while Saya did everything she could to keep him alive and hold off his collapse. Right then, Jinga finally understood what Ice 9 really was. It was not just a freezing skill. It turned anything it touched into absolute ice, more like super petrification. Petrification can start in different ways, through sight, touch, or magic. Ice 9 was simpler and worse. It changed anything into solid ice. Once it hit, it was basically a death sentence, so resistance to cold meant nothing. There was no real defense. The moment a part of Lambda turned to ice and touched any warmer part, it melted down into water. Lambda instantly knew he was in trouble. He did not understand the skill, and little by little his body kept turning to ice, then water. Even his flames went out. The others had already backed away from Ice 9's range so they would not be frozen in a race too. Jinga, still determined, said it did not matter. He would keep chasing Lambda, down to the last tiny piece, until nothing was left. There was no escaping Ice 9, and in that moment, Lambda saw no way out. His body had fully become a statue of ice. Then everything went quiet. Jinga remembered what the Arcane once told him, that he had been sealed in that gate as punishment for creating a power this dangerous. He said he did not care much for the world, but it still hurt to watch his research and bloodline fade away and be forgotten. That was why he asked Jinga, his wielder, to show the world what Ice 9 could really do. Back in the present, Jinga felt relieved that the skill had worked. He was sure the Arcane would be glad to see this. Feeling satisfied, Jinga said goodbye to Lambda, thinking it was finally over. But then something stabbed through his stomach. It was Lambda. Somehow, he had broken out of the frozen statue. Badly hurt, Lambda said he finally understood the skill. He figured out that if even a tiny part of him stayed intact, he could resist and avoid being fully turned to ice. They should not underestimate Fiery Lambda. With that, he rushed forward, ready to burn all of them to ash. But mid-charge, another stream of ice caught him. The instant it touched him, he froze again. He dropped to the ground, unable to move. Nearly out of strength, Jinga looked at him and warned him not to underestimate Ice 9. He said this power was a masterpiece made by someone far smarter than he was, and there was no way to escape it. Seeing how bad Jinga looked, Saya told him to stop talking or he would die. She then told Subaru and Carrion to end it now. They had to move fast. They took the chance at once. Lambda was badly weakened, stuck in a loop where his body healed, froze, and broke apart again. The protagonist looked at him and knew he could not let Jinga die, so he decided to split Lambda in two before that happened. At the same time, Lambda pulled together the last of his strength and tried to launch one final killing blow. He meant to kill Carrion, Subaru, and everyone in the portal, sending a deadly attack at Carrion. Carrion answered with Falling Skies and Cadaveric Fist, while MC charged in without hesitation, holding the Divine Chisel. He followed up with Cursed Blood, driving it straight through Lambda's body. Lambda tried to heal, but by then it was nearly impossible. His body was getting torn apart from every side by curses, piercing blows, and the cold. In that opening, Subaru and Carrion struck together. Carrion was grinning, loving the fight, while he stayed completely focused. As Ice 9 nearly swallowed him whole, Lambda wondered if this was really the end. If he was truly going to lose to the creatures he believed had betrayed him by using his siblings. Subaru apologized for using Keelan and Delta against him, but insisted he really did know where they were. He told Lambda that once he got out of the portal, he should head straight to the Bright Sea. That was where the two of them were. Lambda hesitated and asked if the protagonist truly believed that or not. Just then, the system announced the boss had been defeated. Carrion warned everyone not to relax, since enemies like this could revive. Moshao answered that this time it was fine. Carrion was stunned when he realized the resurrection power had been shut down. Ice 9 did more than freeze, it also blocked any kind of revival. Carrion understood then that it was a true killing move, leaving the target no chance at all. Ice 9 left nothing behind. Jinga also survived because the battle gave him enough experience to level up. Watching all this, Carcinos was surprised that the Flame Spirit had lost. He was back in his second zone, the obelisk of the fallen hero. Carcinos remarked that even a giant can die from a poisonous insect sting, and if he looked down on the humans who beat Lambda, he could end up the same way. He then said he hoped they would come to him soon, because the moment they entered his area, he would wipe them out with the biggest wave of light they had ever seen. Outside the portal, Shikishima asked what everyone was doing there. They were all just waiting for the others to come back out. Kinokawa answered that they were obviously waiting for Subaru's group. Diyu added that everyone was worried, and the medics were ready to treat anyone who came out hurt. Shikishima pointed out that it had only been 5 minutes since they went in, but everyone noticed he seemed nervous too. He admitted he had no clue how long clearing the portal would take, so they might as well rest and stay ready for anything. Then everyone suddenly told him to look behind him. Subaru and the others were already back. They had cleared the first area, the garden of the 6-star Carnage Palace, in just 5 minutes and 17 seconds. He jumped from level 51 to 63. Chuzumori Ginga went from 74 to 75. Shikishima stared in shock and asked if they were already back. Meanwhile, Ginga was asking for a paper bag. Someone checked, but the healer said she did not have one. She offered him a cap instead, and Ginga accepted it with a thanks. The healer said he did not need to hide his face, but Ginga replied that in Tokyo, showing it would not really matter anyway. Shikishima then asked if they were all okay, since they looked surprisingly fine. Carrion shot back, asking if he was blind. He was missing an arm. Right then, someone else arrived and caught Subaru's eye. It was Akira Naruse, and he asked if they had already given up, since they came running out after only 5 minutes. Arzi said they had wasted a valuable attempt because of them. Subaru suddenly grabbed Naruse's hands, remembering the future. He got emotional and said Narose had done it, exactly what the protagonist asked of him. Narose had no idea why MC was suddenly crying. He told him his sacrifice had not been meaningless. Still confused, Narose asked what sacrifice he was talking about. He was not even dead. Carrion cut in and told them to stop the nonsense, since not everyone there remembered the future. The protagonist admitted he forgot that. Carrion added that now everyone was staring at him, and Narose, still lost, asked if he heard right. Had Subaru really beaten the boss? Wiping away his tears, MC said yes, they had defeated the first boss. Everyone was stunned, and Narose said that had to be a lie. A 6-star boss was 10 times stronger than a 5-star one. There was no way. Then the system message appeared, saying one boss had been defeated, and only 2 were left. That made everyone realize Subaru was telling the truth. As the healer restored Carrion's arm, she asked who they even were. Carrion answered that they were a team of future kings. Even then, someone said they still could not believe it. Everyone knew how strong a 5-star boss was, so beating a 6-star boss in 5 minutes felt impossible. He explained that it had been incredibly close, They only won because of Ginga's special skill. They asked if his power was really that strong. Ginga said it was basically an instant death move that only needed one touch on the target. Someone said that was insanely strong, and that they could beat the next boss the same way. Ginga did not think so. He explained that Ice 9 only worked if he could make contact. The problem was that the second boss was a flying dragon that fired waves of light. Getting close enough would be nearly impossible. So for the next fight, they needed a team with very strong long-range firepower. Odal agreed that made sense. Kinokawa said that meant they would need Shikishima, and asked if he could handle it. Annoyed, Shikishima snapped that of course he could not do it alone, and called them idiots. Subaru realized Carcinos was not even the biggest issue. An even worse threat waited beyond him. They needed a solid way to beat Iluk. Then Shikishima walked up to the protagonist and asked if they had any chance to win. Mimsy said the odds were low, but yes, they had a chance. Shikishima accepted that and said from now on he was handing command over to him. He would make the plans, give the orders, and lead everyone. Whatever he said, they all had to follow. Ryuti was shocked and asked if Shikishima was serious. People started wondering if Subaru, with only 1 month of player experience, was really going to carry all that responsibility. The protagonist said yes. From that moment on, he officially took command from Shikishima. Kinokawa was stunned. From the moment they first met, she knew Subaru was special. She just didn't think he'd prove it this fast. She also pointed out that even Shikishima looked kind of pleased. He admitted it. They'd been fighting for 8 straight years, waiting to see who would rise next. MC moved on to his first command. He reminded them the 6-star portal had opened the day before, on Wednesday, at 6:15 in the morning. Now it was Thursday, 9:23 a.m., and they only had a few days left before the line ended. So until next Wednesday at 6 a.m., they would split up for a while. Nobody got what he meant. The whole group just went quiet. A little later, Karyan was laughing right in Subaru's face. He told him he was overdoing it, and Kiryu said it was because when he said they were disbanding, everyone looked completely lost. So the protagonist clarified, he didn't mean go home, he meant go level up. Shikishima groaned that MC should have said that first, and MC wondered if he was really that bad at explaining things. Karyan said yes, he was awful. Ganga instantly agreed. Watching the exchange, Saya said everyone has things they're good and bad at. Subaru figured he must be terrible at this, if no one could even say it to him directly. But then Ginga cut in and asked why. If they were supposed to grind levels, they were heading to prison. That was because they were on their way to Panopticon, a prison made only for players. Players had built it with traps, anti-skill measures, and tight lockdown systems. Around 300 inmates were being held there. Inside the prison, the person in charge called for one of the inmates, and told him he had a visitor. The rainbow player was here to talk to him, and it sounded important. The one delivering the message was Q, the prison sentinel, and he was speaking to Kiryu Ise. Soon after Subaru and the others arrived at the prison, Ganga greeted them and said Shikishima had personally called him in. He introduced himself as the warden. The name Q might sound odd, he said, but keeping his real identity hidden was safer since plenty of prisoners hated him. As he showed them around, Ganga explained that Panopticon means total surveillance. The idea came from utilitarian thinkers in the 16th century, a way for a small group to watch a huge number of prisoners. Since there still weren't enough people who could capture players, the old system was still in use. Kiryu was also using a skill that sealed Kiryu Ise's power. It was called Violin Seal, and it created different effects by putting colored wax on a target. With it, he could shut down prisoners when they went berserk. Right now, he was using a branch of that skill, Crimson Seal, which locked the target's main ability and heavily weakened the rest, leaving them almost like a normal person. Subaru was shocked and asked if that wasn't way too powerful. Yu said he thought so too, but sadly his stats never rose when he leveled. That was because his gate owner was a very old man. For his first trial, he had to give the great alchemist Zola 10,000 massages, basically a senile grandpa. He thought gate owners really came in all kinds. Karyan said he was bad at clearing portals, but in prison, he was useful. Then they headed to the visiting room. They had 30 minutes, and no items were allowed inside. Subaru agreed, and told them to go ahead. Waiting on the other side was looking completely drained. Introduced himself as Ariake Tai, the protagonist's half-brother, a player who should have been helping with the 6-star portal, but came here for a personal reason, to ask about his brother. MC thought about him. The vice leader of the Black Faction, the one Hirasaka had defeated. He must have received strong healing, because Hirasaka had nearly sliced him in half. From his future memories, Subaru knew the King of Dawn met Kiryu Ice during the 6th calamity. After the huge earthquake struck Japan, he couldn't stand seeing Kiryu Ice like this. Elsewhere, inside the 5-star portal Ghost Ship of Madness, everything had turned into total chaos. While fighting, Shikishima cursed Subaru, who had ordered him not to return to the 6-star portal until he reached level 90. Then he used his first skill, Golden Bullets, wiping out several monsters at once. But Captain Nima showed up and tried to take him down. Annoyed, Shikishima complained that he clearly had no idea how hard leveling past 80 was. Then his second skill, Ephemeral Flame, finished Captain Nima off. After that he grumbled that the XP from these monsters meant nothing to him. Udo explained they could only level this way by hunting the strongest monsters. Even then the difficulty shot up like crazy. Among star-ranked monsters, there was a full hierarchy, EX at the top, then high, middle, and lower. Lower class ones were 2 to 3 times stronger than 4-star monsters. Middle class were 5 times stronger, high class 10 times, and EX enemies 10 to 15 times stronger. Still fighting, Shikishima asked what they were even doing here, then activated his third skill, Night Circus. At the same time, Kinakawa told him to quit whining, and used her third skill, Assassinship. She reminded him that he was the one who handed command over to Subaru, so he had no right to complain. Shikishima's attack was so strong it triggered a branch skill, Deep Charge, and blew apart everything under the ghost ship. Udo warned them the boss was already on its way. It was a giant level 90 merman, but the second it came close it looked totally lost. Shikishima rushed straight at its face to finish it, but Kinokawa said she wouldn't let him have it. Shikishima fired his fourth skill, Penetrating Cannon, while Kanakawa used her first branch skill, Anchor of Domination. Both attacks hit the boss in the chest, and it turned to dust on the spot. It died like it was nothing. Kanakawa cheered that she got the win, but Shikishima shot back that it was obviously him since he dealt more damage. The two immediately started arguing about who hit harder, but it didn't matter. They both leveled up. Kanakawa went from 81 to 82, and Shikishima from 82 to 83. Neither cared about anything else. They were already moving to the next portal. Udo said this was bad. If Shikishima and Kinakawa stayed together, nothing would be left for anyone else, and he was right. Yamada's group could barely earn any X pull, so they realized it'd be better to split up for now. On top of that, another gold-ranked player was also clearing portals alone. That player was in the 5-star portal called Cabbage Field, and it was Akira Naruse, fighting solo at level 73. Then the boss appeared in front of him, a level 90 stork named Dryfass. Just from its presence, Naruse could tell it was at least middle class, maybe higher. Good, that meant a real fight. He activated his 5th skill, Eaten Cairo, and swore he would never lose to Subaru again. Then he asked the Hirasaka Renji keychain he carried to give him strength. The exact second he kissed it, Hirasaka, who was at the Shining Sea, suddenly sneezed. Hirose he was getting sick. He said now wasn't the time for that, because their training was about to begin. This time, only the two of them would face Delta Killin and Ludwig. Saika said she hoped Subaru could win, that he'd be able to convince that guy. Hirasaka asked if she meant Kiryu Issei, then remembered what Kiryu had said during their fight. He admitted it would be hard for the protagonist to change his mind. And he was right. Kiryu Issei flatly refused the offer. He said he wouldn't help with any portal. Then he announced the visit was over and started to leave. Kiryu said that after his wife and son were murdered, this world stopped meaning anything to him. He saw no value in it anymore, and had no wish to save or help anyone. Hearing that, Subaru felt something was off. He didn't think Kiryu truly meant it. Deep down, Kiryu still had hope. MC knew he had to make him see that, even if it took more time. At the same time, Yatsurugi K was also in the prison, and mentioned that he'd heard they came to see Kiryu. Himeno asked if that was true. Yatsurugi K said it probably was. They likely wanted Kiryu's help with the 6-star portal. Himeno then asked if he could even leave this prison. Yatsurugi K said he'd actually like to fight alongside them a little. Himeno immediately shut that down, saying she would never allow it because he was weak. He asked if she wanted to get out for a while too, but Himeno thought of her sister and said no, she wasn't interested in leaving. Later, inside the association's limousine, Ginga realized it had already been 4 hours since they left Panopticon. The mood in the car was unbearably heavy. Ginga muttered that maybe he shouldn't have come at all. He never expected everyone to stay dead silent for 4 whole hours. Then Kiryuasi finally spoke and called out to Subaru. He asked where they were taking him. Was it the place where his family had been killed? He said no, that wasn't it. What he wanted to know was whether Kiryu wanted revenge. Kiryu said he'd thought about it before, but even revenge wouldn't bring his family back. Then Kiryu Issei asked if Subaru really believed he could help clear that so-called 6-star portal. The protagonist simply said yes. He didn't even try to explain. Watching this, Jinga wondered what MC was planning. Kiryu had watched his family get murdered, and even the law couldn't help because the killer was a minor. It was like the whole world had turned against him, leaving him buried in total despair. Jinga wondered what he was planning to say to a man like Kiryu. Then Subaru told him he never had a family either. Kiryu coldly answered, "So what?" The protagonist went on, saying he still had people he cared about, and he would protect them no matter what. Jinga could tell this was not going well. To him, words like that would never reach someone with this much pain and revenge inside. Even so, he wanted to see what Subaru was trying to do. They traveled all the way back to Tokyo. Then they stopped by a field where kids were playing soccer. Kiryu quietly watched them. Confused, Ginga asked where they were. Kiryu said it was the Akazaka Football Club, the team his son used to play for. Ginga was stunned, while Subaru stayed silent. Kiryu started thinking back to the days his son played there. He remembered little Saite thanking him for the lunchbox, and saying it would help him score a goal. Back then Kiryu told him he would, and reminded him not to get hurt. In the present, he found himself repeating those exact same words without noticing. He also remembered his wife beside him that day, offering him tea while they watched their son. He thanked her for always staying with him and supporting him. Ginga, shocked, looked at Subaru and called him unbelievably cruel. He asked why he brought Kiryu here. MC only said, "Not yet." Ginga had no idea what that meant. Right then, the children spotted Kiryu and shouted, "Uncle!" They still remembered him as Saite's father. All of them ran up to him like family, because that's what he was to them. Holding back emotion, Kiryu said it had been so long since he last saw all of them. He had not returned since Saite's funeral. Then an older boy came over holding a photo of Saite. He said Saite had stayed with them to this day. In every match, they still carried him in their hearts. The whole team agreed, saying Saite was their strength. The boy who looked like the goalkeeper said they had a match next month and asked Kiryu to come cheer for them. They would win together with Saite. Kiryu could not stop his tears. He remembered his son proudly saying he had made it onto the main team. When Kiryu asked if soccer was fun, Saite said yes. He was not the best or the strongest, but he had made amazing friends, and he asked his father to always cheer for him and them. All Kiryu could do was cry. Watching this, Subaru said the future had changed a little again. He remembered what happened in the future memories. After the sixth disaster and the huge earthquake, he found Kiryu after the prison collapsed and asked if those shoes were his. Kiryu said he had gone back to the soccer team his son used to play with, only to find everyone dead. Even then, he saw that Saite's photo was still in the clubroom. They had never forgotten him. But even knowing that, Kiryu wondered what he had been doing all that time, if he could not protect them. Subaru realized the tears Kiryu shed now were different from the ones in that future. So he told him he was glad to see this. Jinga understood too. He was right. Then the children asked Kiryu to stay and watch practice. Subaru stepped in and asked him to lend them his strength so they could protect this world together. With tears still in his eyes, Kiryu said he wanted to leave behind a world where those kids could play soccer in peace. He added that the protagonist was really sly. He knew exactly how to reach someone's heart. Kiryu agreed to help, but on one condition. MC said yes right away. The condition was simple. He wanted to visit those children every month, whenever he wished. Kiryu thanked him from the bottom of his heart. That night, the team was ready. Kiryu officially joined them. Now the final group for the second phase of the 6-star portal was complete. Before entering the Great Portal, they decided to level up first. Any experience gained through Karin and Saya would also go straight to Hirosaka and Sayaka, so no time would be wasted. Jinga and Kiryu still had to open one more trial gate and gain another skill, since those abilities could decide the battle. From here on, they had to risk everything to beat the 6-star bosses. 6 days later, on October 31st, the day of the final battle finally came. At 12:07, Shikishima was already there. He thought only 6 hours remained before the portal opened. He had done all he could. Now they just had to trust Subaru's plan. Then, the director called Shikishima, and he immediately had a bad feeling about it. Kiryu asked what was going on, trying to understand, but Shikishima said there was not much they could do. Hirosaka's death still had not been announced, so he said he would send a car to bring Carry-On over right away. In the next moment the car was already there, and a man was dragging Carry-On out by force. It was Shikishima himself. Carry-On asked if this was some kind of joke, and complained they were kidnapping him. He even said that demon or not, he still wanted human rights. Meanwhile, the sushi he left behind had already been completely eaten. Jinga asked about Subaru, and Saya said he was still inside the portal, leading the meeting with the gold players. Kiryu said that after spending time with him, he had realized the guy was truly abnormal. Jinga asked if he meant the protagonist's weird behavior, and Saya thought of the man who walks around with a paper bag on his head. But Kiryu said that was not what he meant. He was talking about MC's mental strength. Kiryu remembered the 5-star portal, the forgotten zone of divine beasts, when MC went to face the boss there, Mugen and Kwana. Kiryu explained that leveling up heals a player's physical injuries, but not their mind. Mental fatigue stays. It does not matter who you are, if you keep fighting without rest, eventually you run out of strength. When that happens, death is impossible to avoid. At that moment Subaru had been knocked down and was nearly swallowed by the forest flowers. But Kiryu said he was different. He just got back up like nothing happened. Kiryu explained that during the last 6 days, while everyone else focused on leveling, Subaru joined every portal run for every single one of them, without taking even 1 day off, and he was still going. That was when Kiryu understood it. This guy, who had only recently become a player, was already standing with the strongest players in the world. To him, the protagonist was a real monster. MC finally beat the creature and reached level 90, setting the world record as the fastest person in history to get there. He thought he had made it just in time. Now only the final trial gate remained. When he arrived, they told him he was late. Vanquish said he had been waiting for him, and now it was time to finish this. Later, they met with Carry-On disguised as Hirosaka. Carry-On warned that if anyone laughed at him, he would kill them all. Kiryu then noticed a chained-up man and asked who he was. Shikishima explained that it was Akira Nishiura, The moment he saw Kiryu copying Hirosaka's face, he tried to kill him, so they had to keep him tied up. Kiryu said that made sense, since everything was being recorded. Shikishima answered that they could not do much about the media. All they could do was explain themselves. He also reminded them that after the Black Faction incident, a 6-star portal appeared, making people even more desperate. Then a woman showed up and thanked both Hirosaka and Shikishima. She was a reporter, and after the break she planned to reveal secrets and stories about the new leader of Japan's player world, the savior, Subaru. Jinga was surprised and asked, "Leader?" Shikishima explained that after he cleared the first phase of the 6-star portal, his fame exploded. Jinga agreed, without him they never would have gotten past the pharaoh. Just then, Narusa said 18 hours had passed, so it was time to do what the protagonist planned. But things got even worse when an underworld creature appeared in the city and started attacking people. Narusa said this could not have happened at a worse time. Korean, completely calm, said no one there needed to do anything. They asked if he was sure, and he said yes, because Subaru was already on his way. As MC arrived, he thought he was a little late, but also wondered why an underworld creature was here. Then, just as it moved to attack people, he appeared and told it that was enough. Everyone looked over and instantly recognized the savior, Subaru. He checked the creature, saw it was an X-class 4-star boss, and said this would make a perfect test. Then he pulled out his divine chisel, now completely changed, and with one insanely strong slash, he turned the dragon into grilled meat, killing it in an instant. The crowd was stunned. They could not believe he wiped out the monster with one hit. Of course, people started saying this was exactly what they expected from the savior, Subaru. Right after that, he went up to join the group. Saya told him he had done great as always, and everyone had been waiting for him. Shikishima joked that the savior had become pretty popular, though the protagonist clearly hated the fame. Then Shikishima kicked him, asking why he was late, and whether everything was ready. Subaru said of course it was. Now they just had to go. The goal was simple: go in, wipe out everything inside, and come back alive. Meanwhile, the media filmed it all, and announced that it had begun. The team stood at the entrance of the 6-star portal. No one knew what was waiting inside, but everyone hoped they'd make it back. They faced the massive 6-star portal. Shikishima confirmed it. This was the radiant dragon he had kept talking about. Subaru said the area was safe for now. Each zone's boss was trapped in its own section, and even their attacks couldn't cross the barriers. So as long as they stayed in the first area, they were fine. Then Carcinos suddenly appeared. He mocked the humans for actually coming, and MC realized he had shown up much earlier than he remembered from the future. Carcinos demanded to know what they were doing in his territory. But before anything else could happen, Ilok, who somehow was already in the second area, rushed straight at Carcinos, activated Albion, and killed him in one blow. In seconds, Ilok reduced Carcinos to a wreck, too broken to even stand. Terrified, Carcinos muttered that this monster had always been different, not just the strongest. He was the one who stood above everything. Then Ilok asked where the intruders were going, making it clear he planned to erase them completely. At that moment, Carcinos sensed a familiar presence and wondered if that thing was still alive. That was when they explained who this man was: the legendary demon beast slayer, Ilek, the third boss of the Palace of Carnage. Subaru quietly thanked Kiryu for doing his part. Kiryu brushed it off. If the enemy used a sword, he could deal with it easily. Then he spread seals all across the area. Everyone knew this skill already: the crest of interruption. Anything that touched it stopped for 1 second, no exceptions. The crest stayed invisible until triggered, but Subaru knew Ilak's slashes were so fast they'd be gone in that time. They couldn't depend on the crests alone. Shikishima admitted he had high hopes, but this thing was on another level. This was a 6-star boss who could shred everything with one move. If Kiryu hadn't been there, they'd all be dead already. Kiryu was level 83 now, and he asked if he had known the boss would be a knight. Shikishima asked why he thought that. Kiryu explained that his crests only worked on physical attacks, not light or gas, and the radiant dragon had been wiped out by Illeg. It almost felt like the protagonist already knew what would happen. Kiryu couldn't understand how MC knew that, but Subaru only said they'd stick to the plan. Shikishima agreed and said the support team would stay with them. So the teams were set. The frontline group was Ariake, he level 90, Carrion, level 85, Saya, level 40, Jinga, level 86, and Fushigami, level 88. Sushi grabbed all of them, swallowed them, and charged full speed at Ilek, who was already waiting with his sword ready. But from inside Sushi, someone used anti-vision, making the team nearly invisible. Ilek lost track of them completely. Shikishima told Kiryu they could talk about Subaru later. For now, all they could do was trust him. Then the long-range support team was introduced, the group backing up the fight against Ilek. It was Kinukawa Sakura, level 91, Naru Akira, level 90, and Shikishima Ryo, level 92. Shikishima activated his 7th skill, Imperial Control, which let him use his 1st, 5th, and 6th skills at the same time, all boosted by golden power. The attacks poured down on Ilok like a whole army, firing at once, hammering him without a break. Naru stared in disbelief. wondering what kind of skill that was, and whether Subaru's team would survive inside all that chaos. Imperial Control constantly drained mana, but in return it boosted all skills power and accuracy by 10%, and let him use multiple abilities at once. That only made Iluk even angrier. With one huge slash, he blew away every attack around him and even split up the ground. It was Furious Slash, a move that literally destroyed everything in front of him. Shikishima was stunned. For a second, he even wondered if Iluk could cut the entire portal apart if he wanted to. Meanwhile, Udo kept everyone from falling with his walls because almost no ground was left. Shaking, Naru's eye met it. He really thought he was about to die. Kiryu warned that losing sight of Iluk would be even worse. They wouldn't know where the next strike was coming from. Luckily, Shikishima could still track him with clairvoyance. Even then, things were bad. Iluk's next slash was heading right for them and covered almost the whole area. Udo said this was where he and Kiryu had to hold him back. They prepared themselves, and Kiryu set even more crests of interruption while Udo used his fourth skill, Golden Wall. Iluk's Albion Strike slammed straight into it. Mia asked if the whole stage had turned vertical, and Jinga panicked, trying to understand what was going on. At the same time, Sushi was shaking in fear and clinging to the rocks so he wouldn't fall. Subaru realized Iluk was far stronger and faster than in his future memories. Shikishima also noticed the attack was bigger than before, and warned everyone that some slashes might break through the barrier. A massive explosion went off, and through the smoke, Iluk kept moving closer. Shikishima saw that the stage had returned to normal, but the battlefield was a mess. They were alive because of the seals in the wall, and Narusi had barely made it thanks to both. Shikishima asked if everyone was still alive. They were badly hurt, but their own skills had kept them alive. Kiryu snapped at Shikishima for standing there. He had to keep doing his part. There was no time to worry about them. The only thing that mattered was beating the boss. Kiryu said he trusted the protagonist. He also wanted to know why the protagonist had given him this chance, why he'd given him a reason to keep living. Shikishima told him not to worry. His eyes had already seen everything. MC and the others had reached Iluk, so Kiryu's part was over. The real battle was only starting. Subaru thanked Center Call in his head, because from here on, it was up to them. Saya and Carrion moved first. Carrion said he'd take it from there. Then Hirasuka Renji took over his body, while Amemiya Sayaka took over Saya's and used Pranavarpamos. Mia and Jinga were stunned by what they saw. When Iluk rushed in, Hirasuka answered with his golden blade and unleashed Dragon's Flying Slash, that even caught Iluk off guard, and Hirasuka greeted him like an old senior, saying it was a pleasure to finally meet him. He introduced himself as Hirasuka Renji, inheritor of the essence of the Golden Knight Commander Lodwig. The moment Iluk heard that name, he got even angrier. Then Sayaka fired Kirin's lightning, and caused a huge explosion. They explained that Pranavarpa must let them use Saya and Carrion's experience points. Sayaka quickly apologized and asked if she'd hurt Hirasuka. He joked that he thought he was going to die, and she apologized again, saying she'd forgotten the earrings she wore had raised the skills level. Still, they learned something important. Long-range attacks could slow Iluk down a little, but they barely did any damage because of his Bell Hirak ability, which blocked 95% of projectile damage. Sayaka said she'd focus fully on support. She was level 86 now. Hirasuka said he was counting on her, and he was level 97. Subaru then told Mia and Jinga it was their turn to join in. Jinga asked if he was serious, because the fight was pure chaos. Hirasuka and Iluk were trading blows so fierce it was hard to follow. Iluk's attacks weren't just insanely fast, they were crushingly heavy too. Hirasuka had expected that kind of power from the former commander of the Golden Knights. Iluk's swordsmanship was overwhelming. Even with 2 buff skills active, Hirasuka still couldn't block every strike. That would have been fatal alone, but luckily he wasn't alone. Then the story jumped back to 6 days earlier, at the Shining Sea of the Underworld. Subaru said it was a long story, but explained that in the King of Dawn's world, according to his future memories, they had failed to clear the 6-star portal. Killen said he wasn't surprised, since that was never going to be easy. He went on, saying their loss against Lambda had been brutal. They were badly hurt, spent a long time recovering and leveling, and during that time, Iluk killed Carcinos. Still, he escaped the portal only because the time limit ran out. The second he got out, Iluk nearly wiped out all of Tokyo. In those memories, Udo and Kinakawa gave their lives to protect the city. Hirasaka was deeply shocked by that. Then Delta asked where he was headed. Hirasaka said he would ask Ludwig again, no matter what. It was the only way she'd train him. But before he even got there, Vanquish was already approaching with Ludwig. She agreed to help, and warned him that his next enemy would be Iluk, the demon beast slayer. Ludwig made it clear she would train him for one purpose only, to destroy Iluk, even if that meant betraying her own country. She wouldn't hold back, even if the training broke his body. Hirasaka said that was exactly what he wanted. Back in the present, he knew that even after all that training, he still wasn't equal to Iluk. He needed the others. Then Mia used her third skill, Lick My Shoe, smashing a high heel into Iluk's face and creating an opening. Hirasaka used it at once, and struck with Stonebreaker Oil, throwing off Iluk's stance. That gave Jinga the chance to move in with his 5th skill, Iceberg Grip. Just before the iceberg could crush him, Illick activated Albion and shattered it. But Hirasaka was already right behind him, using twin-headed slash. Illick blocked it with his sword, but it still forced him back a step, and Subaru used that opening to land a necrotic strike. The protagonist followed up with a necrotic punch mixed with divine chisel strike, forcing Illick to evade. Illick answered with Fulgor and blinked far away. Hirasaka had been waiting for that exact moment and rushed in. He fired off Ludwig's 3-hit combo using Phoenix Fall, Draconic Impalement, and Bunny Demon Strike. Even after taking all that, Illick was still on his feet. Hirasaka didn't let up and kept hammering at the golden armor until Illick coughed up blood for the first time. The blow also sent him flying back. Jinga could only stare in shock and call it amazing. He was watching the world's strongest player fight right in front of him, and even asked if it was already over. Shafsaya skut as doubt shut got jet was so too. Shut out in already on forning what doubt. Fitzelsfried was gewesen such a card as Dutch lead from Jitfaz. She told Subaru she was going in next, and he agreed to back her up. Then Sayaka called on everyone to show what they could do. She activated Summon of the 8 Gods of Thunder, bringing out several tiny, colorful, cute versions of Keelan around her. And sure enough, even after coughing blood, Illick was still standing. He barely looked hurt at all. Neruz was completely stunned. Seeing that light, he wondered if it was meant for him and got deeply moved. Just watching Hirasaka's strength hit him hard. Shikishima snapped him out of it, asking why he was still standing there when they had to leave and meet their leader. The boy was nearly in tears from how overwhelmed he felt. Hirasaka recalled Ludwig's training. If they wanted to beat Illick, they first had to break his armor. That armor cut all damage in half, and even healed him over time, just by being worn. It was a super rare item, basically a treasure, and Sayaka called it totally unfair. Ludwig said that wasn't even the worst part. Among all Golden Knights, Illick had the best durability and the most health, making him terrifying in long fights. That was why the plan was simple: overwhelm him fast with brutal attacks. Ludwig told Hirasaka that once the armor broke, he had to use his strongest move by combining Dimensional Slash with Imperial Radiance, but he had to watch his mana carefully. Since Dimensional Slash alone used 80%, Shalanka stood and said that after enough hits on the armor, somebody was bound to eat a nasty counter. Until then, she would support everyone, and if she got the chance, she'd help break the armor too, since hitting hard was kind of her thing. Ludwig agreed. As a disciple of the God of Thunder, Shalanka had unmatched speed. In the present, she hyped up her little thunder gods and sent them out. They turned into electricity and merged into her body. Illick noticed right away that Sayaka and Hirasaka were boxing him in, and even he looked a little impressed by her skill. This was the 8-color form of the God of Thunder. In it, Sayaka could control all 8 thunder gods at once. Every hit dealt huge thunder damage. Her speed jumped by 1,000, and she took 60% less physical and heat damage. The catch was brutal. This form burned through mana like crazy and couldn't be turned off. It only ended when she ran dry. With Sayaka's mana, that gave her about 10 seconds. The countdown started. At 0.04 seconds, she was already on top of Illick. Her first hit cracked his armor wide open. By 0.11 seconds, she smashed him in the face. At 0.18, punches were raining across his whole body, all before a full second had passed. By the 1-second mark, she had already beaten him down completely. Mia was left speechless. Using Eagle Eyes, a basic Golden Knight skill that let her zoom in up to 100 times, she tracked the whole thing. After watching closely, Mia said this girl was fighting a 6-star boss head-on. She called Sayaka insanely strong and asked Subaru who she was. Without hesitation, MC answered, Amemiya Sayaka, the first friend he ever made. Sayaka then remembered testing her electric current with Killen, and he confirmed she had amazing compatibility with him. Carrion, Delta, and Vanquish called him an idiot, and Killen shot back that he'd fry them all if they kept talking. Sayaka asked Carrion who that guy was, and he introduced himself as Thunder Killen, saying that under his pact with Vanquish he would train her. Back in the present, Delta watched Killen and wondered why he was there watching Sayaka fight. Then Delta noticed something else. It had been a long time since he'd seen Killen smile that much. Sayaka's growth had impressed him so deeply that he was left speechless, but her opponent was still Illick, one of the strongest Golden Knights, and that made everything harder. Then a deep slash tore across her chest. She realized that without the transformation, that hit would have killed her. Even with the 60% reduction, the damage was brutal. She still had 2 seconds left. Sayaka remembered Vanquish warning that Subaru's trump card had to be saved for the next calamity, so she knew she couldn't count on it. Meanwhile, Hirasaka waited for the right opening, with Imperial Radiance active. He still had 83% mana. Hirasaka trusted her, and believed the next hit could win this. With only a little over a second left in her form, Sayaka poured in everything she had for one last attack, Albion Slash. By now, Illick's armor was almost fully broken. Her strike drove straight through him. At that exact instant, the transformation ended, and her mana hit 0. Even so, she shattered the chest plate and exposed part of the face under his helmet. Sayaka told Hirasaka the rest was his. He thanked her, they had made it in time, and instantly used Dimensional Slash. Now it was level 10, and it split Illich's body in half. Everyone who saw it, both inside the portal and in the underworld, was stunned that the plan had worked. With Sayaka breaking the armor, and Hirasaka landing his strongest blow, victory finally felt close, but Illich still refused to die. Instead, he remembered the past. He was standing before all the Golden Knights, bound and being questioned for what he had done. Back then, he was their commander. Ludwig, the vice commander, said this came by royal order. She told him his violence had gone far beyond reason. Left unchecked, he would have wiped out the whole nation of the Silver King, but the king wanted peace. Illich sneered at that, saying peace meant nothing. Soldier or civilian, every last one of them should be killed. Ludwig saw there was no point arguing with him, and ordered the sentence to be carried out. Illich asked if she was really calling for his execution. She said yes. Her older brother had murdered countless people, enemies and even allies who stood against his slaughter. Illich coldly replied that killing those who disobeyed was normal, and he couldn't see why that deserved death. Furious, Ludwig remembered that her best friend was one of his victims. She said he had no right to call that normal, and she couldn't accept those words from her own brother anymore. Ludwig declared she would execute the beast slayer, and cut off his head as he burned with pure hatred. Back in the present, Illich was alive, but badly weakened. Saya urged Hirasaka to finish him fast, but then Illich activated Imperial Radiance himself. The pressure of that power alone filled everyone with fear. No one could believe what they were feeling. His Imperial Radiance was also level 10, boosting all his stats by 160%. Illich said he finally understood. His own country had betrayed him and thrown him into a portal. Hirasaka wondered if Illich had gotten his mind back. Illich asked if that meant Hirasaka was Ludwig's successor. Then he said the gate plan his master once spoke about had really come true. Even so, he never expected Ludwig to send her own possessor. To him, that just showed how pathetic and sneaky his little sister had become. After laughing, he said the fools around him had no idea what was coming. Then he asked if they knew how those sealed in the gate could return to the underworld. First, they could kill their possessors. The instant he said that, he drove a strike into Sayaka's stomach before she even saw it coming. Illich said this method was bad, though. It damaged their souls, lowered their rank, and forced them to return to the Hirasaka rush to save Sayaka at once. But Illich moved so fast he vanished. Then he explained the second way back to the underworld. Kill a powerful possessor. Right after that, he stomped Hirasaka and smashed him into the ground. Illich explained that killing a possessor let him absorb their soul, which sent him back to the underworld. Leveling worked on the same basic idea, so if he had to choose a target, he said it would obviously be Hirasaka, who was level 97. Hirasaka tried to kick him off and activated the Crimson Mantle, gear that raised attack by 100 but crushed his defense. It made him a glass cannon. With Imperial Radiance and the Crimson Mantle together, his attack power hit 360, and on top of that, he was about to use his 12th skill, Slayer of All Creatures, a single strike that could reach a massive 10,000 attack power, an ability exclusive to Illich. Hirasaka and Sayaka were frozen with fear. Even from that far away, the pressure was crushing them. Jinga warned Ariaka, this was going to end badly. Subaru told everyone to run now. If that attack hit, nothing would be left. He realized Illich had gotten his mind back, so the mission was over. They had to fall back at once, and Jinga asked what he would do. Illich said he was thankful to humans. Because of them, he had grown even stronger. Now he could return to the underworld and finally rip his sister apart. As his gift of thanks, he would wipe them all out with his final move, his 18th ability, the true Dragon Slayer sword. While Illich got ready, Subaru spoke to his relatives through their souls. He said the plan was finished. They had to switch tactics, and everyone needed to leave right away. Then the protagonist said he would be the one to stop Illich. That left everyone confused. Sayaka asked if he meant using his trump card, and Hirasaka questioned whether that would really be enough to beat the Silver King now. MC admitted he was not sure, but it was still better than letting his friends die. Sayaka realized Subaru was putting their lives first, and she started wondering what she should do. Then she suddenly saw a way out. She told him to wait, and asked if he felt it too, because there might be another option besides his secret move. Back in the present, Illich was just about to kill them all, when a strange energy covered his sword. Even he did not know what it was. Both of his arms locked up. Then Kiryu showed up, saying his timing was perfect, and that it had been a while since he had seen Hirasaka. He used the Crest of Interruption to freeze Illich completely, and the one carrying him while meowing was Sushi. Hirasaka let out a relieved breath, and said he was glad they were okay. Kiryu told them not to come hugging him like idiots, and kept the enemy pinned down with the Crest of Interruption. He greeted the Beast Slayer politely, then added they would not know each other long, because Illich was about to die inside his trap. Kiryu apologized, though he sadly could not shut him up too. Illich asked if Kiryu was the one who had stopped his Albion strike. Kiryu was worried because his mana was nearly empty, and he knew this bluff would not hold much longer. Subaru had to act fast. At that moment, Shikishima's team arrived. Shikishima said Kiryu had paralyzed the enemy, so the protagonist could use the new plan now. MC realized there really was another option besides his trump card, something only he could do. His mind raced through every way to beat Illich, while saving that last move for the Silver King. He turned to Shikishima and Naruto and asked them for a favor. Subaru wanted them to become his relatives right then and there. They agreed right away. So he got ready to use an ultimate ability he had never tried before, the Blood Usurper. It was tied to Raktatsunana, the skill he unlocked at level 50, which let him turn a living person into one of his relatives. Unlike Paravana, which needed a deep soul bond, this only required the other person's consent. The protagonist still asked if they were truly okay with it. Narus joked about whether MC was fine becoming his subordinate, and MC said, technically, yes. Narus thought he would never lose to Subaru, but said he did not care, as long as they got on with it. As he agreed, Narus remembered being stuck in the hospital, weak and helpless. He had asked his mother to turn on the TV, because Mr. Hirosaka was going to appear. He watched him every single day. Narus said he might be the savior, but his one true hero had always been Hirosaka Renji. If this was for Hirosaka, he would do anything. Meanwhile, they kept Iluk in check with freezing skills and interruption crests. Iluk figured out it was an invisible form of restraint, and he realized he was surrounded by it. He also noticed nobody was attacking through this opening, which meant they were planning something. Iluk called it pointless, and broke the whole setup by kicking rocks into the seals. He explained the trick right away. The seals did not target a person. They reacted to any movement at all, so even stones could set them off. Kiryu was shocked that Iluk understood his power so fast. Then Iluk used his 15th ability, Dimensional Slip, which worked like Hirosaka's Dimensional Slash. With it, he cut Sushi in half and tore off Kiryu's leg. Right after that, he activated his 16th ability, Dimensional Polishing, smashing through everything in front of him. Kiryu tried to block it with his mobility seals, but Iluk said he already knew the paralysis only lasted at least 1 second. This new move, though, would keep going for 20 seconds. Kiryu and Sushi took the hit directly. Iluk said that was one less problem. Then he slipped past Hirosaka's next attack, while Hirosaka shouted, asking how he could do that. Iluk told him to stop struggling, said his mana was already gone, and told him to die. Then he used Dimensional Slash again, but this time the attack got stopped. Iluk demanded to know what that was. It was Shikishima, firing from far away and saying he had the target in sight again. He said Subaru was right. Projectile attacks worked really well on Iluk. Now he was using his second ability, Golden Rifle, mixed with the protagonist's cursed blood. He fired another blood bullet, forcing Iluk to guard against it. Iluk wondered what kind of curse this was because it felt like it was hitting not his body but his soul. Then Hirosaka heard Narusi's voice in his head, apologizing for dropping in without permission, and asking if he was out of mana. Narusi explained that he could combine his weapons with his first ability, Golden Arsenal, and add the Cursed Blood trait. That was one perk of becoming Subaru's relative. They could use his cursed blood inside their own abilities, so every weapon Narusi summoned could strike the enemy's soul directly. Soon, everyone started loading themselves up with weapons. Sayaka realized MC had really made all of them his relatives. He, though, was shaken by it, because turning living people into relatives was a huge choice. Once that happened, Paravana could never revive them, no matter when they died. Shikishima told him not to dwell on it. Everyone understood the risk, and Subaru had made the right call for the sake of winning. He added that the protagonist could share future memories with them now, apologized for leaving that burden on him for so long, and said they would take it from here. Then Shikishima lined up his next shot, as the others got ready and rushed in with Narusa's weapons, while he covered them from afar. He kept firing straight at Iluk, so Iluk would not notice Hirosaka and Sayaka coming up behind him. Iluk started taking hits from every direction, and all of them aimed right at his soul. He could not understand how they were working together so perfectly without signals or even talking first. It was like they were one living body. That was one of the biggest strengths of a team made entirely of one person's relatives, soul communication. They were all linked and could talk in their minds. When Iluk tried to strike back, a sniper shot hit his arm again. Shikishima was cutting off every attack before it could happen. Shikishima said they thought alike. Better to crush the enemy's move than waste time defending. He even asked Kiryu if that sounded right. Then Kiryu fully pinned Iluk down, and he could not believe it. He was sure he had hit Kiryu dead on with the Dimensional Slash, so there should have been no way he survived. But Sushi had saved him by expanding his body enough to shield him completely. Kiryu said he could not die there, and sadly for Iluk, he was not about to miss his chance. Then Sayaka and Hirosaka rushed in, ready to crush Iluk's head. The blow hit so hard that blood burst out of his body. Iluk demanded to know who those bastards were, and all of them answered together. They were Subaru's relatives. The boss had been beaten. Iluk still tried to save his soul and get back to the underworld, but Hirosaka shut that down. He was never going back. Then Hirosaka drove a small dagger into Iluk's chest. His body broke apart completely. His soul was dragged into the galaxy of the unconscious universe, where destroyed souls end up. This was the final gift Ludwig had given Hirosaka after training, meant for the finishing blow. He wondered what that weapon really was. Ludwig had told him its name was amnesia. A soul destroyed in a portal could normally still return to the underworld, but amnesia broke that cycle, and buried the soul in the unconscious universe forever. Hirosaka realized that was the same place where Subaru had met the King of Dawn. Ludwig had begged him to do this for her pride, for her dead friend, and for the hundreds of souls Ilak had already erased. She wanted her older brother, Ilak the Beast Slayer, completely destroyed. Ilak wondered what was happening to his body. Amnesia was buried deep in his chest. That treasure dagger, one of the rarest items in the Golden Country's vault, could send a soul straight to the unconscious universe and end reincarnation completely. Ilak felt his soul collapsing. Inside, there was nothing but freezing cold. He wondered if this was truly the end, and the last scream he gave was all he could do before he vanished. His soul was pulled farther and farther away. Ludwig said that now, at last, the souls had been avenged. She remembered how she once thought her brother was incredible. He could take down dragons by himself, and she always looked up to him. Back then she wanted to grow up and be just like him. But now she was saying her final goodbye to her beloved brother, knowing she would one day walk that same road too. She said it was finally over. Lying on the ground with no strength left, she admitted she had used up everything. Naris asked Hirosaka if it was really over. Hirosaka said yes, and added that it was thanks to him too. He told Naris he had become a real man, someone worthy of respect. That made Naris remember his talk with the owner of his gate. The owner had asked if he wanted to use his success to help Hirosaka Renji, and called that a noble choice. That owner was the Golden Knight Magic Sword, Delcane. Delcane told him that if he wanted to become a human star, he could not cling only to righteousness. He said he had trained hard to become a swordsman, and failed, so he switched classes and became a magic swordsman. There were times he felt ashamed, but he never refused any method that could make him stronger. That was how he became one of the 7 strongest Golden Knights ever. Delcane told Naris that if he wanted to reach the stars, the method mattered less than believing in himself, and never giving up. That was real ambition. Naris started crying, feeling like those words had brought him closer than ever to becoming a star. Shakashima checked if everyone was alright, and Hirosaka finally met him again after a long time. Naris watched the two of them, then saw them greet each other with a fist bump like old friends. He thought it was seriously cool. Shakashima said they were heading home, and Naris wondered if that was really all. After so long apart, that was their reunion. To him, veterans were just that cool. Mio warned that everyone was already gathering to head back. Subaru thought they had somehow managed to overcome the second calamity. But then a system message appeared for MC alone. No one else could see it and he could not share it. It was a direct message from the administrator. It said the system had detected interference from his relatives, and because the stage boss's soul had completely vanished, it would not be turned into experience points. It also warned that this kind of interference was not recommended, and told players to follow the proper rules, asking if he understood. Subaru realized this was a direct warning from the admin, and that the future was coming faster than he expected. The mission was officially cleared. Later, the media swarmed the story. At 6:15 in the morning, the team led by Ariawickham had successfully cleared the 6-star portal. The whole city was in an uproar, with crowds gathering to watch the portal collapse. During an interview, the protagonist said he had only handled command this time, and that the win belonged to his teammates. He promised that from here on, the players would keep protecting everyone from the creatures of the Shakashima. Noticed that neither Subaru nor Hirosaka got nervous on camera, and he figured that was not the only thing they had in common. Hirosaka then told Shakashima he was returning to the Shining Sea because he still needed to get stronger. His goal was to protect everyone's lives. Shakashima answered that they would meet again next time. Right after that, Carrion showed up, annoyed that this bastard came back at that exact moment. Shakashima asked if Carrion had already returned. Hirosaka said yes, he had just gotten back, and called him an idiot. Subaru tried to calm them down through their mental link, but Shakashima was already thinking that next time he would punch him in the face. Sayada said she was heading back to the Shining Sea too, but first she wanted to spend some time visiting her relatives. Then she asked Naros if he was alright, and he said it felt like someone was missing. In fact, the one quietly slipping away was Ginga. The healer asked if he was going home, and Ginga said yes. His mission was over, and he had done his part alongside Subaru. Even if he had not done much at the end, he still gave it his all, as a silver rank. Kiryu said he felt the same way. Ginga thanked Kiryu for everything he had done there, because he believed MC would keep the promise he made to him. Kiryu said Ginga really trusted Ariake, but Ginga said not exactly. Back in Hitachi, Ginga was home again, fresh from a shower, and watching the news report about Subaru. He thought the week had felt incredibly long, but it had also been a valuable experience since he had spent it all with the savior, him. Then a new gate suddenly opened right in front of him, and he wondered why it was happening now. Ginga called out, asking if the arcane was there, but someone else answered instead, saying they had been waiting for him. Ginga then realized he could not move. A moment later, Ruin the Silver King of the Nine Tails appeared, and asked for a small talk, because he needed Ginga's help with something. The next morning, November 1st, at the Foundation headquarters, a celebration banquet was being held. Everyone was eating, drinking, and cheering for the success of the 6-star portal. Ginga turned down the invitation, saying he was heading home since it was pretty far away. Kiryu was sent back to prison, but he did get permission to attend the boys' soccer match. Everyone else kept partying, eating and drinking. Subaru asked if Shikishima was really drinking juice, and even Sayaka was surprised. Shikishima explained that alcohol burned out of his body too fast because of his player abilities, so drinking was pointless. The protagonist asked Sayaka if she had visited her parents yesterday. She said yes and spent the night there. Everyone cried, which was a little overwhelming, but she was happy they were celebrating her victory. Shikishima asked whether MC had time today, and he said yes, he only needed to meet Jinga at 6 in the evening because there was something important to talk about with. Then Shikishima said that if Subaru was free, he should use the chance to buy a house. He was caught off guard, but Shikishima explained that he had gotten too famous. The hotel lobby was packed all the time, and the bills kept rising, so buying a house or apartment would be easier. With how famous he was now, having a private place was not a luxury anymore, it was a necessity. The protagonist wondered if buying a house that fast was even possible, but Shikishima said he would help. Until then, he could stay at Hirasaka's house. Subaru pointed out that the place sounded pretty roomy, and Shikishima said he was being a bit too honest. Then MC asked how big it was. Shikishima said he was not sure, maybe around 70 square meters. He then asked how long he would be staying there. Shikishima said until he got his own place. Karien even asked Hirasaka directly, swearing on his soul, if it was really okay to use the house. Hirasaka said yes, but Subaru immediately thought Narusi would be furious if he heard that. He could already imagine him yelling about how they dared live in Hirasaka's house. The protagonist even considered asking if Narusi wanted to stay there too, but he quickly pictured the answer, and knew he was right. Narusi snapped, asking if he was an idiot, and MC decided that was a terrible idea. Then Shikishima handed him the key, and said he could head out, but he remembered there was still plenty of time before 6 in the evening. Shikishima told him he should walk around the city for a while. It was the city he had protected. As Subaru wandered around, memories of the future came back to him. But now everything had changed. He could finally walk in peace, sip coffee, and watch people enjoy their day. The horrible future he had seen was no longer real. It was gone. The protagonist understood again that this was the city they had to protect. The tragedy from the King of Dawn's future had not happened this time. Later, he took the train to meet Jinga, reaching Hitachi that night, right on time. Subaru thought the station looked nice. Jinga noted that he had arrived right on time. MC thanked him for all his hard work. Jinga said that after the 6-star portal, he thought he was finally done with all that work, but then he got called out again. He added that he was not really the party type anyway, and asked what Subaru wanted to talk about. He asked if next week, Jinga wanted to go with him to the underworld. Jinga was stunned. The underworld? Humanity's enemy? The protagonist said that was one way to put it. He had things to settle there, and he also needed to attend the meeting of the kings. Still confused, Jinga asked if he was serious. Did those kings really exist, and what kind of meeting was this? Subaru said yes, they were real, they did gather, and he was going to that meeting. Jinga pointed out that anyone on Earth would be shocked by that, since nobody really had detailed information about the underworld. And now MC was casually inviting him. He said yes, they could just go together, so why not? Jinga said he made it sound like he was asking him to go to the beach. He said he could not deal with this conversation anymore, and asked how Subaru was even planning to get to the underworld. The protagonist answered like it was nothing. He just had to wait for contact from the other side. Jinga said that before he would have called that insane, but after spending so much time with MC, it no longer felt that insane. Still, he wanted to know why he was asking him. A mere silver rank. Weren't there much stronger allies he could bring? The protagonist said he would call the others eventually too, but sooner or later there would come a time when Jinga's power would be needed again. That's why Subaru asked if Jinga would become his official partner. After they returned from the underworld, he wanted to build a team, and he wanted Jinga on it. It didn't have a name yet, but the rule was simple: he would never betray or leave his friends. So what did Jinga think? Jinga admitted that when they first met, he couldn't fully trust MC. He'd been picked out of nowhere for that mission inside the 6-star portal, but now he knew that choice had been the right one, and that his plan was the reason they cleared that insane mission. He added that the protagonist definitely had some strange power, something even the protagonist probably didn't fully understand. Then Jinga held out his hand and said he was ready to trust him, just like Subaru had trusted him. MC paused for a moment, then shook his hand and thanked him. But right then Jinga used Ice 9 on his hand. That sealed their little deal, or so it seemed. From a nearby bridge, Ruin, the Silver King, watched it all, and silently waved goodbye to the protagonist. To himself, Ruin noted that Subaru had grown much stronger and far more dangerous over the last few days. He remembered MC beating Lambda in minutes, then helping his relatives take down Illic the Beast Slayer. Ruin figured the Bronze King and Gold Queen should be very careful, but he wasn't. There was too much risk that Vanquish might fully return, and that threat had to be erased as soon as possible. So Ruin decided that, precious soul or not, he had to die here. In his mind, this was goodbye. Ruin could do all this because of his skill, Soul Contaminator Spirit. A piece of his soul, called Bunrei, splits off, enters someone else's body, and corrupts them, Once that happens, he can fully control them. No one can resist it mentally. Subaru said this matched what he expected. In this timeline, the one attacked was Jinga. That made sense, since Jinga was the closest silver rank to him right now. The protagonist looked around for the Silver King, but Ruin stayed hidden. Ruin started wondering if MC had already sensed him. Then he said Ruin had made 3 mistakes. First, Ginga always leaves home with a paper bag on his head. Second, Ginga calls him Ariake, not Subaru. And third, the protagonist remembered the future. When Ginga died in that future, he said he didn't believe in MC, but once he chose to, he'd fight to the very end. In that same future, Ginga also said it was okay if he couldn't save the world, okay if he wanted to run, and that deep down, he just wanted him to live. That's when the protagonist knew something was wrong. Ginga would never say he believed in him like that. Then Subaru revealed the truth. The arm was fake, a blood-made mold. Ice 9 had never touched his real arm. Ruin was stunned, wondering if that really was a fake arm. He quickly realized what happened. MC had cut off his own arm for this. He'd expected Ice 9 from the start. Ruin knew a counter like that took real nerve and total resolve. In the next instant, he pressed his hand to Jinga's chest and used cursed blood. Jinga collapsed unconscious. Ruin understood right away. Subaru had killed the Bunrei, so Jinga was free from his control. He had to admit the protagonist was handling everything perfectly. MC told Jinga to stay put for a minute. Once this was over, they'd finish their talk. Ruin muttered that he could see the future. Then Subaru's real arm came out of his bag and reattached itself to his body. Ruin thought that on top of Vanquish's power, the protagonist also had future sight. That made him too dangerous. Ruin no longer cared if the other kings noticed. He had to kill MC right now. He answered that this timeline had already reached a world completely different from the future he saw. Even so, every moment in this world was still uncertain. Only one thing stayed certain in every world and every timeline. The Silver King would lose. Ruin, the third calamity, decided he would kill the protagonist no matter what. Now it was simple. The protagonist had to beat him head on. If he won, he'd gain a new relative, get closer to the truth of this world, and grow the red table. The first failure, falling into Ruin's trap, was already avoided, but the second was losing to Ruin. If that happened, MC and Ginga would die. All his relatives would be lost. Vanquish would be badly weakened, and the red table would be wiped out. Meanwhile, back at Harasaka's apartment, Shikishima, Sayaka and Carrion were watching everything through the connection of souls. They knew it had finally started. Subaru was about to use the trump card he'd saved for this exact moment. Carrion said that little fox better get ready, because today she was going to die. Ruin sneered, asking if he really thought he could beat him. Just because he killed some small commander didn't mean he could challenge a king. Even Ruin's steps alone were strong enough to shake the tide itself. Then he charged straight at the protagonist. MC didn't move, but when he opened his eyes, something had changed. His first strike was so strong it nearly split the sea. Ruin was blasted far back, shocked by that sudden power. Subaru had transformed. His hair turned white, and his strength rose like crazy. With one lift of his hands, he made a huge blood construct, countless giant hands ready to crush Ruin. Ruin blocked with his 9 tails, slicing those arms apart. As they fought, he realized he was on a totally different level now. Focused on cutting the arms, he failed to notice him closing in. Then another punch slammed into him and sent him crashing into the ocean. The protagonist didn't let him escape. Using a blood bubble, he dragged Ruin right back out of the sea. Ruin realized even his soul, king or not, was being damaged by Vanquish's blood curse. Completely shaken, he demanded to know what MC even was, and what kind of power this was. Subaru realized this was the last of the 3 abilities Vanquish had given him after he passed the first door. The skill, the one who walks on the sun, let him block sunlight, which normally harms vampires, but it also lowered his stats a lot. At night, those limits vanished. This was his true vampire form, as Ariechamor. Ruin realized that ever since the protagonist became the holder of the Rainbow Gate, he'd only been fighting at half power. Even so, he refused to back down, and asked if MC really thought that was enough to defeat a king. He warned Subaru not to look down on him. Then Ruin unleashed the Silver King's authority, and revealed his 9 tails. He also called on the divine threads of the silver petals. Ruin declared that he would wreck everything around them and kill him with it. The protagonist answered that he wasn't going to let Ruin kill anyone in this fight. Then he activated Cleaver Uplift. A massive sphere of power came rushing in, but Subaru stayed calm, and Shikishima, Sayaka, and Carrion weren't the only ones watching. The souls seated in the Shining Sea were following the fight too. Killen, Delta, Lambda, Ludwig, and Hirasaka Renji. Killen said that ability was even stronger than Will's. Delta wondered if Ruin was already using his strongest move right from the start. Lambda, meanwhile, was completely confused and figured his brothers knew way more than he did. Ludwig warned that if Subaru failed to stop that attack, everything nearby would be destroyed. Hirasaka got worried and asked if MC would be okay, directing the question at Vanquish. But someone immediately told him to shut up. It was the Queen of Martyrdom, the 6th queen under Vanquish. the immortal known as Saya. She said there was nothing to worry about because Subaru would live up to every expectation. She was completely sure of it. Then he used Cleaver Uplift. With a single raised hand he began slicing through all the Silver King's threads and petals. Rainbow-colored attacks tore across the night. Cleaver Uplift didn't just stop Ruin's power with the blood curse, it completely destroyed the sphere he launched. Ruin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Soon after, a huge mass that had come apart crashed together in mid-air and set off a chain explosion. That night, seawater kept raining down for a long time over Ruin. The Silver King was left stunned, shocked, and silent as he tried to think. Had his divine threads really been destroyed? Yes, they had been broken on a dimensional level. Ruin then realized this was Vanquish's hidden ability and asked Subaru if he'd been concealing that vampire power all this time. The protagonist said no, Vanquish was the one who hid it, and told him not to reveal it. Furious, Ruin said MC had even held back against Ilak, using only enough power to stop him. He confirmed it, adding that Vanquish warned him if he showed his full power too early. A coward like the Silver King would never come to the human world. That only made Ruin madder, and he swore to destroy Subaru so completely that he would never regenerate again. Then he activated 9 stars of the sacred fire. This time, the protagonist rushed him directly, slipping past the attacks with ease. While dodging, he noted that the light was so hot it instantly vaporized seawater. One direct hit would kill him. But he also saw that keeping such a ridiculous move active had to be hard. Then MC realized Ruin's soul was currently split into 9 parts. At that moment, everyone in the Shining Sea asked the same thing. What did it mean to divide a soul? Vanquish explained that the celestial clock strictly forbids the true main soul of underworld creatures from entering the human world. That was Ruin's trick. He split his soul into 9 parts and slipped into the human world by getting around the system. Lambda was totally confused and said he had no clue what that vampire meant. Killen told him not to stress, he didn't get it either. Then the two of them just started laughing like idiots. Hirasaka asked Ludwig what she thought it meant, and she admitted she honestly had no idea. Hirasaka then said he didn't understand any of it either. Annoyed, Vanquish called them all idiots and said Delta was the only one who got it. Delta summed it up simply. Ruin split himself apart to sneak into the human world. Right away, his brothers called him a genius. Even Vanquish got a little emotional and said that was exactly right. He was glad Delta understood, but there was more to it. Ruin could draw power from his other soul pieces to boost the part of him in the human world, so he wasn't stuck under the portal's rules like other underworld beings. Still, that trick had a weakness. If all 9 soul pieces were destroyed, including the one in the human world, then Ruin's true soul would be wiped out for good. Even his body back in the underworld would be destroyed. That was why Subaru was going all out. He was doing it to set up the talks later. Irritated, Ruin asked how much longer he planned to keep dodging. He mocked him for acting bold before, only to run now like a coward. But the protagonist kept gliding over the water and let his blood spill. He was setting up a plan he'd been working on for a while. Then he told Ruin to slow down, because he was really just getting ready to defeat the Silver King. Subaru activated Preton and formed a huge blood barrier around Ruin. It didn't stay still, it kept moving inward, crushing him from every side. Preton is a trap skill. It seals the target in cursed blood, instantly cuts 10% of their stats and powers, and keeps draining them the longer they're trapped. Ruin naturally fought back with everything he had, but MC avoided it all with ease. At that point, Ruin could already feel death closing in. Subaru pushed ahead and gave him no room at all. Then he drove a punch straight into Ruin's face and slammed him into the water. Ruin couldn't even react. He was coughing up blood and getting overwhelmed. The beating just kept going without a break. He decided he would keep hitting him until he was fully destroyed, until nothing at all was left. The Silver King couldn't answer back. He was getting crushed while the cursed blood weakened his body, and Subaru gave him no chance to recover. Ruin could barely believe the gap in their power. That soul fragment couldn't keep fighting, and he started thinking about escaping through a portal. The protagonist even commented that Ruin wasn't doing too badly. He was hanging in there. He added that Lambda or anyone else would have died at least 5 times by now. Ruin really was strong. Even so, Subaru fired cursed blood into his chest, making not just his soul but his whole body twist into a vortex. When he came out, all his limbs were broken. Meanwhile, MC was almost completely unharmed. Everyone watching from the underworld was left speechless. Ludwig wondered if the Silver King was really getting humiliated this badly, because even with a damaged soul, Ruin shouldn't have been taking such a beating. Lambda asked Delta if that was really the same person they knew, while Hirasaka and Saya just smiled. Vanquish said Subaru had done a great job, and now it was time to use that win to turn the Silver King into an ally. The others didn't get it, and asked how that was supposed to work in his current state. He then remembered a talk from November 1st, 1 hour before the battle with Illic. Back then, he asked if Vanquish really meant to make Ruin an ally. Vanquish explained that just showing up at the king's meeting wouldn't help Subaru. He needed to prepare first and gain the upper hand. The plan was to offer Ruin a deal and pull him over to the Immortals' side, but first the protagonist had to beat him nearly to death. MC asked if this negotiation would really start with violence, and Vanquish said yes, he had to prove his strength. That was the only way to make someone stronger than him. Listen. And with Ruin, it mattered even more, because he was the worst kind of person to negotiate with. Vanquish said Ruin was cautious, sly, and cowardly, a fox through and through. Then he remembered an old talk with Ruin's ancestor, the Silver Queen Fade. He thought back to that conversation with Fade from long ago. That day, Vanquish asked if she was really planning to make that boy the next king. If she did, the Silver Country would pass to Ruin. Fade asked if he had come there just to start trouble, and what he was doing before the meeting even began. Ruin knew exactly who he was, the King of the Rainbow, the immortal vampire Vanquish. Vanquish told Ruin he had seen him run from a fight earlier, and asked if he wanted to know why. Fade snapped at that undead bastard to shut up, but Ruin still wanted the answer, so Vanquish told him the truth. He ran because his fear of being there was stronger than any joy he would have gotten from winning. That was just the kind of person he was. Vanquish said that was one thing, but a king couldn't afford to stay a coward. If Ruin wanted that duty, he needed to change. Vanquish even patted his head and said that if he did change, he could become a good king. After that, he left with his 6 kings. Fade said Vanquish was getting a little full of himself after rising in rank, but she still admitted he really was a strong example of a king. Ruin agreed and thought about what it meant to carry that duty. At that moment, Ruin woke up from the beating Subaru had knocked him out. He found himself stuck on a small island of blood, seated on a blood throne he had made for negotiations. Of course he tried to escape, but he couldn't. The protagonist told him there was no point. His soul was trying to return to its original shape, and leaving that throne would only make things worse. The fight was over. He had lost. Ruin asked why Subaru didn't just kill him, and MC said he wanted to make a deal. He wanted to work with the Silver King, and ask something at the next meeting of kings. But for that to happen, Ruin had to become his relative. Ruin didn't understand what he meant, and at that same moment, everyone in the underworld wondered the same thing. Delta asked if he was serious, and Saya asked if he was really trying to make the Silver King part of his family. Hirasaka said that sounded really hard to pull off. Ludwig looked at Vanquish and asked what kind of nonsense that damn vampire had told him. Vanquish said the family idea wasn't his, Subaru came up with it himself, so they should just watch for now. He also warned that something even more shocking was coming, that only made everyone more nervous. The protagonist then explained that he could have 6 relatives, and one spot was still open. He offered that place to Ruin. Ruin stared at him and asked if he was stupid. There was no way he'd accept something like that. Subaru made it clear he'd let him live if he agreed, and explained that even split apart, this was still Ruin's main body. If it were destroyed here, his real body's power and rank would fall hard, throwing off the balance between the 3 great kings. MC said that would be a huge problem for him, wouldn't it? Ruin answered that it still wasn't enough. What scared him and the other kings was Vanquish getting back the power he once had. Anything that gave Vanquish an edge was unacceptable. He said he figured that alone wouldn't convince him, but if Ruin became his relative, he could share information from the future. Ruin brushed it off as nonsense, saying Subaru had no proof he could really see the future. Only then did he realize what he just admitted. The protagonist asked if he finally got it. If Ruin became his relative, he could directly read future memories through their soul link. Soul words can't lie. But MC then admitted that sadly, the future had already changed because of his allies. So Ruin reacting this way today was expected. While they talked about soul links, Shikishima said this was actually thanks to him. Saya answered that she didn't get any of this complicated stuff. And MC said he didn't care about the details either, and told them to leave it to him. Subaru then politely asked everyone to stay quiet for now. Ruin asked what exactly he meant by that. If the future had already changed, then becoming related to him was pointless, right? He replied that he still remembered the next 8 disasters coming to the human world, and he started listing them one by one. The 3 gates, the Palace of Carnifesina, and the Silver King himself, Emperor Fictus reaching level 99, the Great Damdo Memoria earthquake, and the Mist. Then he revealed that the one behind all 8 disasters was the administrator of the Celestial Clock, the greatest enemy of them all, a being that presses down on the heavens and watches everything they do. Subaru then said the administrator had appeared, and now the real negotiation would start. At that same time, Jinga woke up on a beach, and remembered everything that had happened. He looked up and asked what the hell that thing was, then realized it was the 2 huge eyes of the Celestial Clock watching it all. The protagonist said there was the one who showed up was the administrator. Even Ruben was shaken. That meant this thing created the Celestial Clock. Yet none of the gods or kings even knew it existed. No one knew who it really was. It was the biggest mystery across every world. Subaru asked what he was doing there, when they hadn't even reached the real topic yet. They had only said his name. MC told him to just sit off to the side and wait, and the administrator actually did. He shut his eyes and stayed perfectly still. Ruben wondered if he had just vanished. Subaru said, watching over all worlds was the administrator's role. Ruben then asked if he had fought him in the future. The protagonist said yes, and admitted he lost. But next time he'll win. To do that, he needs the Silver King's help. Ruben started wondering if MC was really serious about making him a relative. Subaru seemed to know the future, and if Ruben wanted to survive the administrator too, he had to borrow that knowledge, especially since the administrator would become his enemy as well. Still, it was a huge gamble. If he let this chance pass, he might never get this kind of information again. Then he remembered Vanquish calling him a coward, and realized a king can't freeze up when it's time to choose. He knew he couldn't fear losing things forever. If he wanted his people to live well in the years ahead, he had to decide. So he looked at him and admitted he'd shown real strength. He had aimed right at the Silver King's weakest point, the future of the Silver Country. He also made it clear how useful an alliance with him could be. Ruben called it a great negotiation. Subaru said that was all thanks to Vanquish. Then Ruben asked if he was really okay with this. He had just tried to use one of the protagonist's allies to kill him, and the protagonist still wanted to join hands with him. MC asked if Ruben had done it to protect his country. He already knew the answer. Ruben had even shown his split soul, something that only appears when he's close to defeat. He went that far for his land, so its people could live without regrets. Vanquish was proud of that choice. He said Ruin had become a good king, and told him not to worry. If he joined them, everyone including Vanquish would protect him the same way they protected the others. Ruin wondered if this had been Vanquish's hidden trump card the whole time. Then Ruin finally agreed. He'd become Subaru's relative. They shook hands and sealed the deal. After that, he went back to Ginga, who had just woken up. Ginga asked why he was acting so friendly with the Silver King. The protagonist simply said they'd become friends. Ginga said it was insane, but fine. MC answered that he wasn't even surprised, and Ginga joked that being shocked by everything MC does would be bad for his health. Ruin then apologized for what he had done to Ginga, and asked to move past it. Ginga said he didn't care much, but he wanted to know if the arcane was okay. Ruin said of course he was one of his people after all, and asked if Ginga wanted to check for himself. Ginga said he'd do that later, because he had a more important question. He asked what those giant eyes beside the celestial clock were. He said he'd explain the full story later, but the short version was simple. That thing was the disaster behind all the trouble in every world. Ginga asked if this was the secret Subaru had been carrying, then wanted to know how soon it would begin. The protagonist said 2.5 months, maybe less. The future had already changed, and Ginga knew that meant things could come even earlier than expected. That made him remember a day from his past, when his sister Tsunemori Hajiro asked why he still wasn't there yet. She told him their uncle from the copper door was crying because he hadn't shown up. She kept saying he was the star of the family, the center of everything. Ginga asked if she could hear him, and Hajiro said yes, he was always late. He explained that he was making a portal with his team, a 4-star portal, and they trusted him, so he couldn't let them down or show up late. That was 3 years earlier, when Tsunemori Ginga was 16. He said he might move to Tokyo the next year, and asked his sister to help convince their parents. Hajiro told him to hurry because everyone was already there, and if he took too long they'd finish all the fries their mom made. Ginga got mad, and said no way, he'd be there in under 30 minutes. Hajiro ran off and told everyone, but nobody touched the fries. They saved them for Ginga. Then, while he was crossing the bridge, a hidden 4-star portal in the middle of the ocean froze time. It broke open, and the creatures trapped inside escaped. The monster appeared right beside the Tsunemori family home. When Ginga got there, it was already too late. Once again, he had been late. He couldn't understand why this happened. He kept apologizing, asking why he was always too late. He had only wanted to say sorry for missing the gathering, but then the creature appeared in front of him. Ginga demanded to know why it had done this. After everything was over, someone asked if he wanted the house rebuilt. Ginga said yes, but asked them to keep the original parts if they could, so it would stay as close to before as possible. When the rebuilding was done, he paid his respects and offered condolences to his family and everyone there. Ginga felt like he had failed. He became a player and grew stronger to protect his family and everyone else, but when they truly needed him, he wasn't there. More than anyone, he apologized for that. And this time, it came from the heart. People on the street recognized him as Tsunemori's son, the kid gambler whose whole family was destroyed. They said he wasn't there when it mattered most. That's why Ginga started wearing the paper bag. Back then, he was in Giulietta's group, the strongest silver-ranked team of that time. Someone asked if he really wasn't going to Tokyo. Ginga said he was sorry for disappointing them. They had trusted him, but he wasn't leaving. He would stay in his homeland. He said goodbye and checked that his ability was still working, because that day, nothing had appeared either. No portal over the sea. He kept doing it every day. He trusted nothing but himself because creatures from other worlds could appear at any second. He never wanted to feel that pain again. He wanted to be ready. He wanted to be on time. So every day he watched the ocean, making sure that cursed portal never opened again. In the present, he told Subaru to make him a relative too. He said he was going to fight as well. Even if MC said no, he'd still fight. This time, he would protect everything until the end. Then we see a future memory. January 2024, the 7th calamity. Damteo Memoriae. It was a mind-destroying power that hit the whole human kingdom. Everyone except players was wiped out. In that memory, Subaru was at Ritachi Beach when someone walked up and asked what he was doing there. He asked who he was, and the man introduced himself as Tsunemori Ginga, a silver rank player. The protagonist gave his own name. Ginga recognized it right away. The protagonist explained he had beaten the creature there, but couldn't stop the ability from activating. He had arrived too late. Ginga asked if MC had missed it too, realizing they shared the same wound. Back in November 2023, Subaru decided to make Ginga his relative, so he used Raktasnana and placed the immortal vampire mark on Ginga, officially making him a relative. Ginga felt his senses spread out. A new power grew inside him, and he realized this was what becoming a kinsman felt like. He gained the relative's favor, which boosts all stats by 45%, and that bonus rises with Subaru's level. Dead relatives get blood mold, living ones get cursed blood. He also unlocked Conversation of Souls, and could now make contracts with underworld beings. His master favor was explained too. He can have 6 undead relatives and 6 living ones, gets 10% of each relative's stats, holds absolute control over them, can use or block Conversation of Souls, and can even consume a relative's soul to survive death. On top of that, he can receive 1 treasure from each relative, once certain conditions are met. Ginga said he belonged to the protagonist. Now, Sayada asked if they could hear them, and Ken joked, basically, "People of Brazil, can you hear me?" Yes, it was really like that in the original. At that moment, Ginga almost went deaf. Shikishima begged them to stop and explained to Ginga that this was Conversation of Souls, basically a voice chat for relatives. In this channel, only real thoughts can be shared, so everything said there is completely honest. Ginga thought that was actually pretty nice. He asked if he could change other people too, and Shikishima said yes. Sayada quickly told him not to do that yet, because they needed to talk first. Then they asked if Ruin was ready, because now it was his turn. Ruin thought Ginga didn't look obedient all of a sudden. If anything, he looked more like a happy puppy. Subaru said it was fine, they should move on. But when he went to make the contract with Ruin, he felt a ridiculous surge of power. His strength always rose when he gained a new relative by taking 10% of their stats, but this time was nothing like before. The increase was far greater. MC's aura exploded so much that even people far away could notice it. Ruin finally understood. He had become his new relative, and even his real body in the underworld had gotten way stronger. He'd likely gained 45% of his master's power. At the same time, Subaru took 10% of Ruin's strength too. The protagonist noticed that boost wasn't coming from Ruin's split soul. It was coming straight from his main body, which reminded him just how insane the kings really are. Ruin confirmed it. He said Vanquish stands at the top of all demonic beasts. Turning others into his kin is one of Vanquish's greatest powers, and it boosts both the master and every follower. That was why the Rainbow Country once grew so strong. At its height, nobody could touch them, at least until their final year. Ruin said that with this he could probably even bring the other 2 main kings under control, but told Subaru not to worry, since he joined him for a real reason. Not long after, he summoned the Silver Star, told MC to get on, and asked if he wanted to meet Vanquish. Ginga asked if that cloud was really safe to ride, and Ruin said yes. The trip turned out smooth and insanely fast, the best ride they could ask for. Soon they arrived in Tokyo at Hirosaka Renji's apartment, where all of Subaru's living and dead relatives had gathered. Ginga was impressed by the lineup. He tried to ask Narusi something, but Narusi shut him down right away. He told the protagonist not to say a word. Wearing both a mask and a blindfold, he made it clear that even as a huge Hirosaka fan, he still hadn't forgiven the protagonist for acting behind their backs. MC figured being that kind of fan had to be rough, but moved on and said they should begin. He used the blood drop key, the special item he got after clearing Sayaka's trial. It opened a gate to the Shining Sea. Normally it stayed in the human world for 5 minutes, but with everyone gathered there, it would stay open for 50. Then Subaru opened the Gate of Blood. Ruin wondered if a place like this could really exist in the underworld. He told him to go in first, and once Ruin stepped through, he was stunned. He called it the Seat of Souls. Then Ruin asked if Subaru really knew nothing about it. The protagonist explained that it was a skill-made space hidden inside the underworld, basically a subspace. It was an extremely high-level ability, and because the place was completely concealed, no one had been able to find Vanquish. Vanquish said that wasn't all. Even the watch administrator couldn't see them there. He explained that after losing to the administrators, he used the last of his strength to create this seat before disappearing. Even though he was nearly destroyed back then, he was still alive. Now he had recovered 30% of his power, and that was thanks to MC. Hearing that made Ruin a little uneasy. Vanquish said it had been a long time since he'd seen the little fox, and asked how Ruin had spent the last 1,000 years without him. Ruin said it wasn't so bad. Karaon immediately pointed out that Ruin had spent all that time bragging that he was stronger than Vanquish. Embarrassed, Ruin asked if they could talk about something else. Shikishima told Vanquish this was his second time seeing him, but the first time actually speaking with him. He introduced himself as Shikishima Ryo, and Vanquish said he remembered him as one of Subaru's most important allies. Before long, everyone was talking at once and throwing ideas around. The whole meeting got lively fast. Carrion used the chance to warn Ruin not to get arrogant just because he was a relative now, but Ruin said that wasn't his style. Sayaka asked Saya if she'd made her new clothes, and Tsuke said yes, now that her memories as Judith had returned. Naruse checked on Hirosaka, who said he'd been fine and training hard. He also asked Jinga whether the owner of his door was okay, and Jinga said yes. The side chatter got on Vanquish and Shikishima's nerves, so they told everyone to sit down. Subaru said he'd get some cushions ready, and of course they were made of blood, so everyone sat on blood cushions like they were having a picnic. Vanquish announced that the protagonist and the others would be attending the king's meeting. MC confirmed it, and Vanquish added that the Rainbow Country would be there too. Ruin couldn't believe he was serious. After all, Rainbow Country only had a few new members now: Lambda, Kylan, Delta, and Ludwig. Ludwig figured Safina wouldn't be happy to see her there. Vanquish told Ruin he was lucky, since he'd get to witness the gathering of the 6 immortal kings again. Ruin asked if they were really showing up in person, since he had never liked any of them. Vanquish then had Subaru explain how their underworld plan would work. He stood and said he'd lay out exactly why he had called everyone together before the king's meeting. Saya noted that they had already stopped several calamities. Carrion added that the only thing left now was to win over the Aurora King. Subaru said he had already talked with Vanquish about that, and they had more plans ahead. But the main reason for this meeting was to get rid of all the Plutons, the paths leading to the underworld. Sayaka asked if he really planned to say that in front of all the kings. Jinga shot to his feet, furious, and asked if that was even possible. The protagonist answered that since they were the ones being invaded, and the kings were part of the assembly, it was a fair demand. He said they'd soon go over negotiation terms with Ruin and the others. But first, he wanted to explain the threats still ahead. So far, they had stopped 3 calamities. 5 remained, and the biggest ones right now were calamities 5 and 6. Saya asked if the 4th calamity would happen the next month. Subaru said they couldn't stop the 4th one, but they knew exactly when and where it would happen. That meant they could beat it, since they were much stronger now than in the other future. So he skipped straight to the 5th calamity. It begins when someone reaches level 99. That instantly set Sayaka off, and she said they had to stop it no matter what. Even Keelan wanted to know why she reacted so strongly. Naruse asked what kind of calamity it was. Subaru explained that once a player hits level 99, an ability automatically possesses them. That power opens a gap in time through a manipulation ability, similar to Ruin's. Then the owner of the door can fully enter the human world through that player's body, with no limits at all, and a door owner is far stronger than any 6-star boss. Naruse said that was really bad. MC then revealed that the one who would be possessed was Amamiya Hazuki, Sayaka's older sister. That was why she was so upset. In the other future, after Hazuki lost her little sister, she was badly wounded. Even so, she kept fighting without waiting for backup or help. She stayed inside that portal until she finally hit level 99. At that point, she gained an automatic skill called Regal Birth, which completely consumed the player's soul and all their experience. That was when the demon Ghoul took over her body, manifesting in a pure form with no restrictions. Korean told Sayaka to calm down before she crushed Puff, then asked Subaru what the plan was. He said the owner of Hazuki's door came from the Silver Kingdom. Ruin asked if it was Goel. He said he could try talking him out of it, though he couldn't promise it would work. Sayaka offered him a bun if he could. Ruin said he appreciated the offer. Killen seemed to know who Goel was, but Subaru said they needed to focus on the bigger issue, because the 6th calamity was one that shouldn't happen. It was the Great Earthquake, which was supposed to be caused by his brother, the protagonist Ariake Taiga. He then explained what happened in the King of Dawn timeline during the fight with the Black Faction. In that future, they failed to beat Taiga and Kokugaiji. After that, Taiga's power rose fast, and he sped up the movement of Japan's tectonic plates, triggering the Great Earthquake. Carrion said the 6th calamity shouldn't happen now, since Subaru's brother was already dead, so it should already be prevented, right? Naruse asked what the problem was if it really wasn't going to happen. MC said the issue was that in this timeline they defeated Taiga and Kokugaiji when they hadn't in the other one. Sayaka said they got lucky there, but Shikishima explained that the paths tied to this future had split into 3 timelines. One was the present, where they were avoiding disaster. The second was the future where everything went wrong before the Aurora King could pass his memories to him. The third was something else entirely. Shikishima said the split should have happened after the protagonist got the Aurora King's power. But Taiga had already died before that, meaning some divergence happened even earlier, before the protagonist ever met the Aurora King. Sayaka asked him to explain it better for the 2 monkeys who still didn't get it, and Naruse told her not to call Hirosaka a monkey. Shikishima boiled it down. Some unknown X-factor changed the future, before MC himself did. That meant they had no idea whether this factor was helping them, working against them, or waiting to appear again. He said that X-factor had to be very close to them. Then Sayaka said the meeting was over because the door had appeared again, and added that the meal was great. After that, Sayaka went to Saya so they could switch souls again. They connected. Saya returned to the vampire form everyone knew, while Sayaka took over Saya's body, Judith's body. Sayaka asked if her clothes had changed again, and Saya said she just felt better that way. Sayaka said next time she'd be the one keeping the body. Saya told her she could count on it. Then Vanquish asked Subaru to stay a little longer because he wanted to talk. Vanquish said it had been a while and asked how the protagonist had been. MC joked, asking if Vanquish was acting like some teen's dad now. Vanquish laughed and said MC's group was full of energy. Back when they first met, he never thought MC would build such a big family. Then Vanquish said that at the start, both of them were really miserable. Subaru agreed. Thinking about it, he realized he'd come a long way in a very short time. At first, he only wanted back the fame, money, and status Taiga stole from him. But after Vanquish taught him to value himself and actually chase happiness, everything changed. Now he lives the way he wants. He loves his friends, his teammates, and even the person he's become. He wants to stay on this path and keep moving toward that happiness. For him, this whole weird journey started with that rainbow door. He admitted he wanted a little more. He wanted this trip to keep going. Vanquish told him not to worry. He still had a long road ahead, and knowing the protagonist, one day he'd reach something even Vanquish never could. Subaru asked if Vanquish was okay, cause something felt off. Vanquish just told him to go. They'd meet again in the underworld. At that same time, in the Land of Gold, Safina was in the bath, and said that player had cleared the 6-star portal without losing anyone. She'd finally found someone interesting, someone she wanted to know better, and wanted more of. She noted that 7 days had passed in the human world, and ordered them to send that boy an invitation, so he could attend the meeting of the kings. Safina declared that Ariake Subaru would be her special guest. On November 1st at 11:35 at night, MC was asleep on the floor when a bright light woke him. It was a message from the Land of Gold, a letter of invitation. Seeing it, he said that finally, the invitation to the meeting of the kings had arrived. 3 days later, everyone gathered at the park near Hirosaka's apartment. Subaru said it was almost time, just like the Golden Queen had said. Naru's told everyone to dress warmly, though he wasn't sure it would help enough. He admitted he didn't know either. In the King of Dawn's memories, there was nothing about the meeting of the kings. Other than the Shining Sea, he'd never been anywhere else in the underworld. Naru said that made sense. In a timeline where he failed to stop the calamities, nobody would stop to chat. The protagonist then asked where Karian and Saya were. Saya said she didn't know. Karian added that doors only came into being after being sealed, and he also knew no way to return from the underworld with your body intact. So in the end, he didn't know much either. Jinga asked why they had to meet in the park. Couldn't this have been done indoors like usual? Right then a golden door appeared in front of them. Jinga took one look and said he got it. Now, there was no way that thing would fit inside a room. It wasn't just a door, it was a massive arch, like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. From that arch stepped out a golden knight, the messenger. She introduced herself as Ixus. She had come for Ariake Subaru, and would escort him to the meeting of the kings. She also said she was captain of the Golden Custody, an order that served Queen Safina directly. Narus asked what the Golden Custody was, and Shikishima explained that they were the queen's personal guards. MC checked with Carrion, but he didn't know Ixus either. He guessed she was much younger than Ludwig, probably one of the newer Golden Knights. Subaru introduced himself, said it was an honor to meet her, and thanked her. Ixus answered that there was no need to delay. He could step into the Golden Arch. Unlike normal doors, the Great Door had no limits on space or power. One step through it would take them straight to the underworld, and that was exactly what happened. In an instant, they arrived somewhere freezing and covered in snow, but the sky looked nothing like the real world. Broken islands floated above them, lit by a huge star. Subaru stared and said this was the underworld. Everyone was shocked. Carrion and Saya felt nostalgic, while Narus asked what this place actually was. Ixus explained that unlike the human world, every land there was arranged around a central core. Those floating fragments were all countries. The closer a land was to the giant sun at the center, the hotter it became. She also said that when a country near the sun passed over one below it, it blocked the light and turned that lower land into night. Naru said the underworld really had its own sun. Shikishima pointed out how cold it was, meaning they had to be far from the center. Ixus confirmed it, and praised him as a quick learner, saying it was no surprise for the holder of Mr. Barrage. She said they were currently on the outer rim, the farthest area from the center, and that region was considered ultra-peripheral. Jinga wondered if there was anything even farther out than that. Narus asked if this wasn't already the Land of Gold. Ixus said of course not. The Land of Gold was on the largest continent, the one visible above them. Carrion asked if the meeting was really going to happen down there in the cold. Then Ixus addressed Ariake Subaru directly, explaining that the underworld had around 200 countries, all different in size and scale. Still, aside from the third king, the other kings did not approve of him attending the meeting. She said that most kings saw possessors as nothing more than offerings, tools to bring their souls back through the gates. To some of them, possessors ranked even lower than slaves. Outraged, Jinga asked if she was serious. Ixus said yes. If they brought Subaru and his allies straight to the Land of Gold, they could be surrounded and killed in the underworld. Carrion demanded to know what the hell she meant by that. Ixus answered that she couldn't understand why pathetic beings like them thought they belonged in a meeting of kings. Then she dropped her golden wall, revealing that the whole island they stood on had been made from her power. Subaru was stunned that she had created it alone. Then Ixus used her 14th ability, Golden Repulsor, and blasted them all away. She said she wouldn't kill them since they were her queen's direct guests, but first they had to prove they were worthy of being there. Golden Repulsor scattered every target to a random point, 1,000 kilometers away. Ixus reminded them that they already knew the destination, the Golden Country, and that they had exactly 72 hours to reach it. She said she'd see them again if they survived. Each one was thrown somewhere different, 1,000 kilometers away. Subaru told Ixus that was fine, they'd see each other again soon. Then, everyone vanished. Ixus said they could struggle all they wanted. The protagonist landed in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by ruin, and remembered promising Ixus they'd meet again. He hadn't expected the group to be split up. They were so far apart that even their soul link didn't work. Even so, the place felt weirdly familiar. Then a creature suddenly attacked. Subaru blocked it easily, though the impact almost knocked him over. He wondered if the thing was actually pretty strong. The creature charged again, but MC noticed something strange. He couldn't feel any hatred or killing intent behind the attacks, so he kicked the creature away like a soccer ball. As it flew back, the creature said that wasn't bad for Ariake Subaru. Confused, he asked who it was and whether he knew it. The creature asked if he'd really forgotten, even after killing him in such a brutal way. The protagonist was shocked, and asked if he had really killed it before. The creature said yes, but added that it couldn't blame him for not recognizing it. Its form had changed a lot. Then it introduced itself again. It was the great kobold of Karakau Canyon, Gwax the Blue Wind. Subaru instantly remembered and asked if he was the first boss from that 2-star portal. Back when he was still level 1, he'd fought him. Realizing how much had changed, MC was stunned. Gwax asked if he was surprised, and he admitted it, remembering how cruelly he'd killed him back then. He finally understood why the place felt so familiar. He was in Bronze Country, in Karakau Canyon. Later, Gwax carried the protagonist on his back and explained that gates were basically prisons for the soul. Anyone who sinned in the underworld could end up trapped inside a door. In there they could regain their old power and original form, but the place inside the door always matched where they had lived before dying. And the fewer stars a portal had, the lower the difficulty, and the lower the chance of all that happening. MC found that weirdly funny, but Gwax asked if he was even listening. He said he'd been stuck in a lousy 2-star portal, so he had lost consciousness while inside it. MC tried to piece it all together, and compared it to data stored on a phone. The stars and portal difficulty were like the amount of memory available. He also realized the future memories had never mentioned any of this, so he asked where they were heading. Gwax said they were going to meet the person who had personally told him the protagonist was coming to the underworld. He asked if Subaru wanted to reach the Golden Country, because that person could help him. MC asked why Gwax was helping him. Gwax answered with a question of his own. Did MC know the condition for getting out of a portal? He thought for a second and remembered Huko mentioning it. Then he answered, the condition is to kill, or be killed by, someone whose owner is stronger than yours. Gwax said yes. In another world, he killed the protagonist and got his real body back, so now he was paying him back. When MC asked about the goblin leader, Gwax said the guy died again and got sent to another portal. Then he called him an idiot. He still thought the whole punishment system was weird. Why go this far just to toss souls into doors? Someone answered that, in the underworld, souls and energy can be traded back and forth. That was when Subaru noticed who had been waiting for him, calmly drinking tea. She summed it up simply. The underworld runs on skill, and soul energy is what powers those skills. Strong souls don't go back to the world, and that gives their owner a huge advantage. The protagonist knew that already. The proof was right there. His Midnight Sun resonance bracelet reacted to her. Gwax said he was the one who brought Subaru to her. She thanked him. MC could barely believe she had been there the whole time. Then she introduced herself, saying this was their first meeting in this timeline. She was the owner of the bracelet he carried, the one that had once given power to another, him who failed to save his timeline. She was Aurora Sibyl's king. Somewhere else, near a volcano, Saya realized Ixus's power had scattered them based on each person's nature. The same thing must have happened to the others. Maybe people with higher luck were sent to places tied to their fate. In her case, that luck seemed almost too strong, because she had ended up in front of a volcano, and something huge was rising from inside it. Saya knew at once who it was. Gwael, the Dragon King who caused the 5th calamity by killing Sayaka's sister. Saya declared she would fight him, even if he was lending power to his current possessor, Amemiya Hazuki. Gwael asked who she was, and how she knew so much about him and his possessor. Saya said she'd answer that, but not the usual way. She changed into a long dress and gave her name. One of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Queen of Martyrdom, Judith. Elsewhere, Shikishima had his own problem. He could tell he'd been dropped in a very strange place. As he wondered what country he was in, someone asked why he was calling it strange when it was her and Tobit's home. If he didn't like it, he could leave. Shikishima froze. This was a house? Then he noticed it was his first time meeting someone from the underworld, who actually looked human. He quickly apologized and said he ended up there by accident. The two of them noticed they had the exact same eyebrows. She asked Tobit what to do, adding that maybe Shikishima wasn't a bad guy. Shikishima asked who they were. She looked shocked and asked if he really didn't know her, and what country he came from. Then Shikishima introduced himself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, Esther the Ghost King, and Tobit introduced himself as the Revenant King. Esther told him he could speak louder. Shikishima was stunned, and asked if the 6 kings weren't supposed to be Carrion's partners. Esther said they had been waiting a long time for this meeting. That only confused Shikishima more. Was he the one who kept them waiting? Before he could think more, 2 others showed up. One complained that Alco still wasn't there yet, and asked who the kid was. She added that he was kind of cute. The big man introduced himself as Barnabas, the King of Wrath. The woman with him said the little guy might be the starter. Shikishima knew he had come to the underworld, but he never expected this. He had landed in Bronze Country, at the 6 Rainbow Kings meeting place. Later, while they talked, Shikishima explained he was connected to the possessor of Vanquish. Maria immediately said that made him her junior, and from now on she'd be his teacher. Maria said that was great, and told Shikishima to show her some respect. Honestly, he had no idea why, but he didn't feel like it. At the same time, he wondered what he had just drunk, because even a gambler like him was getting dizzy. Maria proudly said the booze was fine, she made it herself. Esther then asked how Shikishima had become a relative while still alive. Shikishima was shocked, so Esther explained he didn't smell like reversion. Fighters like Judith and Carrion, who turn their souls into power, carry that scent. Then Esther said that since he was there, he should pick one of them. He could get a free reversal from one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, a chance he'd never get again. Shikishima asked if that included Tobit too, and Tobit said probably. That made Esther mad, and he snapped at him for saying probably. But before that could go anywhere, they noticed Shikishima had fallen asleep. Maria told them to leave him alone. He had passed out from the drink she made. She said that meant he was worn down in both body and mind, probably from stress, judging by his face. Maria added that things were getting too loud anyway, so he picked a good time to sleep. She also told Tobit to stay put. This time she'd handle the guests. Outside, all kinds of underworld creatures had surrounded the meeting place and were ready to attack. Maria said she hated stopping the drinking party, but some very annoying wyverns had shown up. Half of them would become brewer's yeast, and the other half would become zombies. Meanwhile, Saya traded blows with Guel as he hurled blazing meteors at her. She didn't even try to dodge. She knew Guel was the Lava Dragon King, and should normally be far stronger than her. And as undead, fire was still one of her weak points. Even so, she carried Sayaka's resolve now, and she wouldn't let go of it. She couldn't abandon Sayaka like this, so she activated her queenly authority and created a skeletal creature. It was the poisonous dragon, Vazuki. This power, skeletal specimen, belonged to the Queen of Martyrdom Judith. It let her turn someone whose soul had been destroyed into an undead servant. They could still use the powers they had in life, though weakened. Guel recognized the creature right away. Vazuki unleashed his false authority and spread poison everywhere. Guel realized this was Vazuki, king of the poison dragons, and wondered if Judith now controlled him. Judith asked if Vazuki was an old friend. Then she said not to worry. Guel would be joining him soon enough. Guel exploded in anger and called her a disgusting necromancer. The moment Vazuki attacked, the fight turned savage. Lava, poison, bites, thrusts, and heavy blows flying from both sides. Judith thought dragon taunts always worked, because their pride was painfully fragile. Maybe she was like that too. Now, with her memories back, she finally understood why she had done everything she did, why she stayed loyal to Subaru, and why she lost her memories after becoming Sayaka's reverse. Then the story went back to what happened right after they cleared the 2-star portal, where Judith had been the boss. She had finally recovered her true soul, her mind, and her full self. Only then did she realize just how completely that portal had stolen her thoughts, personality, and awareness. She had been crawling on like a pitiful thing, and would have stayed that way forever. Only someone who went through it could understand that pain and shame. Judith said she could finally return to the underworld, but when she saw Sayaka, she knew the injuries were too severe. She wouldn't live. In despair, Judith asked where the man with her had gone. Then she saw the rainbow door, the door of her vanquished king. At that moment she understood that Subaru was Vanquish's possessor. That meant he could make her his relative. She remembered fighting him and realized he was unbelievably strong, so she started wondering whether becoming his relative might actually be the right choice. Now it all made sense. During that fight, Judith had come to admire Sayaka deeply. Her innocence, her recklessness, and the honest way she fought. That was why, when Subaru accepted her as a relative, she answered. Judith became Sayaka's reverse, and the fierce loyalty she later showed the protagonist came from deep gratitude. He was the one who broke the curse, trapping her in that awful 2-star portal. Now that loyalty wasn't just for MC anymore, but for the whole family he had made. Truthfully, Judith was even glad she had lost her memories, because the proud Judith from before would never have stood beside him. She truly loved those days in her new life. Everyone had taught her something, and now she finally understood what her memories meant. From the bottom of her heart, she wanted to help Subaru and all the friends she had found, so she ordered Vazuki to kill that bastard for good. By then, Guel was being crushed so hard he could barely breathe, and Vazuki was about to tear off and eat his head. But Guel used his kingly authority and triggered a volcanic eruption, blowing Vazuki's skeletal body apart. Guel said that in the past he would have beaten Vazuki easily. Judith's soul had grown much weaker after being trapped in that portal. Now, he said, she was finished. Judith answered that he was right. She had lost a lot of power, and using Sayaka's body might really mean this was the end. Still, she had bought enough time. The rest was in his hands now. Kylan's right then, a bolt of lightning slammed straight into Guel's head. The strike was so brutal it split him in two. Stunned, Guel asked why the Thunder King was here. Kylan answered that it should be obvious that Trash had made his precious student cry. They then explained what happened a few minutes earlier. Back at the Shining Sea, Kylan went straight to Vanquish and asked him to open a portal. Vanquish refused at first. If he opened a path straight to the underworld, the administrator would notice. Kylan said that wouldn't matter. He'd go in and out as fast as lightning. Vanquish asked if this was for Sayata's little sister. Kylan said yes. She was still too young to face a Dragon King by herself. Vanquish then asked why he cared so much. Why would a master go that far for a student? Kylan answered that every living thing faces trials, and the point is to keep pushing past your limits, and if someone had to break through first, he said it should be him, because he had devoted himself to that path. He added that he had survived the endless darkness beyond that gate, though maybe he had made mistakes along the way. Then Kylan told Vanquish about the hopes he had for Subaru, for that mission, and for this request, even if the result might not be what he wanted. Getting impatient, Vanquish told him he sure talked a lot for a warrior. Even so, he opened a blood door for him. Vanquish said that for a Dragon King, the God of Thunder could make the trip in an instant, and that's exactly what happened. Kylan arrived and killed the Lava Dragon King. Guel, that stopped the fifth calamity. Once it was over, he asked where Vanquish and Sayadao were. Then Kylan noticed Sayadao bowing to him. She thanked him with all her heart, crying from relief. Kylan told her to stand up, calling her an idiot. If she was truly a disciple of the Dragon King, then as the God of Thunder's student, she needed to carry herself with pride. Sayaka said she understood and thanked her master. In her heart, she also thanked Sayadao for saving her sister. That made Sayadao blush. Saya told her there was no need to thank her so much, since she gained something too. She had created a brand new skeleton using Guel himself. Now he was serving her. Right then an absurd person showed up in front of them. It was the Silver King, Ruin. He remarked that Guel had died before he even got the chance to convince him. Judith asked if killing someone from the Silver Country was really fine. Ruin said Guel had always been a pain, and plenty of people never liked him anyway. So he'd just report the death as natural causes and asked if that worked for everyone. Saya said he was totally a sneaky fox, but Judith reminded her that, based on Subaru's memories, this was supposed to happen. Then a huge crack tore across the sky. Carrion commented that apparently he was the only one who had reached the meeting point directly, since he was already in the castle town of the Golden Country. He said he didn't mind the welcome, but this was a bit much for guests, especially after he had already beaten every soldier sent at him. Then one of the Golden Knights appeared, apologized for the soldier's behavior, and introduced himself as one of the 7 Knights, the Flame of Death, Barrage. Right away Carrion realized he was the owner of Shikishima's door. Barrage said he would escort Carrion somewhere to rest until the meeting began, but a messenger rushed in with bad news. Annoyed, Barrage said he was with a guest, and told him to calm down. The messenger insisted it was urgent. Queen Safina was not in the castle. Shocked, Barrage asked what he meant. Chihian was furious too, asking if that damned old woman really wasn't there. Something was clearly wrong, or maybe it had already begun. Barrage asked what exactly was starting, and at that same moment, a red crack split the sky, proving something terrible was happening. Meanwhile, in Carrion Valley, Subaru told Sybil he knew he had already sent someone to guide him there. Then he asked the King of the Aurora how far into the future he could see. Sybil said his range was limited right now, because everything at the moment was tied to the protagonist. The future of humans was linked to the true thermal light Sybil inherited from his mother, the former Aurora Queen. That power let him see the future of anyone connected to her bloodline. MC wondered if that meant he was linked to Sybil somehow. Sybil said no, his connection was with Vanquish, the owner of MC's door. He revealed that Vanquish, the King of the Rainbow, was actually Sybil's own father, the King of the Aurora. Completely stunned, he asked what that was supposed to mean. Sybil explained that Vanquish had placed both his hopes and his power into a human, instead of giving them to him or his sister. That alone made the protagonist very interesting. Sybil said he wanted to see with his own eyes whether that soul machine truly worked, even if it happened at the end of his life. Meanwhile, the crack kept spreading across the underworld sky. At the same time, on the Copper King's throne, he was also trying to figure out what the hell was happening. Sybil then looked at MC and said he already knew about this event, didn't he? MC answered yes. This was the disaster that happened right before the meeting of the kings, the first invasion. At that very moment, something was invading the underworld to carry out a massive slaughter and wipe out the creatures living there. That's why Subaru knew about the meeting of the kings, and when it was supposed to happen, but in truth, he didn't know the meeting itself, because it never actually happened. The administrator's third invasion destroyed the underworld before it could begin. This was the real start of the end. Still, he looked at Sybil and said this would not be his final moment. He was going to make sure that damned meeting of the kings actually happened. That was why they had all gathered there. They were the ones who walk on the sun. Then came the explanation of the administrator attack, called the First Invasion. Their goal was to slaughter everyone living in the bronze, silver, and gold countries. By doing that, they could sharply cut down the number of door owners, and with that, the number of players in the human world. In fact, the moment Quell died, Hazuki turned back into a normal human and lost all her powers because the owner of her door was dead. That was the administrator's whole plan, kill every door owner. Once that happened, there would be no players left, humans wouldn't have enough power to fight the portals, and mankind would head straight for extinction. Subaru realized it was a perfect plan, one move that solved two problems at once. Sybil explained that the enemy had sent an advance force of 30,000 soldiers to each of the three countries. In this place though, the Copper King himself would handle many of those fighters. Even so, he wished Subaru good luck, making it clear his abilities weren't really suited for direct battle. The protagonist wondered if he was just acting modest, since he already knew Sybil would protect the King of the Dawn with everything he had. Then he asked where Guaches was, and Guaches was already charging at the enemy. Even knowing he could lose badly, Guaches still refused to let those bastards invade his homeland. He used Morning Wind, a huge slash with his claw, but to his shock, the first soldier came out without a scratch. That soldier immediately struck him in the chest. Even so, Subaru saved Guaches with his own blood. Then he told Sybil to look after him, and Sybil said he already knew. MC turned back toward the soldiers. With a cold look he said he was sorry, but he was going to destroy every last one of them. Then he activated his ability, the river of lava from hell, and it started swallowing everything around him. Meanwhile, in the Golden Country, the soldiers guarding the Queen's castle were being slaughtered. Barrage was stunned. This army was insanely strong, and he couldn't understand where that kind of power came from. That was when Carrion used his kingly authority, the Ghoul King's power. Carrion said it wasn't a good idea to keep that power active too long in a human body, but since that old witch wasn't there, he had to handle it himself. Offended, Barrage demanded to know how he dared call her an old hag. Then the Ghoul King transformation was explained. It's a reverse state power of Hirosaka that pushes the user's body and soul close to the Ghoul King's level, boosting all abilities by a crazy 480%. The downside is huge mana drain, and it slowly eats away at the user's flesh. Carrion's first move was Shocking Rain, which filled the sky. Right after that he used Necrotic Fist together with Earthquake of the Realms, blowing apart everything around him. Barrage, shocked, asked if he was insane. If he kept going like that, he'd destroy the whole country. Carrion shot back that he didn't have time to worry about the area, with this many enemies showing up. An angry Barrage said all he had to do was get close to them. Carrion answered that their armor was built to resist close-range attacks, then called him an idiot. Barrage asked if he knew these guys. Carrion said he'd explain later, then asked if Barrage really was the owner of Shikishima's door, because if he was, he could finish those soldiers off. Barrage said he didn't really want to use that, but if close combat was useless, he had no choice. So he activated his 7th skill, Imperial Control, and it instantly showed why that name fit him so well. Barrage's attack tore through everything, and set off a massive blast. Carrion praised it and jumped in to help. He used Earthquake of the Realms again, cracking the land even more, and wrecking the area. Right then, Ixis showed up and asked who those soldiers were. Meanwhile, in Silver Country, at Guachel's old nest, Judith was using his body to wipe out the invading soldiers. She unleashed Flaming Bite, and burned them all down. As she fought, Judith could tell each soldier had power around the level of 5 stars. She was glad she was serving under Guel. Now, that was when she saw the Silver King's ability, Silver Petal Divine Threads, and it tore the soldiers apart like they were nothing. Judith was stunned by his overwhelming strength, and finally understood the Silver King's true body. Then Ruin summoned his Imperial Dragon army, and commanded them to fire. All the dragons attacked at once, and wiped out the soldiers in the sky. Ruin figured an elite fighter might hold off those soldiers, but it was still strange that enemies this strong had invaded the underworld. With his new power, they were no longer a real danger to him. He hadn't expected joining Subaru's family would bring so many benefits, and figured he should thank them later. Meanwhile, in the royal garden of the Bronze Country, Vorden was in serious trouble. He knew he was incredibly strong up close, but hand-to-hand attacks were useless against these soldiers, so he ordered his subordinates to attack from afar and leave it to the spirits. Vorden realized he hadn't been ready for an attack this deep in his territory, especially not a surprise one. He started worrying about the other regions, especially the ones far from his kingdom, and braced for heavy losses. Just as he was about to use his kingly authority, a huge wave of blood appeared. It was Phlegethon, sweeping across the battlefield and carrying the soldiers away with it. They were dragged under and drowned in the blood of the primordial vampire. Then Subaru appeared and erased them with Phlegethon's firestorm, burning and melting them with ease. He glanced over and said he was glad Vorden was safe. Meanwhile, in Karakau Canyon, Sybil was witnessing his true power, as he used 10% of the Silver King's power. The sight was so horrifying it looked like hell itself. Watching this, Vorden asked what Subaru was doing there. The protagonist answered that he would handle half the enemy forces, and Vorden could take the rest. He added that their leader would probably show up soon, so they'd need to fight together. And the moment MC said that, the leader appeared. It was Hiyoto Katetsu, the crimson-ranked player who led the administrator's soldiers. Subaru noted that he had arrived sooner than expected, and that's where this part ends. I hope you enjoyed it here on this YouTube channel.